as the competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop, no, I can't fit in your box, whoa. That's demolish shop, froze, set the scene, no plot, hoes, whoa. Please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' faze me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me, I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it, to me you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a mind, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target in practice. Yeah.
And I'm just getting started, getting my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret.
All facts, sub black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Fumbling on you.
like I'm on my Mark Sanchez. I'm off her butt all night, so yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels are spinning, I'm going against first. And a couple of inches, but yeah, she flooded the engine, and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly. And I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse, she thinks that's bougie. I gotta move these Ralu, she hit like Brewski, and that proves you can't expect nothing but truth. I just be fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been through.
Hey, she know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearned for the limelight. Spend a couple $100 for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight. Follow you, baby, why don't you show me the way? I know the one when I see her, I ain't gon' throw it away.
Fumbling on me. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on me. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been through.
And welcome to the UKIC Division 1 finals. The grand final is today. It's on LAN here in Pracrooms, and I can't wait. I'm Index, this is Timo, and we're going to be taking you through the action. Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
I'm looking forward to some LAN Counter-Strike. We've got both the teams downstairs in the boot camp facilities here at the Endpoint offices. They're right, well, not right next to each other, but they're close enough so that they can hear each other scream. And a nice boot camp environment. Nice, lovely studio as well. What's not to love?
Oh, mate, nice comfy sofa.
Yeah, I've got all the room in the world on each sofa.
Living the dream. Well, obviously, we've started a little bit early. If you've been looking at the schedule on HRTV or whatever, this game's not due to start until 3 p.m. We thought we'd take a nice, relaxed, breezy build up into this one.
Yeah.
Just
you know,
build it up. Have a little bit of fun.
It's windy outside. Might be a bit cold, so get some comfort. Warm us up into this event.
Warm up into the. Yeah, exactly. Well, look, okay, we'll go. So obviously we'll build into it. We've got plenty of time to do so, so don't worry about that. But first, I thought we'd have a little bit of a look This has been a good season. There's been a lot of action going on, and there's been some good plays. There
have.
And so what I thought I'd do is I've put together a little compilation. Well, I say that I've opened the clips page. I've opened the clips page, and what I thought we'd do is we'd just have a look at a segment that I'm calling UKIC Moment or UKIC Stinker. We've got plenty of clips here to go through.
So, for those who aren't aware, obviously we've got the UKIC Moment thing throughout each UKIC season, where you send in your clips on towards Twitter with the hashtag UKIC Moment, and you enter into a competition, and the winning highlight would receive a prize from one of the sponsors, depending on who it was each season. But we're not looking at the UKIC Moment clips. That will be discussed later on.
Unfortunately, we have entered this contest.
Yeah,
so
we've entered
we
the contest
are
ourselves,
biased.
having competed in Division 3, so we can't exactly, be judges of that. So instead, we're literally just going to look at the Twitch clips on the Twitch channel for the playoffs and see what clips have been clipped by you people at home.
Yeah, exactly. If we could go to the laptop screen, that would be fantastic. So here we go. We're on the UKIC Twitch channel here. Now, do we start from the top?
Oh, it depends, right? How much time do we want to give, right? If we start from the top, work our way down, then we'll be like, we'll get to a boring point, but we also want to build up, right?
We also want to build up.
I think build up. The question is where do we start then?
Okay, I reckon we'll pick 9.
9. 9's a safe number.
We have
2 days ago.
We have a clip here, 22 days ago. This is XD. Sutscom has posted this one. We'll see what this one is. This is a lot of whiffing. Okay. Oh, there's a team kill. Okay. I'm gonna categorise this one straight away.
In the blunder.
That's in the stinker section. Yeah. That is a certified UKIC stinker there. Good job, Sutscom there. Dexy washed. I see the Belfast Storm guys are having a good time.
Having a good time clipping.
Having a good time on the clips. Let's have a look. Here we go. Oh, yep, that's one whiff. There's a second. Oh dear. To be fair, Fraser was on fire this game. I do remember that.
No, this is the quarterfinal, Belfast Storm versus Dripmen of Division 1, and Fraser was having a storm on Dust too on that game. But Dexy missing a couple shots.
Now this one's titled Freddy.
Why is it titled Freddy?
I don't know.
This is from the semis.
This is from the semi-final. Yeah, Belfast Storm versus 8 Sins here. Nem. Nice kill. Been a big hitter for Belfast Storm this tournament. Oh, bit of a miss on the nade. Okay. Not sure what that one was there. Big Nem. Now, I've got a feeling this might be a UKIC moment.
Oh, do you want to unmute them as well?
I will. I'll unmute them. We'll give you some audio here. Nem coming up short. Bit of a windy spray, but he does connect it. There's a second one.
No. I remember this round. This was. Belfast Storm on map point, right? About to close out the series.
Yeah, Nem just kills everyone.
And Nem just runs up short, kills everyone. And it's one of the reasons, a little bit of teaser earlier, he's more in the running for the MVP of this event. In the running.
And I mean, you can see why, right? Runs up short.
Yeah. Not just statistically, but the level of impact.
Yeah, for sure.
Coming in from the entry positions.
It was one of those where he picked his moment.
Yeah, that's certainly a UKIC moment.
Yeah, a massive UKIC moment. This one, I remember this one. This is a big Dexy clutch.
Oh, yes.
A 1 versus 4 in the 8 Sins game here. 2 beautiful openers.
I remember we were casting this one. I was just waffling about what was happening, already happened in the round, not realising that Dexy was about to go on a clutch. Missed the moment.
Yeah, so context-wise, he's got both players coming in from Banana here. So he's cleared out Church. He's clearing off one of his
It's the overextension as well. From the 8 Sins players on B tried to go for a double swing from CT and site.
Smoke on the bomb.
At the time, it just wasn't there. Oh, there we go. I heard
I can hear myself.
Tap.
Like this too,
Now a stick.
What a dream.
No kit as well makes this one an absolute stinker. I thought this was done at this point. He misses the 2 shots with the orb.
Finds
Even
it.
gets the kill on
Is
the
he going to
Glock,
get the
there's
knife
enough
out? He
time.
is. He gets one stab and a second.
Double right click.
So close.
Do it.
The defuse was just like a
comes down.
pixel off on the graphic at least.
Yeah, incredibly close defuse there. That's certified UKIC moment, I'd say, there from Dexy.
Yeah, for sure.
We've got a 1 tap, clipped by Nem. These Belfast Storm players, they're loving it. Absolutely loving it on the highlights.
Yeah, this is another one.
Makes steps running away.
Oh, beautiful. Boop, boop. That's the kind of impact that Nem's been having, right?
It was the same game.
Taps
as well.
out Zulu as well. Yeah.
It was the same game on Dust too.
Insane.
It's like when you've got a player who's in your entry positions, who's taking your initial fights, is firing off on all cylinders. You then.
Now I know we've got 2 stinkers coming up. This is a stinker sandwich. The stinkers being the bread. We've got some nice stuff in the middle.
Here we go.
Oscar.
Oscar left in the 1 versus 3.
Oh no!
Oh, Oscar.
Certified stinker, that one.
Oh dear.
What can only be described. I'm already in full screen. We don't need to go. There we go. That certified stinker from Oscar there. Now this one was nice. I remember this. Zulu.
This was incredibly. This actually won them this map. I'm pretty sure.
Options are very limited. They're left with only this top site.
Yeah, massive
Zulu's
blunder.
gone.
It was
Huge
so clean.
crisp. Yeah, incredibly clean from Zulu. I think they're just not they're so laser focused on who is this coming up the event here. You see, Finn turns. Zulu
Zulu's
finds that
gone.
perfect gap, right?
Yeah, and it's the economy is broken for Dripmen there. Belfast Storm are 10-8 up, and that ended up on Dripmen taking Nuke away.
Okay, and then what is the final UKIC moment or stinker to categorise here? This was from the Traxmania versus Verdant semi-final.
A heated semi-final as well. You got to bear that in mind. That's the favourites of Verdant versus the team who actually topped the group stage of Traxmania.
Going down now.
This was
There is a chance it's a full
so MSN gets on the bomb here and then starts trying to jiggle to me.
Oh, MSN! Why? He's messing about. He's spinning around, having a laugh.
I don't.
7 down.
It's just so funny watching it. But again, for those that used to be a thing you could do. You used to be able to spin 360, and it was a trick which some players even had binds for, where they press a button, their sense would tenfold. They'd increase their sense to 1,000,000 or something stupid like that. So they just spin on the site, and it worked really well, especially on pistol rounds where you'd have a Glock trying to stop a defuse, where Glock doing a body shot does next to nothing.
And
so
Valve
just couldn't
patched it
find the
out.
head. And Valve were like, well, if you move too fast, you'll stop defusing.
Yeah, and Valve patched this out years ago as well.
Years ago.
That's the big thing. Years ago, you should know this as a player competing.
And I think the issue there is a lot of people were saying, oh, but he's barely moving his crosshairs, not moving much, but it's about the acceleration. The faster you move the mouse.
I think the funniest thing about this though as well is that he's shaking his mouse. Extinct thought it was a fade. He doesn't move.
Yeah.
Why? He's messing about.
That was we'll certify that one as a stinker.
Yeah, that's beyond a stinker.
I've got to say, I think for me, we'll conclude the laptop cam segment now. I think we can come back to us. I think for me, Oscar falling off the map is
the highlight.
It's the highlight for me. I love a good fall off the map.
Hey, can we go back to that one?
Actually, can we go back to it? Sorry, production.
Can we go back to that screen so we can watch the Oscar highlight again?
Here we go. Yeah, our favourite
Clip
UKIC
by Tom,
stinker.
Tom, of course. Yeah, this is in. Yeah, no.
versus 3.
Oh no!
So I'm pretty sure as well that this was a relatively close first half. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think it was something like a 6-6 half or something like that. And then Verdant started just storming away with the second half on the T side, and then Royals kind of were about to establish themselves with some sort of a CT economy, make themselves like, okay, we can actually contest here in the second half, and then Oscar falls off the map.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. That is definitely a stinker.
Yeah.
I love it when it happens, especially in and it's so easy for it to happen in such a high intensity situation, right? The fact that you're going in for the retake, and that angle is really useful, right?
Yeah.
You can swing across the side of the scaffolding, catch a player on long. Yeah.
If you can get far enough, you can actually peek and see the left-hand side of the pillar next to default as well. And it's so good at being able to catch someone else, but it's so high risk. If you haven't practiced or aren't aware of how far across you can go, you just fall off.
All right. Well, look, enough messing around from us, I think. Should we?
Yeah.
We'll nail down into the game for today. We'll
I
start
think
to build towards it, okay? So, grand final, obviously. I think the interesting thing about this probably is the fact that both these teams came from the quarters, right? So if we could maybe pull up the group stage standings, we could see exactly how, because these two teams have had to battle through, as you can see on your screens. Traxmania and 8 Sins were the two teams that topped the group stage, topped the main league phase of Division 1. Belfast Storm and Verdant were third and fourth place.
You could definitely make the argument, of course, Belfast Storm going 7-2 had the same scoreline as Traxmania and 8 Sins.
Yeah.
But it is more that fact, right? The two semi-finalists, the two teams who skipped straight ahead to that semi-finals and got that upper seed into the playoffs, didn't make it. 8 Sins, they fell to Belfast. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself here talking about the playoffs, but yeah, steady on. We'll focus on the groups, but yeah, as per usual in UKIC Division 1, it's always a really close affair.
Yep.
In the round robin group stage, we have a lot of ties. Was it last season we had 6 teams tied for
it was something
last
crazy,
place?
yeah.
6 teams tied for last place and ended up going on head-to-head round difference and all sorts for those tiebreakers, which is kind of a flaw for round robin, but I think in a league format, I think round robin is great for a league format.
Absolutely.
When you have over a long period of a couple months, teams playing each other one by one. Everybody gets a nice variety of
Yep.
opponents. I think it works really well but yeah, it does also give us these really entertaining, like, oh, at the end of the season, who's going to end up on top? Who's going to be breaking these ties and that sort of stuff. But yeah, you can see the top 6 teams who made it into the playoffs: Drip Men upwards, Royals, Verdant, Belfast Storm, 8sins and Traxmania. Very close affair. Verdant, obviously, who were the favourites coming to this entire event.
Yep.
They've won the last 2 Epic LANs. They won the last UKIC season. So technically, out of the last 3 LANs in the UK, they've won all 3 of them.
Yep.
Looking for their 4th, but they didn't top the group. They went 6-3, losing 3 times. And do we have who they lost to, Harry, in the group stage?
Oh, I don't believe so.
I don't believe so. Okay.
But look, the interesting thing about that Verdant thing, right, is that if you ask most people in the UK scene, you'd say, like, what are the top 3 UK teams, for example?
Yeah.
I mean, you could even say top 2, right? Obviously, you've got Endpoint up there; they're competing internationally. They've sort of progressed from the domestic scene in a sense. Like, you don't see them coming down to the domestic tournaments, right? Because it's not as much worth their
on
time.
On top of that,
at the level
UKIC is owned by Endpoint as
and
well.
Of course,
so
they won't be in UKIC, but certainly, like, they could.
For Epic LANs, it's not worth their time.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're competing at a higher international level, right? Verdant are almost on the cusp. Like, you'd say, most people, if you're like, okay, who's the best UK team behind Endpoint? They'd say Verdant, right?
Yeah, straight away. I think there's no doubt, at least before this event, there was no doubt about that.
Yep.
Especially with, again, those 2 Epic LANs in a row. Obviously, within those victories that they had at Epic LAN and also last season, there was some results where it was like, oh, there's a little bit of weakness in there. There's a little bit of inconsistency.
Yep.
The games that come to mind were obviously in the grand final last season against Dreams to Legends. There was one map, I can't remember exactly which map it was, but Dreams to Legends actually stomped Verdant on one map, but then ended up losing the whole series 2-1. There was also a game at Epic LAN in, I can't remember which Epic one. Was it 41? The one that was in the summer?
I think 41 was the last one. It would have been 40.
No, because it was the summer. Oh, yes, sorry, yeah. Either way, it was the summer one, where Verdant had a couple close games when they're in the playoffs where they were playing mixed teams and they were still trying to play upset Counter-Strike, playing fast and poppy, trying to catch their opponents off guard, when in reality, when you are the better team, when you're the favourite team, you want to be playing the better Counter-Strike and just sit back and let your opponents make the mistakes. You don't need to catch them off guard. You want them on guard, because on guard versus on guard, you're the better team.
Yeah, now look, they've still managed to battle their way through, right? If we could bring up the playoffs graphic, for example, like we'll see here that Verdant did manage to fight their way through Royals in that quarter-final. They beat them 2-1 fashion. Royals did actually wallop them on Inferno for that opening map.
Yeah.
It was a stomping.
13-1, 13-0.
It was an incredibly strong. It was a 13-1 on Inferno there. They then went on to the semi-finals and they walloped Traxmania. That was not a contest. Traxmania didn't even get double digits across those 2 maps. They got completely wiped out, which obviously brings us to the grand final here. The other side of the bracket, Belfast Storm played against Drip Men. That was again a 2-1 fashion. They narrowly lost Nuke. We saw the clip from Zulu earlier on. That was a 13-11. And then it was a 13-3. Belfast Storm stomped them, followed by Dust 2, which was a 16-12 overtime, which again we've seen a couple of the clips from earlier. Then 8sins, that was a 2-0, and I think a lot of people would have regarded that as a little bit of an upset, perhaps. 8sins is sort of touted as being that next up 3rd team in the UK, right? Got the likes of Whiffin, Prime, Moz in that team. People had high expectations when that roster was put together, and yet they went out in the semis.
Yeah, I think that's more than excusable though with the youth. How young that team is, or rather, what's the right word for it? But how recent they are, right?
Sure.
They're not a very tenured team together, that is, and how recent they formed. So, yeah, you're quite right. They've got a high potential, high ceiling 8sins. I think they have actually made 2 roster changes recently. So even then, they're looking to make further changes to try and solidify. But I do believe in that 8sins team do have a strong core with Prime, Whiffin and Moz. Having sat behind them at LANs, they work well together. You've got that Whiffin and Prime star duo who can call their own plays, like to call what they want to do, and direct plays around themselves, all sort of glued together with your IGL, with your leader and your figure piece of Moz, who can say, okay, this is what we want to do, okay, this is what I'll build around those plays that you're making. But it's a case of, can they have those supplementary pieces to add to that, to fill in those sorts of, that other anchor role, that other entry role, to sort of round them out and give them a more complete roster, which then have the time to develop and build into next season.
Yeah. Now, obviously, Belfast Storm did make the final here, and considering their placing in sort of the last season of UKIC, right, and a sort of a LAN result that I think they were somewhat disappointed in as well. I think it was only in the top 16. They made last season, after the last UKIC season, they made 2 roster changes. They brought in Sutskum and Devi, and since then it seems to be up and up and up.
Yeah, no, 100%. Their roster kind of formed out of Nem and Dexy, who've been kind of retired from their attempt at competing properly, if that makes sense, right? They were players who were making their way up through the scene. They then said, all right, it's time for us to get full-time jobs. They did that, and then they had plenty of time on their free hands afterwards, and like, well, we can still play in the evenings. Let's kind of get a mixed team. So they started mixing. Then as they mix, they're like, well, we've got more than enough time to actually just keep playing. We just don't have to do it full-time. We can just compete fully part-time. So they joined in with Finwy, and they added Kaz and Frosty beforehand with that. But Kaz and Frosty, while they were friends and people who were in similar situations, they were nowhere near as experienced Kaz and Frosty. And it was like, they were like, okay, at this point, if we do want to continue competing and actually take this as seriously as the investment that Belfast Storm are giving them, right, is like, well, let's try and add some complementary pieces around that and round out this roster to make it so it's a full 5-man team that fits together and competes at the same level.
Yeah, and I mean, the growth has been fantastic. The fact that they've come from not even really getting that far in the playoffs last season to now grand final placing, and sure, you can make the argument, the scene around them is shifting. There are different pieces moving back and forth. We're a bit of an unstable moment in UKCS at the moment, but I think it's a testament to the work that they've put in that's brought them to a grand final here today.
Yeah, and I think for me, one of the big highlights that from the changes of adding Devi and Sutskum compared to Kaz and Frosty is the way that Finwy is then able to call as the IGL. When we were watching games with Kaz and Frosty, pretty much the entire round after round, the entire playbook from Finwy was just 4-1 Counter-Strike. It was, using Mirage for example, it was throw top mid smoke, one person goes top mid, maybe 2, and then the other 4 would be somewhere else on the map ready to pop. So it'd be a best case of you'll have a bit of information, bit of map control, and everyone else would pop somewhere else. And it was just 4-1 Counter-Strike, so they could maximise their trade potential because their players didn't have the experience or individual ability to just trade out when you've only got 2 people together, or players who you could rely on being independent individuals to go on default, or have solo roles on set-piece strats. So whereas now, they mix it up a lot more. We saw on Nuke, I think, which was brilliant in the... I think it was the semis against 8sins. They were conditioning the top site on Nuke perfectly, throwing the same utility towards that top site to make it uncomfortable, then playing around with that. It basically, the calling, just by adding 2 extra players, 2 more experienced players who have got stronger potential, just by adding that, Finwy's calling is then able to go like 10 times better and 10 times more complex.
Yeah. Speaking of experienced players, right, we'd be remiss, obviously, if we didn't spend a bit of time waxing lyrical about Verdant, because this is a roster that has been, at least at its core, together for a long period of time, right? They hit the RMR, way back when.
Yeah.
And wealth of experience, right? Giraffe, Artist, and Extinct. It's a trio that has been together. There's been the occasional player departing and then rejoining for a brief stint.
It's been Extinct being removed probably like 4 or 5 times over the course of 5 years.
Sure.
And then coming back in. Sometimes it's been his own benching because he did have to take some time out for uni, which is one of the reasons why his most recent reason. But I think there's been times, I don't know how much I can say here, but there's been times where he was kicked one day and then brought back in the next day, so it was never public. There's times where that's happened.
Okay, well, interesting. Breaking news. But yeah, and then bringing in the likes of Vacancy, right? Massive firepower addition. Very, very
Well, he initially,
strong
I think, Vacancy, was he a replacement for Extinct initially?
Yeah, I think he was in the end. Yeah, and then obviously now we've got Leaf playing. So this roster in the minute is in a little bit of a turmoil. It seems like, at least from the outside, right? Like you've got Leaf coming in and standing in a lot of the time, and sometimes he'll be standing in for Vacancy, sometimes he'll be standing in for Divi, right? I mean, even during the playoffs of this tournament, they played one with Divi, one with Vacancy. So it seems a little bit up in the air for this team at the moment, which puts a little bit of a question coming into this grand final is, are they going to have had time? Because this turmoil is happening mid-season. They're competing in other officials and other tournaments at the same time. Is this going to impact their performance here today?
I think there's a strong likelihood because of how impactful this edition is, how much it changes. So Verdant, they're a team who, as we mentioned, have chopped and changed a couple of players over time, but they also chop and change their play style a lot. Obviously, changing their playbook each time, right? They would completely swap entire strat books and say 1 week we're playing this style, and then a couple of weeks later they'll destroy all their strats and bring in some new strats based on some other team, which I mean, it works for that upset level of Counter-Strike. It's how they got themselves up into ESE Advanced to begin with years and years ago. But it's only recently over the summer that they started to try and, okay, we need to try and develop some consistency, an actual stronger foundation for us to continue to build upon, rather than just tearing down that foundation every single time. But yeah, they had a lot of success with this newest roster after adding Divi and bringing Extinct back. Obviously winning a couple Epic Lands, winning last season as well. But as time has developed, they've had a little bit of teething issues with the longevity, with making sure that they're all on the same page. And it's kind of bolstered or rather doubled by the fact that now they're having issues with having stand-ins, which... Not only that, it's a stand-in for Divi, who's one of their statistically stronger players, who's very impactful on certain maps such as Inferno. And then it also means that Artist is going back to AWPing. Just after he spent the better half of the year trying to go back to rifling, which he did years and years and years ago, going back to calling as an entry rifler, he's now going to have to go, okay, now I've got to AWP again in CS2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive shift up, right?
Yeah, it's essentially two stand-ins, right? Because Artists going back to AWPing, you then have Leaf standing in on someone else's roles.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, one of the main things that will decide ultimately how this best of 3 goes will be the maps, right? We've got to figure out what the veto is. And we did the veto earlier on the couches here, all pre-recorded, ready for your viewing pleasure. So we're going to cut to that right now. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It is veto time. And Belfast Storm, coming in as the higher seed, get the choice of whether they want to ban first or second.
I'd like to ban second, please.
I'd like to ban second.
Ban
so,
second, there
Tom,
you go.
what's your first ban?
We'd like to ban Mirage.
Mirage gone.
Mirage banned. What would you guys like to ban?
We'd like to ban Vertigo, please.
What? Vertigo banned.
Vertigo gone. Tom, what are you picking?
Nuke.
I can't believe it.
Did not see that one
Didn't see that one coming at all.
Did not.
Did not. I mean,
Okay.
that's out of character. You feeling all right? Yeah, okay.
Belfast Storm, what battleground are you choosing first?
CT side, please.
Oh yeah, CT side. I forgot about that bit. Yeah, that would help. Yeah. What battle? Yeah. What map now?
You can ask me if you want.
Dust 2. Dust 2, going straight in there.
Dust 2. Tom, get another map gone.
We didn't prepare for this one. Hang on. What's that? Oh, CD side. Any insight? I can't. We'll ban Anubis.
Ban Anubis. Okay, that leaves 2 maps left. Which one would you like to ban?
Do you want me to remind you what the maps are?
No, you just do it yourself.
Can we ban Ancient, please?
There we go. What does that leave? Inferno. There
Inferno
we go.
as the third map decided. What a classic.
I know. Nuke Dust 2 Inferno. That's not too shabby. That's a good variety, though.
It's a vintage map pool we've got right here.
It is.
Impossibly the least awkward veto segment in UK Counter-Strike history.
Yeah, it's kind of just shoved into there, just like, yep, let's just record a veto.
You can tell we're not tournament admins, right?
Yeah,
the fact that we forgot to ask them what side they wanted after the picks, you know.
We weren't prepared for that one whatsoever.
I could see TJ in the background behind the camera losing his mind because we were just completely incompetent as veto.
Yeah, I completely forgot you had
stewards.
to choose which side you start, and then I forgot, okay, which maps are left, and I was just like, I'm not going to bother even thinking, Freddie, just choose your map.
But look, I mean, we can talk about the maps now, right? Now that we have them. Nuke from Verdant, I mean, we know that's coming, right? Verdant's home map is Nuke. They love it. They'll pick it every time given the opportunity. I mean, speaking to like Biscu, the coach, like before, he's always said, you know, top 50 HLTV teams would run from us on Nuke, which look might be a bit of hyperbole, but I think it speaks to the confidence that they've got on that map.
Yeah.
The interesting one, I suppose, would be Belfast Storm picking Dust 2.
Yeah. So throughout history, there has been 2 maps which mostly Artist, any team with Artist on, have despised. And it's been Dust 2 and Mirage. And those 2 maps, whichever one's been in the pool, they've permabanned. Originally, back in the origin of this core roster of Giraffe, Extinct and Artist, it was Dust 2 that was permabanned, and Mirage was kind of just left there, sort of kind of their 6th. Then Dust 2 got removed. It's like, oh, whoopee, now we can just permaban Mirage, and we've got a slightly stronger map pool, because we can add whatever other map got added when Dust 2 got removed. And then it got reversed when Dust 2 got added back. It's like, oh, well, we've just been perma-banning Mirage this whole time. We've not practiced Mirage for years, or however long it's been, and then now we've got to kind of choose which map to try and pick up, Dust 2 Mirage. And for a while, over the summer, they kind of floated between the two. They'd see, okay, which one is our opponent's weaker map, and then we'll let that one through and ban the other.
Yeah.
But since some of the changes of Dust 2, they've started to add it a little bit more. On top of that, the addition of one of the difficulties, right, is that Dust 2 is such an AWP-heavy map. And then you bring into the fact that Artist hates Dust 2 as the AWPer. It's not a good combo, but they had Divi, so they're like, okay, let's start working on Dust 2.
Yep.
Divi is the AWPer, would shine on that map, have a lot of impact, you'd have that string in your bow, but then now Divi's not here, now Artist is back on the AWP, so Dust 2 is back in it. So, and as we've already seen, Belfast Storm, they're pretty decent on Dust 2. They've taken some scalps on it, so they've decided to go for a bit of a punish pick.
Well, the thing is, as well, is that they're decent on Nuke as well. I mean, they took Dripman the full distance on Dripman's map pick of Nuke. Like, sure, it was a 13-11 in the end, right? But that means they've had it tested in an official capacity, in a playoff capacity. They can go away, practice it, refine some of the mistakes, and hopefully give Verdant, you know, a good game on it. So then you've got two maps which I think already could be quite close. It was interesting speaking to Artist just after the veto. Everyone walked out. Everyone had left. It was just me, Tim, and Tom on the couches here, and he was like, "Yeah, it's actually worked out pretty well in our favour. This actually, I feel we're pretty prepared on Dust 2."
Yeah, so I think anyone could have predicted that punish pick would try and come in. I think Verdant, they play quite heavily, have that mentality when it comes to vetoes, where they expect people to try and punish them all the time, which is fair because historically their map pool has been really strong on a couple maps, but not been very wide. So it's been quite easy for them to be punish picked. So that's what they're conditioned to think. And in this situation, it was right. Tom was telling us that they'd been playing, stayed up quite late last night, just prepping Dust 2. And they were expecting Ancient because over the course of the last two UKIC seasons, Belfast Storm, even when they had Cass and Frosty, would be able to take Verdant close on Ancient and sometimes even beat them. I'm pretty sure they beat them in the regular season on Ancient this season. So they were coming into this expecting, okay, when's Ancient going to get picked? I'm pretty sure the veto that they expected was Nuke, Ancient, Inferno.
And that's then Inferno as the decider, right? Now, Tom seemed pretty confident that Verdant actually wanted Inferno, which is interesting given the Royals result earlier in the season, right? A 13-1. Is an absolute smashing.
Especially without Divi, and Divi has been one of the reasons why their Inferno kind of got a little bit stronger, why they're able to have a wider map pool, because beforehand, as mentioned before, they didn't play Mirage, didn't play Dust 2, then that left kind of Inferno at the bottom of the barrel, which was it was the new Inferno, it had been refreshed, so a lot of the stuff that they previously had built up was no longer no longer relevant. Therefore, they had to practice that one again, and it wasn't the easiest time for them. But Divi came in saying, coming from the French scene, absolutely loving Inferno as a primary AWPer, and he thrived on that map. And again, he's not here.
No, he isn't. And also, I don't think if you've mentioned this, Biscu isn't here either, right? Yeah. For those who aren't in the UK, I guess, and are tuning in, everyone in the UK will be well aware. There's a bit of a storm going on at the moment. Storm Dara, I believe, is the name for it. And it's been quite disruptive. You know, flight's been disrupted. There was a potential that Giraffe wasn't even going to be able to get here because there was, I think it was a tree down on the train or something on the way in this morning. So, you know, that's that other aspect of having Biscu, the coach, to be able to come in at key moments if the team's getting flustered, if the team's getting a little bit excited, you know, and just coming in, taking the time out, and being like, guys, look, we need to chill here. You know, that calming voice, that extra eye, the sixth person. I don't think can be overstated enough, you know.
I mean, having worked with Verdant, I think it's not going to be too much remiss because Biscu's impact lies more outside of the server. The time in between the maps, that's when he'd come in with the vocal, talking about, okay, this is where we went wrong, or this is the mentality, trying to keep everyone's heads, making sure they're reset between each of the maps, and something he was very good at. When it came to inside the game, he'd often not really take a tactical timeout or not use them very much because he preferred to let Artist be the one to call the tactical timeouts, let the IGL be able to dictate that, and also not wanting to interrupt the Artist's flow when calling as well. That was one thing which he always wanted to prioritise and preserve. But yeah, he is going to be missing. But Storm Dara might not be the only storm that Verdant are going to have to weather today, as we do have Belfast Storm ready for them.
We do, and like, I'm so interested. I think, to be honest, the first map is going to set the pace for the series, right? I think that ultimately Nuke is going to be a map where there's going to have to be at the very least a good showing from Belfast Storm. I think like it'd be fine if they don't win it. I think Dust 2 is going to be a banger as well. I'm really hoping we get 3 maps.
I am too, because of that whole Ancient expectation. Right? The fact that Belfast Storm have proven that they can beat Verdant on Ancient, and on top of that, Artist was saying that since they're using Leaf, Ancient hasn't felt good. It hasn't felt right. Having that substitute, they haven't quite hit their mark or hit the same level that they had before in Ancient. And even then, when they were at their level, Belfast Storm could still beat Verdant on Ancient. Yet Belfast Storm had the choice in their last 2 maps to ban Ancient or Inferno. They chose to have Inferno as the decider. So I'm really excited to see, if we go to that Inferno, what Belfast Storm have prepared, but also what Verdant have prepared. I think that'll be a really close game, but you've also got to bear in mind as well that Nuke, one thing which I mentioned was that conditioning utility, which Finwë loves to call over on that top site, where it comes to just at the start of the round deploying rush utility on the top site, but not actually necessarily going off of it, just to condition the top site. He stole that from Verdant. So,
using the Master's tricks against him. Could be a tricky one. Yeah, the Ancient one's really interesting to me. Dust 2, I think, is going to be good. We've seen obviously in our little clips highlight before, right? I think 3 maps is what this deserves. There's also the added thing that I believe is Extinct might miss his flight if it goes to 3 maps.
Yeah, if it goes to 3 maps, Extinct will have a little bit of difficulty with his flight.
Which, look, has been accounted for.
Endpoint have it covered.
Yeah, it'll be sorted. But, I think this is going to be a really interesting series, right? I think we could, the players have been here for a couple of days. Like Belfast Storm, they've been boot camping for, I believe, since I think they got here on Thursday.
Yeah.
They had a full day yesterday. They did a bit in the evening on Thursday. And speaking of, I think we're going to go into a quick VT and interview with Nem.
ACA has been topsy-turvy, to be fair. First off, we started quite well. We lost to a couple of not-so-good teams to start off with. Came back into it, and then we went on I think it was a couple of weeks after LAN, actually. So obviously we had the highs of beating Verdant, some good teams in UKIC, to then start losing against some teams that we probably should have beaten. We all had a big team talk. I think Freddie mentioned or spoke to Extinct. I think Extinct said he doesn't like playing against us because he doesn't know what to expect. They either smash us or it's a close game. So we beat them in a couple of best of ones. Best of threes is different gravy, obviously, and they've got a really good map pool. But since they've made a roster change as well, I'm super confident. He was by far, maybe not by far their best player. That's probably a bit mean to the rest of the players. They're all very good, but no, Divvy was very, very good. And I know Artist is very capable with the AWP, but back into the AWP after rifling for such a long time. I don't know, I'm excited. It's going to be good. Finwë is probably one of, if not the best IGL I played under. His brain for the game is very, very good. He's very experienced. He's been around for a very long time. I played in a team with him maybe 4 years ago, so a really long time. Freddie's very, very good at keeping, like I mentioned, when Finwë does get annoyed and other players do get frustrated, he's very good at keeping the mental together, focusing on what we're actually doing, especially in team practice. He's definitely helped me individually as well. So for example, he'll come in and say, this scrim, I want you to work on this because I don't see enough of this. Just so it can elevate my own game. So then overall, I can use that in certain examples, certain situations, sorry.
I really enjoyed that
was a quite nice little insight.
Yeah, the insight into Freddie as well.
Yeah.
Who we haven't mentioned all that much yet, but I suppose we could have a quick chat about it, right? The fact that he's come in from casting, which essentially is watching demos for a living. I mean, that's what we're doing here. Yeah. So you can pick up lots of little bits there, and then of course he's now coming in and helping with the mental side, like he mentioned when if Finwë's getting a little bit annoyed, Freddie can come in and be like, guys, it's fine, let's chill. We'll have that mental reset again. That 6th layer, that 6th person that can come in and from the outside perspective just calm things down a bit.
Yeah, it's a very useful asset to have, especially because as an IGL, it takes a lot of pressure onto your mental and your brain whilst you're trying to focus on calling a good game, but then you add in things go wrong. Like you could call a perfect strat, a perfect round, but it might not work because it wasn't executed correctly, which is sometimes out of your control. And there's so many different other variables you have to consider. It can be frustrating that you don't have that sort of mental capacity to focus on that as well as focus on your mood and your mentality. It's always good to have that voice behind you. Just say, hey, just keep it focused, keep it calm, and it's something which Freddie's always been very aware. He's very conscientious about that, and he's someone who's new to that coach role, as you mentioned, but he's clearly having that impact, and as them also mentioned, also helping them in improving their practice efficacies when it comes to actually like saying, okay, in scrim, I want you to focus on this, I want you to practice on this. So it gives them a little bit more control and direction when it comes to improving, which is just makes everything more efficient, especially for a team who aren't full time.
Well, looks like we're ready to kick things off here for this grand final at UKIC Season 4. We've got Nuke, Verdant's map pick. They're starting on the T side here. Kit in play for Belfast Storm. It's quite a fast outside wrapper. Smoke being deployed. Sutskin is going to spot one player on the ramp here. Devi flashed off behind the ice box. There's a bit of space being taken inside main. Verdant looking to wrap this A bomb site, and they will be successful. Extinct opens things up onto Sutskum. Dexy spotted on the ramp here. He's able to hold off, but another kill going Verdant's way. It's going to make it a 3 versus 5 here. Fanui finally gets one on the board. Bomb still yet to be planted.
An advantage, but it's being whittled away. Finwë and Devi a couple kills. Extinct still trying to apply pressure on that lurk. Keeps it down into the 2-on-2, but Giraffe, ever-present threat. Highest rated player of this event so far. Will he be able to match that, continue to push his rating up? Finwë, 1 versus 2, but at range Extinct collects it. Now, a very scrappy pistol round there from Verdant, and I think that's intentional, completely. Verdant, they've played, not just obviously winning LAN finals, but they've also played in LANs beyond Epic LAN. They've played here at these bootcamp facilities before at Season 0. They know that Belfast Storm are going to be much less experienced in this specific environment, so they're going to say, okay, let's just catch them off guard. And it's something which Verdant do so well, is that aggressive style of play to try and catch people off guard, to try and upset people. And at this point, well, yes, Verdant are the favourites. You can, you know, startle Belfast Storm at the very least.
And a 1 round up here. It is the force buy from Belfast Storm. We've got a couple of MP9s on Dexy and Sutskum. Devi with a 5-7 Nem with Desert Eagle, and Fanui with the Scouts. Sutskum here on the ramp. You see the heart rate monitors for the players. Sutskum's already up in the 120s. It's stressing him.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? It's that pressure which Belfast Storm aren't going to be quite so used to. Verdant going to be hitting with them, testing that pressure straight away with that scrappy pistol round. But now they slow it right down. It's slow, passive, waiting for the move. Verdant, rather Artist to be precise, will be the first one. Get Kira search for information. It will be an attempt at a topside pop, but it's scrappy. Devi with the 5-7 is going to find 3 quick headshots. Verdant forcing their way through a squeaky smoke, far from optimal. Leaves Leaf and now just Giraffe in a 1 versus 4. Good for 1, but he's killed Dexy. Will he expect Sutskum? No, he won't. Sutskum's the ramp player. Surely that's some research that Verdant should be aware of. No, he falls. So 1-1. Belfast Storm find a 2nd round break. And what's so punishing about losing the 2nd round is that it fully resets your loss bonus. You go down to 1400 and you get, well, as the name suggests, fully reset. You've got next to nothing to work with for Verdant. At the very least on the T side, they can try and still do something with Tech 9s and Kevlar. The odd piece of utility if they want it.
It seems so discombobulated coming out of the door there. The fact that Devi's able to essentially take 3 1v1s, and with the 5-7 up close as well, massive. But Verdant going to be taking a quick top side pop here. Smoke on main, 2 players coming through the hut here. The Tech 9s looking to erupt onto the bomb site. But so far, the kill feed's all blue. Fanui and Devi shutting them down on the way into the bomb site. And it's only Artist left now in a 1 versus 4 with just a Tech 9 here. See what he can do, but honestly, it's not looking too good. He's not even got control of the bomb. It's not even like he can slip down the vent and maybe try and get a cheeky plant on the B site. He's just got to wait for an off timing for a chance. Belfast Storm not going to give him it.
Look at that heart rate bumping up. The clutch scenario, searching for a frag, will find the headshot on Finwë. Belfast Storm are late to respond off of that peak. He swaps out to the Deagle. Beautiful shot on towards Dexy, anticipating that peak into the 1 versus 2, and Devi down low. Thinning the herd, but Belfast Storm, they consolidate, they group up together, make sure that they can trade. The last thing they want is for Artist to isolate, pick off 1 more player. It's exactly how you want to play a clutch. The recipe for success is picking them off 1 by 1, 1 at a time. Creep in, but head spotted over the top. That's information now passed across. Artist. Still plenty of time. Doesn't need to rush just yet. Will creep up onto the next angle. Spams the Tech 9, but a little bit too fast. Sutskum will hold. Belfast Storm will get that second round on the board.
You can see the heart rates pumping up and up and up as it gets deeper. Even the Belfast Storm players were feeling the heat there as Artist makes it tricky in a 1 versus 4. The Tech 9 gets 2, ultimately falls at the end. It's a bit of extra cash he can put in his back pocket. Potentially help him buy an AWP in the first gun round, but it looks like now he's going to be spending it on a P250 here. A flashbang on vacancy as well. We'll see what Verdant have in mind for their eco. Should be an opportunity for Belfast Storm. Farm a bit of cash, but that's a missed piece of utility. Debbie going to take some damage.
Yeah, misses that one, lands straight on the head. Fortunately, Verdant are in no position to try and capitalise off of that mistake. Instead, they're just going to be grouping up towards the ramp. One flashbang, Giraffe trying to make contact. Will do so. Hoping that that contact will kind of shuffle Sutscom's attention. And it is successful, at least causing him to drop. Caught out in the open, he's only good for 1. Unable to find a safe haven, a safe position, but fortunately for him, Belfast Storm rotating down. And rifle picked up for Artist. Almost isolates Dexy, but the MP9 shreds the unarmored players like wet paper in Storm Dara.
That gets so sketchy though, right? The fact that they're able to tag them down to just 1 HP and then Artist picking up a rifle, very nearly picking off another player on the door. If those 2 kills go the different way, go Verdant's way, that could have been a completely different round. But look, it's well recovered.
It is well recovered, yeah. Having no Kevlar is difficult, but I think that was a really nice attempt from Verdant. Just all it takes is Giraffe, just to take that one fight in towards main, for Sutscom to go, oh, what's happening over on that side of the map? Causes his attention to shift away from the angle he's holding onto thinking about the rotations. Even if he doesn't actually rotate, it's a matter of causing his attention to divert, and that gets him caught off guard. Belfast Storm now on the first gun round. Look to go aggressive outside. Devi holds for Artist. Scrappy lurk play solo through the door. Verdant met with heavy resistance on outside. A man advantage for Belfast Storm on the CT side. And they're just going to leave Finwee tucked here towards Africa under the silo.
Yeah, I really like that from Belfast Storm. The fact that they've anticipated that this is the first gun round. Verdant probably going to go for a bit of yard control. Meet them head on. Leaf has eliminated Devi in the meantime as Verdant turn their attention topside. And they are able to edge out as Extinct taking some control on the hut. Dexy needs to be careful. He's got no idea that Extinct's this far out. He's going to back away. Bomb planted. Planted for... looks to be hut spam. Dexy now going to set himself up. Is aware possibility of Extinct's location. Flashbang to assist him getting out as well. And a lovely shot onto Extinct. That's a man advantage now for Belfast Storm. Leaf spotted in the door as well. Incendiary to flush. Should push him right into the jaws of Finui here as Sutscom drops down, gets that MP9 in the action, eliminates vacancy, putting Leaf to standing in a 1 versus 3, and there's nothing he can do. Belfast Storm with a successful retake. They're going to make it 4-1.
A beautiful retake there from Belfast Storm, but a slight mistake allows Verdant in towards that side to get that bomb plant, right? You've got that one-man advantage, and Verdant have identified, okay, it's a heavy outside setup, there's only going to be 1 player on A. Belfast Storm don't compensate for that. Dexy's rotating around towards Hell, which I understand. And you've got the choice of, okay, if we leave Finley outside, if we are doing that, where does Dexy support? Does he support Devi on A or Sutscom on ramp? The thing is, ramp's not a bomb site. Sutscom, if he wants to, he can get the info. If he gets pressured, Sutscom can fall back. Devi can't on that site. He's stuck, and all Verdant had to do was group up, get that kill. It's a 3 versus 3. Fortunately for Belfast Storm, their retakes up very strong. Dexy hit some lovely shots, and Verdant weren't quite ready for that trade potential on those fights.
And that's what a couple of days of boot camp will do for you, right? You come in hot, you come in fired up. Now, Verdant have managed to slip 1 player down into secret here. That's Giraffe, who currently is the highest rated player for Verdant in this tournament. Been having a blind up.
The highest rated player of the playoffs, full stop. The closest person is Nem. So, honestly, that's the MVP races between those 2 players. You've got the much more passive Anchor and Lurker support player of Giraffe, who's farmed this event so far, versus Nem, who's your entry player, your front man, running in first, popping heads. It's going to be an interesting battle to see who will take that one. But obviously, most important is who will take this fine trophy. Moment, Sutscom trying to already sketch his name onto that one with that spray.
Yeah, it does find the double. Leaf's going to take some control. In control. Verdant kind of spread at the moment, though. Separated across the back lines of the site. You got 1 single door, 1 in the vent. Leaf in double doors. Artist moves out back to behind the site. These are completely isolated 1v1 duels here. Devi Going to win the first onto Extinct. Nem catching Leaf off guard. It's just Artist behind the site. He finds 2 with that Tech 9. Spots another one coming in through, but Devi will claim it. Again, it gets sketchy. Artist Tech 9, terrifying. But Belfast Storm ultimately make it 5.
Yeah, Artist getting a couple kills there. He's on 4 kills right now. All 4 of them have been in 1v4 scenarios, in clutch scenarios.
On a Tech 9?
Yeah, one of them on a Deagle, in all fairness.
Oh, okay.
But like, as the IGL, you want him to have a little bit more impact in getting those openings. That's Artist's playstyle. He's a very aggressive player. You want him to be finding success. If he's not finding success, then Verdant are constantly having to battle back from man disadvantages.
Another gun round for Verdant here. Artist on the AWP. See where he decides to take this one. It does look like... Already fired a shot off. Lobby control being taken. This is a fast lobby crunch here, and Extinct's going to get nothing. Not a single kill. Artist will respond onto Devi, but Giraffe completely smoked off. Verdant locked out of the lobby. A nice coordinated lobby crunch from Belfast Storm. This is a problem.
Yeah, but a 4 versus 4 does mean that Verdant have the advantage of numbers, right? Yes, you can argue it's equal. There's not a man advantage, but the Ts don't have to spread themselves as thin. They can consolidate all their players in one spot. They just need to trade out is all they need to do. Whereas the CTs are going to have a hole in their defense. And they have either got to gamble, leaving themselves another hole. Ooh, but not like that.
That's a big hole.
That's
in
a big hole.
Artist's dome. Dexy with the AWP.
Poking that one straight through his skull.
Yeah, I mean, so far, not missing a beat.
Yeah, Dexy a formidable player if he's in form. If he's hitting his shots, if he's locked in, if he's not struggling to pay attention, right? Because I haven't played with Dexy for a couple of years. His biggest weakness is his attention, right? he will run 9 times out of 10. He will run out of spawn and forget what was called. But if he's locked in, if he's able to dictate what he wants on that AWP, he's such a high-level AWPer. Someone who should by now be in advanced, to be honest, or should have had an advanced experience long ago if he hasn't already. I don't think he has, but if he's in form, he's going to be a threat for Verdant, and Artist doesn't want to have to worry about a rival AWPer. Yeah, a pop now in towards that B site. Leaf will find them on low HP, so 3 versus 3. Verdant will have to get this bomb planted.
Yeah, big entry for Nui. Looking to find an entranceway into this bomb site. Sutscom's found one. Giraffe, the extremity player, gone. Its vacancy eliminated, and Dexy's gone now as well. Belfast Storm descend on the bomb site, and that gives them a 6th round. Verdant have 1 round so far on their map pick.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Belfast Storm. I think you already highlighted it on that first gun round, was they immediately went for outside control. So, okay, likelihood, first gun round, that Verdant will try and play some sort of a default map control towards outside.
Oh, beautiful.
Second gun round, they immediately go for a lobby crunch. Immediately catching Verdant off guard. Belfast Storm are playing this game like they're the ones hungry for this win. They're the ones determined. They're the ones who came into this one more prepared with a game plan. And I think that does speak volumes, I think, about the expectations from both these two teams. Verdant expects to win, whereas Belfast Storm, they're coming into this one prepared, determined to try and take it away.
Again, Dexy going for this deep setup outside, round the back of red. Nem joins him, but it's a fast door pop for Verdant, straight out onto this top bomb site. And there's no defense here to hold it. Devi's falling back into heaven. Not wanting to give up a free frag here, and in fact it's Fanui the first to fall in main. Nem does find a response onto Artist as the bomb goes down. Digits punched. See how Belfast Storm decide to play this one. They've got money in the bank. They can attempt this retake. The question is,
do they? And how do they? They've got util for it. They do have kits. Can they break apart these potential crossfires? A smoke towards Squeaky, make it a little bit easier. Giraffe holding a little bit of a wider angle to try and support in towards main. There's a late flank coming in towards the hut. It's being watched. It is.
But Sutscom finds a double. Dexy coming out of the heavens isn't quite able to adjust. Sutscom finds one more, gets a reload in, swaps to the USP, the dink's through. Just needs one more bullet, but Extinct will find it. It gets so close. Sutscom, 3 massive kills from him on the retake. Can't quite pull it across the line to find the 4th. Verdant do find their 2nd, but my God, it's close.
Yeah, I was just saying on the X-ray, I could see Sutscom walking in very late in towards lobby in that hut, and he manages to find a double. A beautiful angle there from Giraffe. You can see even Dexy was surprised. He scoped up onto Sutscom as he was coming out of hut. Dexy coming out of heaven, flicked onto Sutscum instead of focusing on Giraffe over towards Empty Vents. A little bit of chaos. Belfast Storm caught off guard. Verdant do get their second, but the buy is still much better for Belfast Storm. Verdant on compromises. Leaf down to a Galil. Lots of utility missing. You're going to have to rely on their aim, their individual firepower, which right now Belfast Storm are matching toe-to-toe at the very least.
An aggressive play from Verdant outside. Giraffe playing around the edge of the smoke. Oh, he's going to fumble a spray onto Nem. That's a big miss. And an opening opportunity given to the CT side here. Again, a man advantage early on. Command of outside firmly theirs. Oh, it's going to give it another go. Bullets flying all around him. Vacancy joins him. It looks like they're going to go straight through this smoke, and he does find a kill. Extinct and Leaf both come through with frags of their own. It's Devi here to hold, and he can do nothing. Sutscum, the hero from the previous round, wiped out in turn. Verdant find 3.
I like that from Verdant. It was just silent. As I mentioned, no utility, so they kind of didn't have that option to go for some sort of scrappy execute, scrappy fast round. Instead, they just contacted, guns out, and Nem, after he got that initial kill, just started spamming that smoke, trying to pepper bullets through to get information, see if it landed a tag on anyone, but in doing so, it meant Verdant knew exactly where he was. They could creep in through that smoke, already staring at him, anticipating his location. And that's exactly what they do. They take him down. The A site is then compromised, especially with that fight 1 in towards the squeaky door. And finally, Belfast Storm, they're in a poor spot financially. Going to be an Eco and MP9 invested on Sutscum at the very least. Beyond that, Verdant should be able to walk in towards this top site with very little resistance.
Yeah, first domino already falling. Dexy gone. Devi's found one onto Leaf with the Julies. It's an M4 picked up. I knew he's still trying to do damage from heaven here, just peeking his head over the parapet and firing off a few shots. Devi coming in with a flank. He's taken down Giraffe. It's a 3-on-3.
That's an M4 picked up after his initial kill.
Surely not the eco, though.
It is only USP, so it's going to be very hard. They need to bring such a heavy distraction to set Devi up, but Devi's now a known quantity. But a drop down comes through. Finwee finds one, picks up the AK.
Surely not. That's a second. Smoke down on the bomber tap as well. He's silent, forcing Artist to make his move, looking to get him on the wrap around here. Heart rate pumping, bullets flying, and Finui finds it. A full eco victory. Belfast Storm finds 7 with USPs.
And I think he does just have about enough to defuse, so yeah. 1 versus 3. Oh my goodness. Belfast Storm. On USPs, all that just goes to show how fallible anti-ecos are. All it takes is 1 kill on that pistol from Devi to pick up an M4. That M4 then finds a player back-turned. He buys enough space. He becomes so big a threat. I was saying that the USPs need to make some chaos to try and set Devi up because Devi's a known quantity. But in the reverse, because Devi's the known quantity, Verdant are so focused on him, they completely neglect the USP jumping out of heaven to get 1, pick up an AK, and then find 2.
What a nightmare for Verdant. And Belfast Storm would have been buying here regardless, but now they've got everything they could possibly ask for, and it's Verdant on the breaking point economically. Outside control. Artist looking to take a fight onto heaven here, but he's granted nothing.
Scoping up with this AWP, seeing if he can find an opening. Oh! But it's Dexy to find the first. Till Extinct and Leaf find 2 in response, but it's a perfect bait. Finwee's already down on the round. What is this setup from Belfast Storm? It's paid out so well. A man advantage, a 3 versus 2. And is that the bomb? I can't quite see on the HUD. That's the bomb drop towards ramp, is it not? Yeah. We're quite far away from the screen, so...
yeah, no, it is. The bomb's on the ramp. Finui's got full control of that one. Artist is stuck outside at the moment. It's Giraffe that's going to be the main acting point for this round. Question is, does he get checked? It doesn't look like Belfast Storm are on it, but they're in positions where if Finui goes down, Nem should be able to capitalise. Although he's starting to search towards ramp a bit here. Giraffe.
It's so difficult because now on CS2 it's so hard to hear whether the doors or the windows are broken down on that lower site. They are now starting to search. Oh, did he just spot Devil?
I'm not sure. Devi? But Finui's coming round on the backstab. Giraffe gone. That's it. Round done. Artist, save your AWP, mate, because this is a Belfast Storm 8th.
Yeah, that... What a round. You've got... There's so many layers to that. You've got a 2-man push coming in towards the ramp. Yeah. They get the opening kill. They then both fall. And then Verdant are like, Extinct and Leaf are like, oh, we've just killed both the players pushing ramp. Ramp must be open.
Yeah.
No, because A site's open. There's only one player watching mid. There's literally a player in hell and a Finwee down on the ramp. There is like, you bait them by pushing so far, committing onto that push. It's either you win that push, you win that fight.
Yeah.
And cool, you've now got that man advantage, or you lose it and end up falling for your trap and end up running straight into you.
I don't know whether maybe Finn was looking to go secret early round, and because the fights didn't go their way, he could come back up.
That's the contingency, right? Is that if they don't see anything towards lobby, he's already down there towards that lower site in case they go down towards secret or go for event dive or something.
Oh, look at the money. It's in shambles for Verdant. Loss bonus full does mean that they can pull out 3 Galils here, but Artist gone already, immediately. Nem continues his control of outside. And Extinct dropped as well. Finui, another headshot. Devi eliminating Leaf, Vacancy, and Giraffe. Giraffe finds one with the AWP. Not traditionally an AWPer, but...
Picking that one up off Artist's corpse.
See what he can do. Belfast still need to make sure they don't overextend here. Can't be lulled into a full sense of security just because they've got a 2-man advantage, just because they've got all the momentum in the world right now. Still very possible for this one to fall apart. They're sticking together. I like this. You can see on the X-ray 2 players working in through hut, clearing together, making sure they're tradable. Both these 2 Verdant players sticking together as well, though. Vacancy and Giraffe joined at the hip as they move around into CT spawn. 45 seconds on the clock. The question is, though, now that they haven't been given anything, where do they go? What do they choose? Do they flank ramp? Do they go up heaven, try and chance it on the top site?
The thing is, time is ticking. 30 seconds.
It's got to be top site now, surely, if you've been this slow.
Yeah, they don't have the time to clear out all the extremities on towards the lower. It's so hard to plant safely, and it's being covered, though. Dexy at the back box. Fish box, as some would call it. First kill. Buying so much time, even if Giraffe eventually takes him. The information's there. Sutscum already in place. A 9-3 half.
This is Verdant's map pick. This is Verdant's home map. This is the map that they trust the most.
Nem, who is the player who's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, so much impact for Belfast Storm throughout the playoffs. He's barely on server. He's 5 and 8. It's the rest of the players who are stepping up.
Yeah, but you say that he's still had massive impact
100%.
moments, right? He's found openings
100%.
in yard.
That's what I'm trying to highlight is that not saying that he hasn't had impact. It's the fact that it's the other players who are having even more.
Yes. Belfast Storm truly have turned up to play here. Verdant on the back foot. Pistol round almost mandatory at this point.
Yes. If they can get the pistol round, we can see something coming out from Verdant. Again, this is their map pick. You'd expect for them to have some sort of game plan on that CT side. They must have picked this for a reason. Obviously, having a stand-in means their T side isn't necessarily going to be as strong. They're not going to have the strats to fall back on because Leaf isn't going to be privy to those. Leaf's not going to have them drilled or practiced. So Artists won't have the privilege of calling those set pieces for them, which they often fall back on. At the moment, it's Extinct falling back onto the ground as Finwee knocks him over.
It's a confident angle from Extinct, unmoving, expecting to connect those USP shots, but does nothing of the kind. Leaf bangs Sutscum's head off straight through the smoke. So it is at least a response for Verdant here. Belfast Storm stall a little bit. Holding in hell. Waiting for a reaction out of the CT side here. They've hit the brakes completely.
4 versus 4. Waiting. See if the CTs make the next move. Waiting to see if Verdant sweat. Verdant at the moment obviously going to be shocked with this scoreline. So the question is, do they have what it takes to bounce back from this? We've seen them do it in international games, but can they do it when in a game locally? On LAN?
Oh, Giraffe. Perfect bait, perfect crossfire. Manages to pull Belfast Storm right into the trap. And the crossfire activates on the top bomb site. That's around. You can see the reaction from Verdant, right? Still staying locked in, but Vacancy at least making a little bit of noise.
Yeah, it's so important for Verdant to get that pistol round, get the energy. We've already talked about the threat of a second round break, but no bomb plant for Belfast Storm. They're going to go for a full eco as well as with such a heavy lead. They don't need to throw rounds away, making sure that they can buy into the next. Verdant need to build that bank of rounds, need to try and establish themselves, not just for this map, but to give themselves confidence for whatever map comes next, for Dust 2 at the very least.
Yeah.
will be a couple MP9s, couple M4s, Famas in play. Belfast Storm, by the looks of things, just spreading out, seeing if they can burn some util away. They can find some information, some identification as to what setups Verdant are running, some information which they could perhaps utilise to predict what happens in the further rounds. But now it will be Artist find the opening over there towards Secret, catches the push, but
has Nem just created?
Has Nem just created?
Is that a UKIC blunder that we've seen?
Has Nem just fallen off the silo? Or has he disconnected? I hope he's fallen off the silo.
That would be the funnier option.
It would be.
I wonder if is there a body underneath silo?
That's the question.
That is the question.
See if our lovely observer can have a look at that one in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an eco that shouldn't be getting too much done here, I shouldn't think. I'm trying to figure out where the body is on the radar. Look, I think he's fell off, mate. I'm going to be honest. You can see it there, just to the left of where the silo is on the minimap.
Yes. Yeah, no, he has, yeah. That's 8. Number 8, which is Nem. So, yeah, Nem, I think, created there.
Lol. Devi, going to be getting a bomb plant.
Is there any util to stop this?
Okay. Oh, Giraffe's managed to swing. Where did
Giraffe swing from?
Where's he come from?
Double doors are open, so I'm expecting it was down there. Doors double.
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah. Verdant do secure themselves that 5th. They prevent that bomb plant, which also means Belfast Storm are limited as to how much they can invest in this round. See Finwy going down to a Galil, Nem doing the same to afford more utility. Afford more grenades, but yeah, Verdant slowly going to scratch away at that scoreline.
Yeah, closing the distance. Belfast Storm. Look, you had a great T side, but you can't be too CT side rather. You can't be too confident just yet. They're going for a fast top side pop, or at least deploying the utility for it. Giraffe going to get ahead though. Fanui coming out the smoke is completely clotheslined, and there's nobody there to trade.
So this is one of the things which I mentioned in the pre-game, is that utility, that's conditioning utility that you throw towards the top side. It gives you the possibility of popping out, and oh my goodness, Artist already in T-spawn. This is what I was talking about. Belfast Storm, that utility is, they stole that from Verdant. Finwy got that from playing against Verdant. And if you're stealing strats from a team, that team are going to know the counter. Verdant going to know exactly what to do when that utility comes. The first gun round, Giraffe sees that utility, sees that smoke, immediately jumps in front of it, tucks himself behind the squeaky door, knows that Finwy isn't likely to clear that, isn't going to expect someone to have just brute forced their way through that smoke. And Artist already not seeing anything outside, just sprints behind and gets one on the flank. Just leaving Devi, Sutskum, 2 foreign imports, 2 newest additions to try and wreak havoc up towards this top side, but it's just being traded out. A simple 3-man survival there for Verdant as they get their 6th and win the first gun round. A straight up counter there to Belfast Storm's kind of structure there on that T side.
Yeah, big result. I mean, Fanui way ahead of his teammate there on that one, right? The little minute parts of the strategy not quite ironed out, it seems like. He needs a teammate with him at least to be able to trade. Stopped at the door, Belfast Storm. Didn't really have anything to fall back on after that plan went sideways. So now they're down on the Tech 9s. P250 on Dexy. A little bit of utility distributed. It looks like it will be a bit of an outside play, but the question is, does Verdant get aggressive? Looks like they will be giving him respect here. Just spamming through, trying to catch them on the run down. None of the bullets connect at all. There's a player down here. Ooh. Incendiary dropped. It keeps them at bay. Smoke as well.
It was a fresh molly. So there was perhaps the chance of yeeting through that and getting a kill, but
vacancy gone in the meantime. Yeah, and I think that at least they were all on the same page. At least they all stopped, rather than 2 people going through and you know, 3 people staying behind. And now they've got a man advantage. And again, the freeze comes in. They try and bleed out the clock a little bit. Giraffe holding for the secret push. Artist on an off angle down here on the B bomb site. He's going to start to reaggress towards the ramp as well. Sutskum's going to have no idea. Headshot comes through swiftly. That's the flank. That's the extremity gone. So now they need to start to make their move through the halls. Giraffe gets his head clean ripped off his shoulders by Devi on the Tech 9. That's space. Artist makes himself known on the ramp as Extinct comes in through the vent. Devi with another. Artist dropped. Extinct and Leaf to fight their way back into this one. Verdant slowly being whittled away on their CT side here, and this is just a half buy. A crossfire being established in the control room stairs as well. Extinct should get traded out here, and he is. Devi and Dexy combined, giving Belfast Storm double digits.
On Tech 9s. Ooh. I mean, I mentioned how the weakness for Verdant would be their T sides, having the stand-in, having Artist on towards that AWP would throw havoc towards their set pieces, towards their roles as well, but it's the CT side. One thing we haven't also mentioned is that even before Leaf came into this consideration, came into this equation, Verdant had difficulties with their CT roles. They only had 1 anchor player, 3 rotate players, so that anchor spot was having to be shuffled around between Artist, Extinct, and Vacancy depending on the map, and even then they would change it. So it looks like Vacancy playing towards the ramp, exposed by that Tech 9, unravels that Verdant defense.
Oh no, it's gone again.
Another opening. This time it's Nem to crack the head.
Trying to do a similar aggressive play to what Dexy was doing, right? He goes aggressive around the side of red, but he's caught. He's got no support with him. Unlike when Belfast Storm did it, they commit 2-3 players to that to make sure that that play works. It's a single player for Verdant. Extinct still in garage here.
It's a 5-7 on Leaf, MP9 on Giraffe. Not great weaponry. Belfast Storm going to be taking their time, contacting towards outside.
Oh dear!
Messy from Extinct, and that leads to a trade coming through. Even before the fact, Nem had found a kill at range on towards Leaf. So 4 versus 2. Giraffe stuck on this lower side. Vacancy will at least find 1, picks up a rifle.
Prevents a plant as well. Got to come off it and fight this Heaven player. Fanui does damage, but can't quite confirm the kill. It will be the grenade to do that one, and Giraffe caught at the top of the ladder. Belfast Storm 2 rounds away from stealing Verdant's map pick.
You can see that on Leaf, head in hands right there. Need a full reset from both those. Well, the entire Verdant, really.
Yeah, I mean, not looking particularly enthused at all. That's a stinker. And now it's going to be the eco. They're essentially relinquishing map point here. As long as Belfast Storm play this as a tight anti-eco, don't overextend, don't give these 5-7s a couple of cheeky headshots. We've seen players, we've seen teams take advantage before. Zulu with his big 4K earlier on in the tournament.
I mean, we saw Verdant lose to, well, first half. Devi with the 5-7. Got a triple kill in the second round. After Verdant tried to make their way through Squeaky. But Belfast Storm, they're not going to make that same mistake. They're just going to take their time fighting towards outside, using the range to their advantage. Verdant tried to fight through the smoke, try and get an advantage, but they lose 2 players in the process. Somehow Extinct has slipped his way towards Africa, but Nem turns on a dime, catches him in the corner of his eye. Leaving Artist, Vacancy. 2 versus 5.
I mean, I know this was an eco. I know they didn't have much opportunity to win it, but there's just something about going up to 12, right? Belfast Storm getting that map point. I was expecting a 3-mapper. I was expecting traded picks.
Wait, it could still be traded picks.
It could. Sorry,
You're
I mean
expecting the
winning
picks.
each team to win their own map picks. Sorry, yeah, not traded picks.
I think it could still be traded. We already saw Artist mentioning
the Dust 2 prep.
Yeah, the Dust 2 prep that he's done for this, and also the joy that Ancient wasn't in the veto.
Can he channel that though, or are they going to be too dejected about the fact that they've been absolutely rocked?
He's found an AWP. But the clutch not likely, but at least he'll be able to save that.
I mean, he individually is having impact, right? 108 ADR is nothing to be sniffed at, but ultimately it's a consolation prize.
But how many of the kills has Artist got that have actually led to round wins?
That's true.
But even then, you look at his kills. Look at Vacancy's kills. I'm pretty sure he's only on 5 right now. But a much slower game. Again, Verdant struggling with the roles in this roster for over the last few months. You'd think adding Leaf might have helped, but it...
Oh, Nem's on the hunt. He hears the steps, goes for the swing. Artist will slip away. Gonna spam flashes. Artist a known quantity here in spawn. Blinded off. Another flashbang comes through. Nem's gonna rip his head off. No AWP for you. And that's gonna prevent it, in fact, even being bought, I believe. There's not enough.
Simply not. We do have a bit of a tech pause. Vacancy dropped from the server. Hopefully we'll be back in. I mean, say Vacancy
with 5 kills, was he even in it to begin with?
I was about to say the exact same thing. It's so unfortunate because Vacancy's a player with such talent, but coming into this roster, he looked really promising as well. But then as they were mired with difficulties, changing their setups, changing their roles, changing their players, Vacancy kind of fell victim to a lot of that. And especially now with the issues of having 3 rotate players, 3 aggressive riflers, and only 1 passive anchor player. Vacancy is the one who's more often than not put in those anchor spots. Which, I mean, on Nuke, playing ramp, that's not his position. Up until a few months ago, it was Giraffe, and that was his domain. He was a very solid ramp player. But putting Vacancy there is a little bit of a question mark, because he's a player who you want to get activated. You want to encourage him to get activated as well. You can try and train him to be an anchor. I'm sure he'd be great in those roles, but he's a player whose personality, if you get him in those rotate spots, if you encourage him, give him the energy, he'll double that energy. He'll start to read the game so much better and start to have impact beyond just playing a position well. He'll be able to call around that.
What could be the final round of Nuke here, unless Verdant can win 6 rounds straight to take us to overtime, and they're doing it with 5 M4s. Very limited utility. In fact, after the initial nades, it's 2 smokes and a HG they've got to work with here, and it's not like on the T side where they can do a booky smoke push play. Although Artist giving it his best try. He's managed to work his way all the way around outside for Nui. Spamming here. Artist going to see if he can line up a double. Will just be the first. Attention.
Look at the smoke. Drops it in towards radio.
Oh my goodness. They're locked in. They're now forced in towards this ramp position here where 2 players lie in wait. Vacancy and Extinct have a crossfire. A trap set. Flashbang's going to come over. Extinct flashed off. The crossfire's good. It's very good. 2 kills found. Bomb dropped in the open. Dexy lines up 1. Able to get away. And then comes in from the backstab. Lurking outside. Bomb recovered. Still a man disadvantage, but room to work. Leaf is the unknown factor here, though. Coming around through heaven, surely not expected. It's the round securing play. Maybe Artist can do it for him as he finds 1 Nem. Quick response. Leaf, unanticipated, is going to secure the round for Verdant. Belfast Storm, they bring it back into contention, but that big of a deficit, too hard to recover.
Yeah, especially with that ramp setup. I was about to say that the player tucked in towards the box, that was the win condition, right? He can pop his head up at any time. As soon as Extinct takes contact, that's when Vacancy peaks. But yeah, an extra layer of Nem perhaps could have brought that difference. You see him getting a couple kills here, but as Artist pushed outside, that entire time Nem was top silo.
Yeah.
That entire time he was T-Roof. So yes, Artist got that contact. Nem had the opportunity to help them retake lobby and split them, or he could just use that opportunity to go on a wild flank towards outside. He goes for the latter. It does almost pan out, but yeah, that 1 unknown quantity of Leaf.
Belfast Storm pause here. Get Freddy into the action. He's got no shoes on.
Feeling comfy. I think that's a great way to
Is
just
there
describe.
any talking going on here?
There's a little bit there from.
Oh, it's just talking.
Yeah, there's a little bit there from Matters as well. Extinct. But yeah, I think comfy is the perfect way to describe how Belfast Storm have been playing right now. They've looked so comfortable. Barely been made to sweat, in all honesty. But we'll see if Verdant squeeze out at least a drop. They close down this distance again, continuing to scratch at that lead. Gonna be a slow default here for Belfast Storm, just holding for that aggression. Some util outside to allow Nem to lurk and gain space and map control. There's a little bit of a potential counter down here. It's Extinct. Tucked towards Secret, ready to peek behind this Molotov, but the flash a little bit too early. Nem's going to be creeping around the edge of the smoke. Takes that fight, wins it. Beautiful anticipation from Nem. Extinct. Arguably, the flash, I think, came in too early. The fact the flash was there means it's a little bit late. A man advantage. Util now deployed towards the ramp, and Artist a missed shot. Ooh, a great angle for that peak, but nothing found. Instead, he has to give up that control, and now Belfast Storm have control of both Secret and ramp, the 2 most important points of rotation for that lower site. Giraffe still kicking, will at least find one on towards Finway. But Verdant are in such a difficult spot. They have to regain either Secret or ramp. But Giraffe still doing so much damage, finds a second, but there's the trade. And Nem catches that rotation of Artist up towards Secret. Belfast Storm could very easily just drop now. There's 26 seconds. They will go down towards that lower site, at least Sutscum will. And Vacancy's only got an MP9 to try and defend the site at this range.
Leafs caught the lurk. Devi's gone. Vacancy. Nade. Going to chunk him down. Playing at range with this MP9 is going to be so tricky. Nem needs to be careful.
Yeah, Nem is low.
Low on HP. Leaf making a lot of noise making his way in through the single door, but I think he's too far away to be caught. The wraparound is coming through, though, as Nem...
Bomb's not planted for double, it's planted for single, so Sutscum has to make this rotation.
Going to wait for a tap before he goes in for the swing. Vacancy catches him. And so the defuse can come through for Verdant. They stay alive one more.
Yeah, I love the mid-round there from Belfast Storm. The fact that they take Secret and they take Ramp puts Verdant in an almost impossible scenario. How do you react if you lose either of those? You can't stop the B-bomb site being split unless you dive down the vent, but you don't know if vent's safe. Vent isn't an easy or safe rotation. You can still be split from that position, especially with that lurk coming through. And Belfast Storm having complete control of those two rotations just meant that, well, Verdant kind of crumbled. Until the rotations were caught by Leaf, until Belfast Storm split up a little bit too much, were caught in between those two positions. Not sure whether they wanted to rotate themselves towards lower or towards upper, and we find ourselves at 12-8, where the bank is somewhat broken for Belfast Storm. It will be just pistols. They look to try and test Vacancy on this ramp hold, and he's good for 2, but a messy spray he's caught out in the open. Artist punished.
He had a nade prime. He drops it on his corpse. He's got the Martyrdom perk equipped.
Leaves them in a 1 versus 3, but we've seen him hit some very nice shots already this game. With the AWP on his back and AK now in his hand, and he's faked that drop.
Yeah, the problem is Extinct's behind him. Oh, Nem spotted him. Lands a headshot as well. Extinct gone. Does do some damage, though. Nem down to 31. Got the bomb on his back. And he's got time. He's got a full minute to work with. Verdant need to make sure they group up and play their trades here. Otherwise, Nem could find bits and pieces, holes in this defense. 1v1 after 1v1 is his ideal scenario here as he clears his way through into this B-bomb site. Verdant playing together on the top site. Smoke is going to confirm it. Goes for an offset plant. Going to hear these double vent drops here. Can try and get himself into a position with a little bit of cover, but can't quite fall back all the way. And Leaf's going to spot the edge of his body on the mini ramp. Verdant stay alive once again. 9.
The reposition wasn't awful, but the angle he chose from that position was the undoing. Yeah. From that position, though, if he takes one step back, stands up, he has a headshot angle over the corner, and he can try and isolate some fights, go for the headshots, especially on low HP. That's kind of exactly what he wanted to do, exactly what he needed to do. But yeah, chose to go for the crouch spot instead. But, I mean, you've got pistols there for Belfast Storm. You get 3 kills in a bomb plant.
Happy with that?
Yeah. You're going to be laughing all the way to the bank.
Another timeout. Why not? You get into the closing stages of regulation. You might as well use them. Try and give yourself that little boost to get across the line again. Freddie on the mic. He's giving a rousing speech. Verdant in the meantime. I mean, we haven't seen many high emotion moments from them so far, which is interesting because it's contrast to, you know, how you see them on, if you go to, you know, Epic LAN, etc. Artists are always making a lot of noise.
Yeah. I think for them, at this point, they're just going through the motions. They've been in a lot of comeback scenarios before. They know more than enough that they're capable of making a 6-round comeback.
Yeah.
This would be
Molotov. Artist ticked in it.
Information. Surely Belfast Storm have heard that. Should anticipate this. I'm not sure if they have.
No, I don't think so. No, Artist finds the opening. The response is missed from Dexy. He was so good in that first half. There we go. Finds a follow-up. Extinct eliminated.
Yeah, caught sticking around. Artist is escaping there. He's got that pick. He's got that man advantage. He wants to get out of there. He's wanting to disengage, but Extinct doesn't. You either disengage or engage together. One of the two. You don't have one person falling off, the other person sticking around. Unless there's some sort of bait, but that's not really a bait. Fortunately, Dexy overplays his hand, falls straight into Artist's AWP after the IGL repositions. A man advantage back into the Verdant side.
There's Devi though. Again, Vacancy being abused on the ramp. Headshot comes through. Devi takes some space, drops a smoke and walks through it. Looking to be a bit cheeky, but it's been covered.
Artist now has to focus towards that hell position, so Verdant going to go for a proactive play, searching towards outside. Finwy trying to do a lot of damage. Ooh, this is scrappy. Sutscom now in the 1 versus 3, but can't find the shot on Artist. That was such a good mid-round call there from Verdant in that 3 versus 3. Pushing 2 players in towards outside to say, look, let's take that fight, give Artist some, or at least relieve some pressure off of Artist so he can just remain scoped in towards hell. And they actually end up finding the bomb, and this fight from Devi and Sutscom isn't clean.
2 rounds, Tim. All Verdant need to take it to overtime. Again, this was 12-6. They've won the last 4 rounds in a row. They just need 2 more to push it to OT, and then all the momentum's theirs. Belfast Storm going to take a half bye. Set themselves up for a big bye in round 24. That's if it's even needed, right? Potential for this one to work their way. There's a HE on Fanui, a flashbang, a smoke on Nem, smoke on Sutscom. Seems to be a bit of a door pop with this set of util.
We already saw the first round that Belfast Storm won in this half was with Tech-9s. We already saw them have multiple close rounds where they've just had Tech-9s. They seem very good at catching Verdant off guard, setting themselves up for these poppy plays. Again, it's something which Finwy is so good at calling. These kind of 4-1 style of Counter-Strike.
No flashes though. Leaf playing up close, traded out 1-for-1. Giraffe able to get involved, as will Extinct. It's a good hold from Verdant. Vacancy gets his slice of the action as well, leaving Fanui indoor and spammed down. We go all the rounds. It's 11-12. Verdant on the brink of overtime. Belfast Storm letting this game slip out of their fingers. The guns will be back out. Belfast Storm, this was just a half bye. But the success that they were able to garner earlier on by doing these poppy plays, by catching Verdant off guard, they seem to have tightened up. They found that loose bolt.
Be a hold right now. Again, it's that conditioning util towards that top site, but it's conditioning util that Belfast Storm haven't really been able to throw all too much, and it didn't work out for them in the first rifle-on-rifle round. It was straight up countered by Verdant. Reload heard from Giraffe. Sutscom going to spam just a little bit. Belfast Storm just sat holding for the aggression. They're going to spend the first few seconds of this round seeing if Verdant make a mistake before Belfast Storm decide to make a move. Minute 13, they're going to step back to throw these outside smokes again to see if they can try and let Nem work his way outside. See, trying to drop down silently.
Not quite.
Not quite, yeah.
Nem now starts to make his move outside, pushing up behind Red. HE to blow open the smoke and a bit of chip damage. He's already down to 34. Verdant intent on not letting him cross, but you can tell this strat hinges on it, right? He has to get down into secret, and he will do.
He's pulled that rotation. He's pulled a player not just away to that lower side, but away from A. Weakening that, meaning there's only 2 players to actually defend. I say that, a third's coming through. Extinct now jumping up in towards heavens. They're bolstering this top site. This is red by Verdant. They know this top site hit is coming through, and Extinct and Vacancy chime in to mop them up, leaving Nem and Dexy. Dexy dropping down the vent to try and join, but that's where Giraffe's rotation is in play. They pulled him down towards that vent, and it is Belfast Storm's undoing. We're going to overtime.
Oh, a 12-6 scoreline. Belfast Storm drops 6 match points in a row, and finally a bit of fire out of the Verdant camp. 9-3 at the half. Verdant match it with a 9-3 half of their own, which means we go OT.
It was that CT side all along, that CT side from Verdant. Artist towards the top, finding impact with that CT side orb, something he wasn't able to do on that T side. But yeah, it's Belfast Storm just couldn't quite get it over the line in so many of those rounds. The Tech-9 rounds came closer than some of the gun rounds. Yeah. It just seemed on those gun rounds when they tried to go for their game plan, Verdant read it. Like that round there is a perfect example. You get them down towards secret to pull a rotation away from A. They do. Giraffe, the door player, drops down, but Extinct, who's the outside player, he decides, well, okay, if Giraffe's dropping, I'll just bolster that top site. And there's still 3 players to defend, 3 riflers, in fact, to defend that top site with Artist scoped up on towards the ramp. And in fact, that's another adaptation which in the last 3 rounds Verdant have already made. They moved Artist on towards the ramp. We identified Vacancy was constantly getting abused, and that's how Belfast Storm were able to get some of these rounds quite close, was getting those opening picks on towards Vacancy. Not going to be so easy when Artist is posted up there with the AWP, but we'll see if they continue to do that here as we enter into overtime.
Yeah, the issue, of course, now is that money not really an issue for either of these two teams, right? You can't rely on breaking the money and getting yourself across the line that way. It has to be 3 gun rounds.
It's an advantage both the CT sides have been able to work with, is the fact that the T is constantly working with pistols. Artist, as mentioned, not going to be going for that ramp start. He will try to get himself into the action with an opening towards door, but won't land any shots. Meantime, Belfast Storm work outside control. This time, the smokes not to get themselves into main or towards secret. Instead, to allow Dexy to fight towards outside, but misses the shot. Extinct jiggling around the edge of that smoke, using it as a pixel gap. And very messy spray again. Extinct, he's hitting shots, but not sprays. The sprays are eluding him. So he is traded eventually, but into a 4 versus 4, and Nem takes very forward ground, very forward map control here.
Vacancy pivoting around in hell. Giraffe.
Nem's found the timing. Nem's found the timing. He's walked all the way in towards CT. He's caught Vacancy there.
Massive. Huge kill.
And Finwee finds Artist. Devi just has to hold for that push. It leaves Leaf in a 1 versus 4.
That 1 round they needed comes around too late.
Yeah.
First round of OT, Belfast Storm will be taking it. Leaf probably looking to save his M4 here.
But again, it goes into one of those issues of the roles and the positions that Verdant are choosing to put their players in. Is Vacancy towards the ramp. We've already identified he's having a weak game. He's being abused towards ramp. But that's another reason why I think it's a poor decision to have put him there. Is that he's not going to understand the rotations, the timings, the positions where he's vulnerable to the same extent. It's a very unique part of the map. And I've known Vacancy for a long time in the UK scene, and he forever was an outside player. And if he's not an outside player, he's a door player. And that's where he used to play for Verdant, and they had a lot of success with him there. He's a very impactful player towards there. But for some reason, they've shuffled Giraffe in towards door and put Vacancy towards the ramp. I don't know why they've decided to do that.
No, it's a confusing one. It might haunt them here. Will be a rebuy for Verdant. Artist completely emptying the bank account in order to afford the big green here. You could see when Dexy missed that shot in the opening in the last round, a bit of frustration creeping in, both arms up in the air in disbelief. Need to try and temper those frustrations. Lock in to bring it across the line here. Door pick attempted.
Certainly in that flow state on that CT side, hitting some sublime shots. But yeah, the T side looking like a different player.
And T side nuke is one of those halves where really you can get away with not having an AWP at all, right? You can play sort of dynamic fluid, close range with the rifles. Sometimes it even benefits you. It
Yeah,
can be
you
a
have an extra
hindrance.
player to go for those trades.
But chosen to pull it out both rounds here.
He's more than capable with it. He knows that. I mean, we saw the shots he was hitting in the first half, right? But second half.
Oh,
there we go. Finds a shot, stops Artist from going for that reposition, even though there was a flash to try and support. It's just 1 shot on the AWP is all that's needed. So 4 versus 4. Advantage Belfast Storm. It's Verdant. Their defense spread thin. So it's come a lot of info there. Only a lick of damage in response to spotting 2 players up on towards that top site.
Yeah, somehow, right? Vacancy's going to be tested here on the ramp yet again.
per.
Devi up close. Vacancy gets 1, gets 2 out of bullets for the 3rd, and will get traded out, but leaves there to cover. Sutscum, low on bullets himself, is going to pick up Vacancy's empty M4.
Oh no, this is good. Oh, he's got to reload.
He's got to reload, and oh no! Extinct hiding in the corner will close it out for Verdant, and we've been criticising Vacancy for being a weak link in this chain across the CT defense. The fact that he's able to get a big double there buys time for the rotate to come in, huge. Playing aggressive ahead of where the flash would usually pop. It's a danger position, but he manages to make it work.
The roles which you want Vacancy in are the ones where it's like he's rotating around, searching, hunting for those fights, like a shark, you know, in the water.
Yeah.
But Ramp is not one of those. Ramp is one of those where you sit back, you fall back, you retreat. It's the decision not to pull the trigger. It is a skill which you need to have if you're a ramp player. But there are times when you can be a shark, where you can hunt, you can get those multi-kills, and that's just what he does there, finding a forward angle in front of that smoke. The line up to another opening for Belfast Storm. Another man advantage as Artist picked off once more. Untraded by his teammates. Belfast Storm in this 5 versus 4. Plenty of time to sit back and relax. Just leave Nem in this forward position to try and control the rotations towards Secret, and they'll just contact him towards ramp. They'll take it. Again, control of all the rotations for Verdant to try and defend this. They have to get them way down towards the vent, but instead they fight, contact towards outside, deal with Nem. And Vacancy walking through the edge of the smoke. Like a shark, he circles, gets a triple kill. Finally coming alight here on Nuke. A 2-1 half in overtime for Verdant.
Verdant in the lead for, I want to say the first time since the pistol round.
Possibly, yeah.
Scary scenes for Belfast Storm here.
Notice how Vacancy's got an M4A4 since he ran out of bullets.
Since he ran out of bullets. I love it, yeah. Alright, here we go. Belfast Storm back on that CT side. And look, they had a very good CT side, but we now know so did Verdant.
Yes, but also more importantly, Dexy's cooled off. He was finding a lot of impact with those orbs, especially in the mid rounds on those A retakes. A couple of those rounds come to mind specifically. But if he's started to get into his head, missing those shots, if he's, misses a shot, arms up in the air in disbelief.
Yeah.
If he's in that mindset now, will that be missing? Will that be the difference maker to allow Verdant to try and close out their map pick?
Could well be. Nem playing outside here. Artist going for a deep pick. Fires the shot off, takes a bit of chip damage in response, but his location revealed. That's the important thing. Giraffe going for a cheeky play through the smoke. He's caught by Nem. Massive find. What could have been the complete undoing of Belfast Storm's setup is instead.
Look at the amount of outside control that Verdant forego because of that. They were setting up all 4 players ready to react towards that top side off of Giraffe's contact. But he falls. And Verdant now have to fully cancel, fully reset. Dex in a nice forward angle, holding for that peak. It's perfect. Catches Extinct.
Gets away untraded.
It's such a nice box. He doesn't need to extend. He can hold that tight pixel angle, catch a player, shifting around. But Belfast Storm, or rather Verdant, will accelerate out towards Squeaky and leave to stand in and find 2. Make it 3. Beautiful composure on that tap to commit to the spray secondary, but the HP is low on both these Verdant players, and Belfast Storm are in 2 very decent positions. Up down towards that lower site, Finwee up and towards the heavens. He can just play time up towards heaven. In the meantime, Verdant, they've got a choice. Do they commit towards that lower site? Drop down the vent and fall into the jaws of Sutscum? Or do they commit towards this top site, which Belfast Storm may have an easier go of retaking? Especially with the low health, information, and Finwee's positioning.
HE grenade goes in, confirms the plan for Verdant.
Smoke is so deep.
It's a really deep smoke. Finwee can surely get ahead of that one. And Verdant take their eyes off it. There's a prime opportunity right now for Finwee to come through this smoke. He just needs to pick his moment, choose his timing. Sutscum's going to join him as well. They're going to waterfall out together. The prime moment to strike has gone at this point, but they might still be able to recover it regardless. Flashbang comes in, gives away their location, especially with the smoke now fading. Vision restored. Artist playing up close in the hut, and all of a sudden it's just Sutscum. Leaf finds the headshot, another kill for him. Sutscum eliminates Artist, gets on the bomb. He has got a defuse kit. Leaf makes a step, and Sutscum, he believes he's just got enough time. Yeah, plenty. Diffuse kit. That gets so scary for Belfast Storm, but they do just about win it. Leaf, man.
There were so many positions, timings, opportunities where they could have just walked out until Finwee could have walked out and killed both of them. But they wait. But Verdant, they don't play for the bomb.
No.
They're not post-planted for it at all. Leaf does such a good job at bringing this round back in towards Verdant's favour.
4 kills.
With that quad kill. But then in the 1 versus 2, the bomb's just not planted. They're on low HP. Sutscum had full control of those fights, of those duels. 14-14 tied scoreline again. This time, then I'm going to go heavy towards outside. Default smokes. HE try and blow them open. Giraffe is actually creep through in front.
I quite like that. Trying to catch somebody spotting from main.
Yeah.
Ultimately unsuccessful though. Verdant start to move their way down secret.
Finway's here in position, jump spotting on that lower, on the double doors. Searching for info. Giraffe currently just holding. For Nem, it's a great spot for Giraffe. Knows it's a likelihood. In the meantime, Verdant will just continue to creep. Finway, I think, has spotted the players now. Closes that door. Goes for a reposition, and normally off of that spot you can get yourself tucked towards the rafters, but he's just going to go in towards dark, and Sutscum will fill that void. So they've got a really good potential crossfire here.
Sees the door open as well, doesn't overextend. Artist coming in through control, pressure put on, and 2 kills found. Devi is able to pull one back for Nui. Still yet to activate here in dark. He's going to walk out. Will Artist spot him? No, his head's turned. Dexy eliminates Leaf for Nui finally. Strikes onto Artist. 3 versus 2, and there's still an unknown factor this entire time. Devi making his way in through secret, has been caught. In the meantime, his teammates get onto the bomb for Nui. Eliminates Vacancy. 1 versus 1 for Extinct, but Dexy lands it.
Map point again for Belfast Storm. Up onto 15.
They're fired up about that one as well. You can see them erupt in the prac room.
It's that extra layer, right, that Finway didn't even try and support Sutscum there. As
Yep.
soon as that smoke was dropped, the potential for that crossfire, that bait and switch, diminishes. And Finway correctly identifies, okay, the real win condition here is the fact that if Sutscum dies, Finway's going to get overlooked. He can tuck here on towards the site and isolate those players. And the fact that the doors were blown open as well meant that the rotations for the Verdant players going up in towards the double doors to try and fight towards secret, they were completely exposed. And I think 2 kills were caught from that position.
Another map point opportunity for Belfast Storm. Can they steal Verdant's map pick away, or do we go again? Verdant sending 1 player, Giraffe, aggressive into secret. He's not being quiet about it. He's sprinting the entire way, but Belfast Storm too far away to hear it. So he might go overlooked. Leaf going to join him silently, as will Vacancy here. They can slip their way down. Lurker in play, Extinct.
Is this foreshadowing? The Verdant players are flatlined.
Ooh. Could well be.
Yeah, again, another secret play. This time, I'm not sure if they're intending to commit all the way down, but rather still searching for that pick. But it's all 5 players. They're forgoing lobby completely. Util will allow Extinct to search towards outside, but look at this CT position from them. He's in the forklift. This is not a common position for your outside player to hold. Maybe your rotate player sometimes.
It's a great one though,
and
because
Finway can swing on contact.
Yeah, you're never anticipating this if you're Extinct, and it's such an easy fight for Nem to take at range as well, especially with that silenced M4.
He's found it.
Spotted. Extinct does spot him, but that allows Finway to activate, and there we go. 2 kills fly in. Sutscum finds 1, binds a double onto Giraffe. Artist is going to eliminate him. 2 versus 4. Verdant to stay alive on Nuke. Need to win out this post plant. Belfast Storm need to get themselves set up here for the retake. Quarter of the bomb already gone. Devi making noise in the vent. Identifies where Artist is. Information could just win it as Leaf makes himself present.
Gets info on both players. Falls to Leaf after spotting Artist. Bomb going to be stuck. The wild spam comes through. Artist can't quite land the shots. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and the bomb is confused. Belfast Storm going to be stealing Nuke away from Verdant.
Look how excited they are in that practice room. Verdant's map pick, their map of choice, gets stolen away by Belfast Storm in the first map of this grand final. What a statement.
And we just about missed it as well. Sutscum, that double kill. The last time that Verdant hit that lower site, they dealt with Sutscum with relative ease. It was the fact that Finway was hiding towards dark that helped Belfast Storm get into the retake. Whereas that one, Sutscum is literally sat in front of the double doors and gets 2 kills pivoting on a dime. Verdant panicking in those late round scenarios, trying to trade, especially perhaps off the chaos caused by Extinct in that fight towards outside. So much chaos there that he would have been feeling so much pressure that then the rest of Verdant perhaps didn't compose themselves enough to hit that lower sight. And yeah, what an impeccable game. And that was just map 1.
That was just map 1. It was 12-6 at the half. Well, not at the half. But that was the first time map point was reached in that one. Verdant fight back with 6 straight to take it to overtime, and then we end up, it's just, what a banger. What a banger to open this up with.
It was such good Counter-Strike as well, because you had Belfast Storm having some really nice decisive set pieces on that CT side, came out swinging with outside control on the first gun round. Second gun round, they went straight for a lobby crunch. And then in overtime, you could tell that they had discussed it. They decided to just stop giving Verdant openings and just set traps for them around the map, that double push, and they read it really well, because Verdant, again, their T-side lacking that depth when it comes to their playbook because they're having to have that stand-in. I mean, they were falling back on a little bit more predictable stuff. And just as Verdant read Belfast Storm's T-side, Belfast Storm were able to read Verdant perfectly in that overtime.
What a game. And look, I don't think it's going to stop there. We've got Dust 2 up next, which is a map that Verdant have been preparing for. They've been getting some things in their back pocket. So we're going to go for a quick break, and then we'll be back. We'll mess around a little bit and we'll go back into map 2. We'll see you in a few. I promise.
I promise.
I promise it's
we'll
coming.
Be back
the break's
in
coming.
A second. It's nearly there. I can feel it, Harry.
It's loading.
It's loading.
They need to change the floppy disk.
Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told them all that I will soon, soon. Knew as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told them step back, I need more room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way, they gotta move. I got a gas, they running on fumes. Told them way back, it's something new. It's me and Dan, you gotta choose. I'm taking what's mine, I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my low, I don't got the time. Crossing my T's and they dotting those eyes. Don't take offense if I do not oblige. I can't relate with like none of these guys. They hit me once and I'm cutting the ties. I was so low, but I'm back on the rise, it's real. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told them all that I will soon, soon. Knew as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told them step back, I need more room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm hopping now I gotta go. I'm looking back, they not even close. I had a 4, now I need a ghost. I got a wave like I'm on the coast. Same ones a doubt and I dare to show. So way that I'm ballin', they think I'm a pro. I'm getting sick by the money I gross. They saying whoa, I told them all what this is. I told them all I don't miss. Said it's my time, look at this shit on my wrist. And when they shooting this breaks, I'm going in a new gig, gotta shift. I cannot stick to the script, I cannot wait. Watch how I get it and flip. It's just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone. Just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone. Hey, just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone.
list you got as the competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever.
Welcome back, everybody. Look, what a first map. You know, an absolute banger. We've got Dust 2 coming up next, but look, we've got a bit of time. The players are having a break. And I thought, look, you guys can stare at a pause screen, right? Or we can discuss the serious matters at hand when it comes to Counter-Strike. That is the map pool. I think it's widely established that at the moment the map pool's in the weakest space it's ever been. And I think it's the best way we can solve this right now
with a tier list.
With a tier list. Yeah. With a tier list. So we have, if we can get to laptop cam, that would be fantastic. We've got a tier list set up. Okay, as you can see, the maps are on the screen here. We're ready to go.
We're ready to go because Vertigo's already in the bin.
Vertigo's already in the trash. I mean, that's a given at this point. Okay, but I think should we start with the active duty map pool at the moment?
Yes, I think that's about right.
Well, we'll start with Ancient at first.
Yeah.
I'm going A.
See, I would like to say A. I think in the current map pool, compared to everything else, it's S. But I think that's more because of how bad the current map pool is.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah,
like at
so
the
I
moment,
think it's A. High A.
I think you have lots of options for both tactical and sort of, you know, brawly play on that map.
Yes.
You can get down and roll in the mud if you want
and
to.
it leads to you have really entertaining games on it as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's fun to play. You're not getting blown out on one side or the other.
It's not one-dimensional CS. It's not solved, where the T side basically just does the same thing every single time. You have opportunities for executes. The retakes as well. It's one of the best maps in the game for retakes. It's a really good all-rounder map, I think.
We'll move on. Anubis, another map in the pool at the moment. Now, I'm going to come up with a hot take.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a hot take. I think it's a C-tier map.
Yeah, I was about to say C-tier. I really don't like Anubis.
Yeah,
I think it could be a really good map if it wasn't so T-sided.
Yeah,
like,
that's the big problem.
It's at one point in the last few months when I was checking the HLTV stats for the maps, it was the most one-sided map in the entire pool. I think Nuke, you could argue with that. At the RMR, Nuke was a little bit more one-sided.
Yep.
But Anubis is without doubt the most T-sided. That's for sure. And I think the game just plays better when it's CT-sided. While you watch some games, you can really appreciate a strong CT side on Anubis because it's so difficult to do. You have to have a really good skill level at playing that proactive, dynamic style, getting aggressive. I think it's just awful. I hate playing it so much. Like it's only fun to play when you hit that flow state and reading the rotations and able to push and pull. If you've got all bad teammates who are constantly dying on that CT side, that's it. You can't do anything. It's such all it would need is to change the spawn timings or change the ways that the CTs could fight for map control towards perhaps B main, for example, or just change the spawn timings, just that. Then I think it would be a much better map. It would maybe even be low A, but because of that, because it's T-sided, I think C. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Where are we going? If we go across here.
Go across.
So we go Dust 2.
Dust 2.
It's coming up next.
I hate Dust 2. I perennial hate Dust 2 hater. I think it's the most boring map that there's ever existed. And Vertigo's worse. I think that just says how bad Vertigo is now. But as a perennial Dust 2 hater, I think Vertigo should even be removed before Dust 2.
I'm just trying to think, is there a way I can add a tier below trash so we can have Vertigo below trash?
I think adding the box, even if it's such a small change, does make it a little bit better, a little bit more playable, because it gives the CT sides some options for mid-round rotations, for some early round aggression as well, and to contest for map control. Because now the Ts, when they go for a default, they actually have to be careful when they take map control. They don't just start with the entire of the map on Dust 2. Again, similar issue with Anubis. The Ts just have so much freedom and so much, there's nothing they have to be worried about. Whereas now, they have to be a bit more worried about a short push, a bit more worried about long, both mid-round and early round. Does make it better, but I still think off angles are impossible on Dust 2. Every angle you walk in, I think low end C, bottom of C.
Bottom of C.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Moving on. Mirage.
Actually, no. To put it upper trash.
Upper trash.
Upper trash.
Above
Vertigo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Upper trash. Yeah. No, I'm happy with that. Inferno. Now, here's the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Inferno. I loved Inferno in CS:GO.
I loved old
if this
Inferno,
was CS:GO Inferno, it would be A tier at the minimum for me. I loved
agree.
how you could be incredibly tactical on the map. It really
even if it had some flaws, I think the rest of it was just so good, so fun to play.
Prioritized
so
fundamentals.
Yes.
I thought it was a brilliant map. This version isn't doing it for me. That said,
it's getting better.
It is getting better.
Getting more playable as meta develops.
I'm feeling high C, low B.
I'm feeling Part of me wants to say low B because I know it has that potential. Like, there's a couple changes which they could make, which like very small changes, like making the B site much easier to retake. Opening up ruins, for example, would make it a little bit more playable.
So high C.
I think high C is probably better. Yeah, high C.
Okay, there we go. Oh, can we
just
there we go. Okay, Mirage. Now look, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Mirage is a great map.
I think it is. Yeah, I think I understand why people dislike it because it's incredibly overplayed.
Yep.
And it's a very old map. It's past its sell-by date. But
if it's still good, it's like those dry biscuits that last forever. They're still good.
Yeah, and on top of that, you were comparing it to the map pool now.
Yeah,
some of the maps in the map pool aren't edible.
No,
so it doesn't matter if a map's past its sell-by date as long as it's still more edible than what else you've got to deal with. I think, fundamentally, Mirage has lots of opportunities. It's just a case of it's just old and played a lot, thought out. Yeah, no, I can't argue that. Nuke, S-tier, nothing more to say about that.
Moving on.
It's tactical. It's the last tactical bastion we have in the map pool right now.
We're missing one. What are we missing?
No, that's 7. That's the active duty right now.
That is that is active duty. Okay, so we'll go back to CS:GO. Some of our previous CS:GO
active
map that
was in the map pool. Do you want to go for Overpass next?
Yeah, Overpass. You see, that's gonna. I think it was up there with Nuke in CS:GO.
At times, I think it was.
But yeah, it'd be high A, low S for me.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about the CS2 version. Like, if we're talking about the newest versions of the map pool, or at least we'll make an exception for Cobble later on. I feel like it's got to be low A, high B.
I think it's a similar treatment where it's with Inferno, right? Where it's a case of, because you've got that refresh, it's going to take some time for people to get used to the new angles, the new visuals and stuff, so that it would like rise up as you play it a little bit more. But yeah, old Overpass, I think, had moments where it was S tier, but towards the end, I understand why it wasn't. It was just, you'd have Virtus Pro just doing Virtus Pro things, just sitting back to like 10 seconds left on such a huge map as well. It meant it was so easy for action to be avoided. I think low A right now.
Low A, okay.
Maybe high B.
Yeah, we'll temporarily put low A here.
I mean, we've not put anything.
We haven't put anything in B. No. No, in fact, no. You know what? Current Overpass. I'm gonna demote it. High B. If we go, I guess Cash. Was that was Train? Train was the last remove.
But
do we go for current Train?
Now, if we're going old Train, S+.
S tier.
I'm going S+.
Okay, not S+. Let's not go that far.
If it's old Train, I loved that map. That map, it's like I could be on that map and I could feel everything. It's like I'm trying to think of an analogy now. Of like, I'd be like a tree. I could feel the roots through the earth. And feel
like, when they put you in like Avatar, when they plug them into the tree.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's what I'd feel like every time I play Train. I'd be like connected to my ancestors or something. I don't know.
The current version, though, they've changed the SI a bit. I still think there's room to cook.
I still like it.
I do still like it. I think there's room to cook. I think it's an adjustment period. I'm going to put it just under Overpass.
I think that's fair. I mean,
but look, as the meta develops, it could go up.
Yeah.
Right?
So as I played it on matchmaking when it came out, I had the same opinion as everyone else. The A site just felt really uncomfortable, felt off. But playing it in matchmaking, having figured playing it in FACEIT, I played 2 games and I figured out exactly how the contact works for A main as a CT and both as a T. What you'd have to do to be able to win that fight and what counters there were in play for either side. I think it plays very similarly to the old Train, and I actually really enjoy it. There are, a couple angles that might need changing, but beyond that, I think it's I really like Train, and I think personally I'd put it a little bit higher, but I'm happy with it being
Cash. Now, this is the question. Okay, green Cash or grey? I see, for me, grey Cash. I loved that when that was in the map pool. I didn't like the rework as much.
See, the thing is, the issue I have, because I think loads of people share that opinion with you. So obviously, if that amount of people share that opinion, I think there's got to be some validity to it. But the issue I have with it is the fact that the changes that were made to Cash, from grey Cash to green Cash, I actually liked a lot of those changes. As an A-site, a player who played the A-site, I loved the fact that they changed around the container to be that van, because it made some funky little angles which you could try and play with.
Yeah.
Which obviously, yes, they were annoying if you weren't aware of them, but that's a skill issue in my opinion. Be aware of those new angles. And I loved the what they called the Kenny box, right? The new box towards that A site as well. It allowed the CTs to retake, lowering that wall. The only real change made towards B was very little. They added like an extra lamp you could stand on or something.
I generally agree. I do think though that my biggest problem was that green change. Yeah, that green change was made right when they brought in a bunch of the new player models, which were all green.
Yes.
And I I don't know. It might just be me. I find it very difficult if somebody's got a player model that's a similar color to the background. I just find it very difficult to discern.
That I will agree with.
They've added the visibility thing. It's better, but in general, I loved how clean the old one was. I think some of the structural changes, absolutely right, were good on cash. I'd put it low B.
Yeah, no, I was about to say the exact same thing. I'd agree with low B. I think at times in the map pool it would have been a bit like high B. But for now, low B is perfectly fine. I think with both old cache and new cache, I think it balances that out with the structural changes were slight improvements. The window in mid, obviously, that was just get rid of that. That was fine, just being gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it balances it out. Yeah.
Which one? Cobble, of course. Now, see, we might disagree on this one. I was a big Cobble fan.
I really liked Cobble. I think there was only one change that it needed doing, which they did do when they did that whole Halloween update for it, but then they ruined the rest of the map. The A site was perfect. The A site did not need changing whatsoever. That site was beautiful. The B site was fun. All they needed to do was change, as mentioned with the issues with Anubis and Dust 2, is that the T's start with all the map control over towards that side of the map.
They do, yeah.
There was next to no ability for the CTs to fight for B long control. All they needed to do was remove left side of T spawn to change the timings for the Ts getting round over towards the B site. The A site remained the same, the timings on A remained the same, and just change the timings towards B so that the CTs could actually get to plat first, or maybe even add that boost as well. I didn't hate the ability to jump up of drop.
I'm gonna say,
are we doing old Cobble or new Cobble?
I kind of think we do peak Cobble.
Peak Cobble, yeah.
Because
which
like
is old one.
in the competitive map pool, yeah, exactly. I might even be inclined to say old Cobble is low A.
That
might be a bit of nostalgia
talking.
Yeah,
I was about to say we're looking at it with rosy glasses, right? Because how the map actually played, it gave us some good highlight games, but that was when the quality of Counter-Strike was so much worse back then. Like
Apple and Snacks is hungry, man.
Yeah, but nowadays, like you put it in the map pool now, because if we're doing this,
that's fair. If
we're doing old Cobble, put it in the map pool now.
No, I agree. Okay,
I think low B, high B, somewhere around B.
Yeah, we'll put it. Okay, I'll.
To be honest, I think Modern Inferno may even be better than it, but I think low B is fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could see that actually.
So is that all the maps that have actually been
the maps
in
have
the
been
active duty?
Yeah, I don't really want to include like Office because it's a hostage map.
I think the only one left there, to be honest, is Canals, which I'd put S tier. I loved Canals.
Canals was great. Yeah, I agree.
I love Canals S tier. There we go.
Canals S tier. Job done. So guys, look, that our tier list done. If you disagree with it, look,
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. But also tweet at us, and I'll laugh at them. And then move on. I think we've got some stats.
Do we have some stats? Can we bring those up to production? Let's have a look at some
I like stats. Do you like stats? I like stats. Leaf. There he is. Plus minus of 6. KD 1.29. 87 ADR. 1.18 rating.
Yeah, he was having a decent performance. He was a player who, since we've been watching him stand in on Verdant, he's had quite a few quiet games. When he first stood in for them, I can't remember what event I was casting them in, but I was casting them in, and I think it might have been Unite 21 or something. He looked pretty lost. It was quite an abusable position. He wasn't finding the impact. But that's a case of when you're a stand-in, you're sat focusing so much on what your teammates are doing, trying to support them, that you don't have the mind space to actually set yourself up to go for those plays and dictate the game and have impact on the game yourself. But yeah, he's perfectly doing it now, I think, honestly.
Yeah, and also you got that added issue, right, of the fact that he was standing in for both Divi and then he was standing in for Vacancy as well.
Yeah,
so
at 2 different times. Yeah.
The entire team's changing around him. He's not just standing in for one position. He's standing in for effectively 2. So yeah, I can absolutely see why Leaf's up there, right? I mean, incredible performance from him.
But yeah, wasn't enough to close it out. It was Belfast Storm who took it.
Yeah. Do we have any more?
Yeah. Do we have any stats for Belfast Storm, or was this just the MVP of the last map?
Could have been the MVP.
Yeah, it's just the MVP of the last map. Prod just confirmed that one, yeah. So that is... yeah, do we have time for an interview?
Oh, I think we do.
Yeah, we've got time for an interview. Who do you want, Harry?
You know what? Look, we've seen a Belfast Storm player, right? We've heard from them. I think we should probably go over to the Verdant side. I'm going to say, you know what, actually, Extinct doesn't actually get that many interviews. Doesn't do that many interviews. It's a rare treat. So we're going to speak with Matas, Extinct, from Verdant.
Did have an easy run. There wasn't like many challenging teams. Well, Epic was the usual, always winning it. It's a bit disappointing, obviously. We lost to some teams that are obviously weaker than us, but to be honest, it didn't matter as much once we made the UKIC finals. I think we're coming into this pretty confident. We're going to beat them. Losing the Belfast Storm is a bit annoying, but yeah, it's definitely some motivation to beat them right now. Changes we've made have been like a good few role changes. Callum's now our star player, and then I've moved into Callum's old roles as a lurker. So there's a lot of changes, and then obviously Tom's now picking back up the op, so there's quite a lot of changes. Artis is a really good IGL. He helps the team in and out the game, tries to keep everyone motivated, helps them with watching demos and looking over their mistakes and helping them to improve as an individual. So yeah, I think he's an excellent IGL and has always helped me out throughout my career. Ask again, please. Yeah, stop laughing, Tom. Ask a question, I'm ready. Tom, you calm down? Yeah, no, I don't feel any pressure at all. I think we've played really well this year. I haven't been part of the roster for the full year, but I was there for Epic Land in the last UKIC, so I feel very comfortable.
So interesting. There are so many. I almost wish that we'd have had that one. We'd have played that one to begin with. The role thing.
Yeah.
But also the fact that they felt incredibly confident coming into this one, right? He's now admitted as such himself. Yeah, of course that is standard. But the fact that he was like, "Oh, losing to Belfast Storm was annoying." Well, you've just lost to them again. You've just dropped a map to them. You can see 16-14. Your map pick.
But the other times they've lost to Belfast Storm, it's been Ancient, which is a map which Verdant have been up and down on. It's a very good map for Belfast Storm, and even when that's not been the case, Belfast Storm have always had close games on Ancient against Verdant. But now it's Nuke. Now it's your home ground. Now it's your one and true love, and you've lost it.
Yeah. And then the role changes as well. Giraffe is now the star player, and Extinct's now the lurker.
Yeah, it's. That one doesn't sit right with me because again,
but on the T side of Nuke, Giraffe was the one going into secret, bro.
Yeah, so those are the sort of the star lurker roles, right? You're
right,
going towards outside rather than being the lobby lurk. I think that's probably what he meant. But again, that just doesn't sit right with me because one of the issues they've had in their roster for so long, ever since they picked up Extinct back into the roster, was the fact that they had three aggressive riflers who played rotator roles, entry roles, and only one player who'd play lurk and anchor roles. And that one player who plays lurk and anchor roles is not playing lurk and anchor roles anymore. Like, they would have to shuffle. When they removed Ducky and brought Extinct back in, Ducky's anchor and lurk roles were shuffled between those three aggressive riflers because they decided it was much more efficient for or much better and more comfortable for them to share those roles rather than just say, okay, this player is now going to take all of those roles and you're now going to become an anchor and a alert player. But they've decided to do that for Extinct, but he's not taking Ducky's roles, he's taking Giraffe's roles. So I don't know. It's another one of those situations that Verdant have where they're constantly changing their setups, their style of play, whether it's their playbook that they'll just completely tear down for one map. Next week they'll tear down the playbook for another map, rebuild it up, build up some more set pieces and strats, which eventually will get figured out. They'll tear those down, build them up again, or eventually another 2 weeks later they'll change their roles up so that they're different players in a different spot. So everything they've learned over the last 3 weeks, everything they've built and improved and tried to develop, now not necessarily is relevant because now he's got to spend time learning new roles. So he's not actually able to excel in those roles because he's learning those roles instead.
So Dust 2, our next map. Now, Artist was saying, like, we had a chat with him after the veto. If you weren't here to catch that, we did the veto on the sofas, and then afterwards, Artist stuck around. We were having a little chat, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Dust 2. We've done some preparation on it. We've got actually a pretty decently sized playbook for it, and this is Belfast Storm's map pick here." And it's something that they've clearly, obviously, been preparing for the veto. The fact that they were playing practice beforehand, and I was like, "Oh, what map are you scrimming on for your pre-game scrim?" And Freddie's like, "I'm not telling you."
Yeah,
I'm not telling you.
The one thing that's just sitting in the back of my head is I know Artist, and I know that he just loves to throw straight up false information out there.
He does do that.
But I'm thinking about it. It's like, why would he tell us that information if it was false? Why would he do that? Because he has nothing to gain from that.
I don't know, because I'm pretty sure he said to Pete downstairs that he was like, "Oh, I've had a stinker in the veto."
Exactly. That's the thing. You never know with Artists whether he's telling the truth or not. And this is the thing, because I've worked with him, obviously, as an analyst, was in a team with him like 3 years ago or something, and it was the same thing. You just would never know whether he's telling the truth or not. He'd just say something out of the blue, and like, you serious? you just can't tell. And you just say it with a complete blank expression.
Maybe he's doing the psyops, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought that I'd then tell
Perhaps,
Belfast Storm.
Yeah.
But I haven't, because I'm a trustworthy guy.
Yeah, or perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps he was trying to see if we had been speaking to Belfast Storm and had some information
And pry
that
info
him
out,
saying
yeah.
and pry info out of us that he could use. But it's like we're not going to speak to either team and give unfair advantages.
No, of course not.
Like, or at least nothing.
I
that
respect the attempt. You know,
I
do respect the attempt. He's been reading the art of war clearly.
Yeah.
Sorting himself out there, because Dust 2 is going to be an interesting one, especially given, as you mentioned, it's not historically a map that Verdant like to play. They've been playing it more often now, obviously.
I think when it came back into the map pool, they as we mentioned before, they floated between Mirage and Dust 2 as permabans, but since the box was added, they've started to lean much more towards Dust 2. Obviously, with Artist coming in as the AWP, with no longer having Divi in there, that's a question mark. You've got that head-to-head versus Artist and Dexy, which currently Dexy was kind of on top of, or at least on top of, on Nuke. But here on Dust 2, it'll be Belfast Storm starting on that T side.
A map up here as well. This is their map pick. They're coming in a map up. Starting on T side. P250s, 2 of them.
Yeah, going for those long range engagements, just contacting up in towards long. Verdant stacking in towards short. 3 players. That's a full mid stack for Verdant. A jump spot from Artist, but that util, that smoke can be heard thrown. Steps now start to stampede. HE comes through to break open that smoke, but it's a little bit late. They've already crossed, but it doesn't matter. The firing squad gets the rest of the players trailing behind Devi. The bomb will be planted for Belfast Storm. They secured that $600 per player.
Yeah, prioritising that extra cash, making sure that they've got that on board. Lovely headshot from them. The P250 doing a bit of work here. Giraffe uses the opportunity to make his way up through CT. Teammate in tow. A headshot found. Devi spotted behind the bomb site. Needs to get this Glock in the action and only good for 1. Giraffe will put him down. Verdant find the pistol.
Yeah, getting that economic start, which is so important for Verdant, but it's not secured. It's not safe, simply because that bomb plant allows Belfast Storm to get Galils out if they so choose. And one thing to note out to watch out for on Dust 2 is Nem. He's coming up in the UK scene. He's known for to be a bit of an aim star, a bit of a
lower tunnels merchant.
Yeah, a bit of an aim no brain as well. He had a bit of a reputation for that. But I played in a team with him for 4 years. And I knew full well he wasn't aim no brain. He was just put in a lot of those spots where that's kind of what he'd excel at. That's what he kind of built a reputation for, having strong aim. And being a little bit goofy kind of lowered his reputation for brain. But yeah, he's the danger man, someone who Verdant need to watch out for him getting those openings. We saw him dominate against Dripmen and actually be the difference maker on that on this very map. 1-0 start. Belfast Storm going to be a slow start here on their T side on their second round. Verdant, they themselves not playing too aggressively. In fact, they're going to be gambling here. It's just 1 player, Giraffe, to defend this B-bomb site. There's no rotation nearby. There will be soon. Verdant accelerating towards middle. It's a 1-for-1 trade on that site. Nem tears the head off Giraffe. Leaf activates on this flank, catches Finley, but now their location, their position known. Smoke are going to come through to block out the tunnels. And Nem even finds a frag in towards mid. So a 3 versus 3. This is a difficult bomb site to retake.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. It's all going to come down to the opening fights, really, and so far there's a lot of damage being taken. Vacancy does find one, though, and hello, Extinctus fan, Sutska. All of a sudden, this is back on. It's all on Nem in the back of the bomb site, who finds 2. Extinct in a 1 versus 1. Incendiary forces Nem out, but the headshot comes through regardless, and Belfast Storm find their first round here on Dust 2, and Freddy's excited.
He's jumping for joy, celebrating. I told you Nem was the player to watch out for on that back site. The spam through the smoke gives Verdant that opening into that retake, but Nem catches them both, forcing their way through a smoke 1 by 1. The trade potential just isn't there if you force your way through a smoke, unless the first player is jumping, but he wasn't. The first player ran through, well, just level on the ground. It's an easy headshot for Nem. And a beautiful wide swing onto towards that 1 versus 1. And it's a second round break. Verdant now on having to force buy, but his pistols is all they have. Giraffe can't land the deagle shots. Oh, even when hard scoping, just about misses. Bomb planted for Belfast Storm. It is that open B-bomb site. And I mentioned how the CT economy is going to be so important for Verdant. It's their CT side, which really looks strong for them on Nuke. Their T side looked very lackluster. But winning the pistol should have secured them that, but forfeiting that bomb plant then brings it into question, and now it's all fallen down. And I love this call. They're not going for that 5-on-5 retake. They're just saying, look, we forced up into this one. Let's just full eco. Let's save these weapons. The next round, on the full eco, they'll be working with just USPs, whereas here they get another chance. They say, look, we lost the bomb site, we'll forfeit this round, we'll go for that 5-on-5, go for another attempt with these upgraded pistols, with this Kevlar. That extra little MP9 on Leaf. Although, that being said, Dust 2 is a map where these weapons are very hard to utilise. There's very limited options, possibilities, locations for pistols to get involved. And those few positions should be anticipated, expected by Belfast Storm. Namely, lower tunnels obviously being one of them. But there you go, Belfast Storm just fight towards long. Simple, take those long range fights as long as you get out those doors, which you can use utility to mitigate any potential stacks.
Sutscum on the flank. Has he managed to slip out? Oh, he has. He's found the timing. Just about connects the shots onto Extinct and can now drop a smoke and a Molotov. And that's going to split the defense. Originally, it was going to be 4 players stacked on that A bomb site, which would have been great for Verdant. But instead, they send 2 players back to try and deal with the potential of a B hit. Artist lurking his way up middle.
And the thing is, Sutscum just falls right the way back, lets them spend and waste time retaking that site, but Verdant don't waste a minute. They do sprint up. This has just slipped around the corner for this potential fight. They are not going to expect this with Sutscum having cleared mid. And you can see Sutscum's actually being held by Vacancy right now. I say that, just turned around. Smoke comes through, block off the site, and the MAC-10s tear them apart. Artist eventually activates on the flank, but he's only good for 1. But Leaf on the site with the MP9, tucked that entire time, finds 2, and Nem dinked down to 5 points of health. And they don't have the bomb, it's stuck on this site. He finishes off Nem into the 1v1, but the HE
force him out of position. Sutscum.
Oh,
Leaf has had some mega moments so far for Verdant in this final.
But not enough to convert for the round win.
All starts with this, right? Sutscum finding that gap on the B bomb site, forcing the rotate. And Leaf does his best to try and clutch out in the end, but it's Sutscum to both open and close round number 4.
In the words of the late Chester Bennington, in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Guns are out now for both teams. The AWP on Artist. And the AWP on Dexy as well. Going for a B pick early on. Just going to be smoked off by Giraffe though. Knows this is a possibility. Doesn't want to overextend it.
So it does appear here on Dusty Giraffe is playing those anchor rolls tucked in towards that B site. And Verdant going to be placing a lot of trust in him to hold solo. They can see an Artist will play that duo in rotation towards middle. Artist with that AWP, and nice little spray from Vacancy, perfectly lines up. Little tippy tappies on towards Finwee, so an opening kill. Giraffe spotted now on towards that backside. Util will come raining towards him. It's a double molly. He's fully blinded, flushed out of that site.
And beautiful.
They didn't even commit.
They don't even commit to the bomb site. Vacancy lying in wait for full-on assault from Belfast Storm. Gets nothing.
I love how composed they are, because some player, probably Finwee, has made that call and they've fully trusted. So look, get the kill. It's not commit. What is this position from Extinct? He's found his way out from long, up in towards the top of mid. He will find one soon. Does he play trigger discipline?
Surely he doesn't get checked here, right? Surely. He's managing to slip all the way up through the suicide corridor.
He needs to get a shuffle on though, because they might be able to slink in towards the doors before he does. He could line them all up inside the doors. There we go, at least spots them go in. An Artist waiting.
They're putting a blender here. Artist going to fall back. He knows that this round is secure as long as he stays alive for as long as he can and allows Extinct to work. He will finally get shut down. Nem finds a kill onto Vacancy in the meantime as well. So a man advantage at the moment. Leaf needs to live on the bomb side. Extinct makes his move. Devi is good for 1. Extinct makes it the 1v1 and that's it. Yeah, round done. Beautiful from Extinct on the backstab. Nothing Nem can do other than save his rifle.
A perfectly timed push there from Extinct. Based off of that information that the draft spotted so many players towards tunnels, it's not likely that a lurker would hold long. They're more likely to hold rotations in towards mid. So it's also something which a lot of long players, long anchors, won't do is go for those pushes, those well-timed pushes to go through the doors. A lot of the time you see an anchor just sit there in that spot.
Yep.
And they'll just sit towards long and say, look, I've got long in control, I'm doing my job. And it's like, well, do more than your job. Win the round. He's able to do that. Verdant, though, after such damage to their economy, they're on to MP9s, and they are getting the MP9s involved. Vacancy gets 2.
Massive from Vacancy. And he's still alive, still fighting, heading up middle as well. Fanui dropped by Artist. Devi here at the top of middle. I have no idea what's about to hit him. As Vacancy strikes, leaving Sutskum in a 1 versus 5.
Shifting in towards lower tunnels, but surely he's about to kill. Yeah, MP9 towards the top side swing, then comes in from Extinct, but it's Leaf to finish it. Scoreline tied 3-3. A really nice aggressive play there from Verdant in towards lower tunnels. Belfast Storm not anticipating it, failing to trade. And I was about to say as well that, yes, Extinct kind of helped close out that previous round for Verdant, but the Belfast Storm was still somehow able to kill pretty much everyone but Extinct. And still do so much damage to the economy, which put them down on towards MP9s. But those MP9s succeed. It's a clean round conversion for Verdant. And now they upgrade onto a double orb. Extinct, I think, picking up Lexi's orb from the previous round. And now Belfast Storm are just on a full eco. It's just pistols, but Vacancy tested. They're going to charge him down. The flashes are very good, but the shot's not quite. And instead, the Belfast Storm players will all fall to the ground in a really desperate attempt to find Leaf. Not going to be so successful. Verdant going to be taking that lead again, 4-3.
Guns will return for Belfast Storm, but not enough for an AWP. Dexy's going to be on the AK-47 here. Utility, decent. Devi drops down to a Galil to get a little bit extra going. So we'll see what they do here. Heavy mass of players headed toward long. And this might just be a late pop here because Incendiary and Leaf getting up close and personal.
This is a perfect spot to stop this. The flash will go in front of him, but he can just hold left click. He can just hold left click. They have to push in towards his crosshair. It's a free 2 kills. They get completely shut down. Beautiful anticipation there from Leaf. So a 2-man advantage. 1 minute 30 on the clock. What do Belfast Storm do? They're in no position to kind of consolidate their forces. Split up right now.
Leaf on 12 kills already. Massive start to the game for him. Then you look at Fanui, who hasn't got one on the board yet. That's the in-game leader. Sutskum tries to get something going on the B-bomb site, but just a raw fight. Vacancy is going to take that every day of the week. Fanui now looking to make space on short, but Artist escapes. Extinct comes in with an incendiary, forcing Fanui wider into the scope of the in-game leader, and there it is. Still unable to get a kill. 0 and 7. Dexy in a 1 versus 5 here. Eliminates Leaf. Next, his rival Orpa. Artist on long. Spotted, but Extinct jumps his way up. 5 rounds for Verdant on the CT side. Belfast Storm stumbling a little bit.
Yeah. Verdant, as we mentioned, seem comfortable. Considering this, again, a while ago, was one of their perm bans. But, as we mentioned, the Artist has said he's been prepping for this one. He's been ready for this map to come through.
Belfast Storm locked in. Freddy with a few wise words. Bit of discussion going on. Verdant as well. Everyone getting involved. Mason, Vacancy being vocal there.
Yeah, I feel like after watching a couple of Dust 2 games for Verdant, I do feel like Vacancy is very comfortable in his position on this map. As you mentioned, it's a case of, on a lot of maps he's shafted and put in those anchor roles, which are not for him. But here he plays that mid-rotate, that second B player, where he can pivot, take fights towards mid, group up with Artists, take fights together, and go for some calls, start to dictate, read the game, and he's very good in those positions. For now, it will just be business as usual for Verdant up against some pistols. See if the Eagles can land some dirty shots.
Vacancy.
Okay, just hunting. Finds ahead of Finwee.
Just 3 players left for Belfast Storm. I think the thing is with these Verdant rounds at the moment is that they feel quite decisive. Certainly the more recent ones don't feel like Belfast Storm really have even much of a look into them. Obviously this one just being an eco. Not necessarily referring to this one, but the couple of gun rounds that we've had prior. Flash over. They have been spotted in the upper tunnels now. A nice headshot onto Giraffe. If they can double this onto Vacancy, potential for a bomb plant at the very least, but no. Vacancy holds firm, joins his teammate on double digits. And Verdant going to find a 6th round, doubling that of Belfast Storm, who will be back on the bye here.
Yeah, with the exception of that 1 versus 3, right? I mean, look at the 3 rounds of Belfast Storm have won. It was a 1 versus 3 from them, and then it was 2 anti-ecos.
Yep.
With the exception of that, Belfast Storm have looked relatively quiet here. Say relatively, extremely quiet. They've not had much going for them, but Verdant have been able to shut them down at every single move. They went for a long pop, Leaf was close to the smoke. They went for a default, Vacancy pushed lower with an MP9 and got 2 and was untraded.
Finui still 0 kills as well, and when it's your in-game leader having such a tough game,
it's going to make it harder for him to be able to read the game, right?
Yeah. He'll always have it in the back of his head that, look, I am not having a good game. At that point, you have to just focus on setting your teammates up, right? You realise that, like, look, I'm not finding these kills. Let me try and help whoever else it is to get theirs. Smoke going to go down. Artist counters with a Molotov and peeks. Ahead, Vacancy. Hicks off Dexy. It's going to be traded out. Finui's on the board.
He's on the board, and he shuts down Vacancy, putting it into a 4 versus 4 again. 4 versus 4. CTs have to spread themselves further. Even more thin, or at least make gambles if they don't want to be thin. Belfast Storm will now start to congregate towards the tunnels with 3. Testing Giraffe again. Has not had an easy work of things. He just headshot through the box. Then a quick kill. An Artist, the nearest player to support. Overwhelmed, misses a shot and is punished for it. 4 versus 2. B-bomb site now belongs to Belfast.
And Finui, an active presence here in spawn. Leaf going to look to clear him out, but gets caught. Extinct. 1 versus 4. Pushing his way into tunnels. Snap headshot onto Sutskov. He's feeling it. See what he can do here. 1v3 now. Moving his way in now. He's going to catch him with the AWP. Belfast Storm, I mentioned these rounds didn't even feel close. That is a decisive one from them.
Yeah, a good reversal of fortunes. Single opening kill, pulling the rotates, and just a simple contact. I think it's... I even said a few rounds ago, Giraffe is a player who Verdant are going to have to try and trust on towards this B site, but so far, Giraffe hasn't been able to hold that site successfully once. It's only been when teammates have come in to support, Vacancy mopping up after him.
Fast out long. Belfast Storm completely force Verdant back onto the bomb site. They retain this double ult. This time Giraffe's the one picking up the secondary.
Yeah, again, so far he's been really contested towards tunnels, and he's taken a lot of fights deep into the tunnels. Because he's playing solo, he feels the need to get early information, to peek deep into all the tunnels. It's much easier for him to do that with a sniper rifle in his hands.
Starting to clear long here, Belfast Storm. Molotov on car, a re-smoke coming in from Extinct to block them, to keep them at bay. In the meantime, a player in lower tunnels, Vacancy, has access. Belfast Storm divert, they're heading back towards mid here. They've got Dexy in this lurk position with the AWP. A headshot angle he can play with a big zoom banger.
Steps start to be made. Util deployed to try and take short control. Leafs good for 1, but do they expect Vacancy? No, they don't, but it's traded nonetheless.
Good trades.
A 3 versus 2. On top of that, Dexy found the kill towards long. Now another 1-for-1 trade up on the site leaves Giraffe with this secondary AWP. A 1 versus 2.
Almost certainly a save from him here, but maybe not. He's starting to get...
They have cash for it.
Curious. There is, yeah, cash in the bank. But when you're reinvesting AWPs every round, it disappears quicker than you think. He's going to
There's
jump
only
up
one
the
round
short
left
box.
after this, though. They can buy no matter what, so he has to go
Spotted.
for it. But
Nem takes him down, and that from Belfast Storm is textbook Counter-Strike. They get the man advantage. They trade. They trade. They trade. They trade. They trade. They win.
I mean, even if they walked into a potential crossfire there, it was still traded.
Yep.
That's what mattered most. I think vacancy towards lower, activated a little bit too late. If he activated earlier, he could have got a kill on a player who was about to trade Leaf on short.
Potential for Belfast Storm to tie it up 6-6 here in the final round of the half, and Dexy starts it off right with a pick onto Giraffe early on. He's even waved him goodbye in the player cams.
Beautiful. Vacancy now playing passive towards the site. Trying to lock down the site in Giraffe's place, but it's not successful. Molly going to flush Extinct back, and the HE actually finishes him off. Just a bombardment of utility from Belfast Storm. Artist even going for a no-scope up in towards window. Desperation will land the headshot, but there's the trade from them. A safe pair of hands. He's Leaf. 1 versus 4. Last round of the half. Has to attempt this clutch.
Yeah, no choice. Got to go for it.
Look at this Finwee on this flank. Won't even get activated. It'll be Nem to finish it off in style, putting him up to 16 kills.
Oh, Nem. He had a quiet game on Nuke. But Dust 2's clearly his map, right? He's been having an absolute blinder of a game. Leaf started off hot. It was a big key factor for Verdant in some of those opening rounds. He's 14-8 at the moment. He's still very high on the scoreboard for them, don't get me wrong, but
they kind of managed to avoid him a little bit more. But I think, as I'm talking about in the tier list we did with the maps, Dust 2 is kind of one of those maps which, as Nem perfectly showcased, that an entry fragger can just walk out into angles. If there's some utility for them, just a couple flashes, they can just walk in, and the CTs will be blinded because it's so hard for the CTs to establish crossfires on the map because there's no hiding spots on Dust 2. It's one of the reasons why I personally really don't like it, because I always, as I was growing up in Counter-Strike, learning the maps, I loved finding the off angles, finding the spots where I could just sit in an angle and I knew that I wouldn't be cleared, and I knew that, or maybe I knew that there was a chance that someone would the player walking into my angle would have to clear a different angle at the same time. You can't do that on Dust 2.
No, you can't. That said, we're 6-6 now. It started as a very, very strong map for Verdant, I think. They felt like they had the momentum, and it was the way they were winning the rounds as well, right? They were winning them decisively. Belfast Storm, they fought their way back into it. It's 6-6. It's dead even at the half. So, I'm firing a question off to you right now. Do we see Inferno?
I don't think so.
No?
No. I think Dexy started to warm up in the last couple of rounds there. Especially with that shot on the cross, that's going to give him some energy, some momentum, which he can carry on to that second half, which is so important on that CT side with the AWPer. He's going to be a pivotal factor. And while, yes, Verdant did look like they were comfortable on the CT side towards the start, towards those first few rounds, as you mentioned, Lee finding those multi-kills, they looked competent on the map as well. But I don't think that they're that competent enough to have as deep a playbook when things start to go wrong. Like, the fact that in MR12, that we had Belfast Storm able to figure out Verdant in that short amount of time. Normally, especially lower level teams, when I say lower level, I mean this sort of level that we're playing at right here, like tier 2, tier 3, it takes a lot of time for teams to actually figure out where the weak points are in your opponent when you're down so many rounds, to actually make those adjustments. Whereas there, they figured out, okay, Draft's clearly a weak point. He's struggling to hold the site. We can just walk in, take those aim fights. We don't even need to commit to the site. We can just walk in, take those aim fights, isolate him, get those kills, and they did that really well. They started abusing that B-bomb site completely.
Yeah, I think it's always a bit of a worry as well when you've got a double-up setup. A double-up setup in itself can be fine, especially on Dust 2, right? But you've got a double-up setup that in one round is in Extinct's hand, and then the next round it's in Giraffe's hand, right? And it's clearly an adaptation to help Giraffe out. A crutch, yeah, or, you know, as I always put it, a cry for help, right?
Yeah.
I think, you know, the first time you bring it out, sure, it's a bit of a change-up. It's a bit of a diversification of your CT side. But then the fact that it's now changing hands as well, it suggests to me that they were scrambling, trying to claw onto anything they could to stop the free fall of rounds that they were in.
And I think one of the talking points going into this grand final was the MVP race. And it was all Verdant players other than Nem. You had Giraffe at the very top, then it was Nem, I think it was Artist after that, and maybe another Verdant player or two. But now, if this map continues as it is, if Belfast Storm take this, it's a lock-in for Nem, especially with Giraffe struggling in that first half. But we're into the second half now. It'll be Verdant on that T side, setting themselves up towards this B site where Sutscum lies in wait. Has some backup with Finwee, will spot them out. Flash comes through, quick taps. In fact, it's just a firing squad. It's a complete firing squad at range with 2 USPs.
Nothing connects at all for Verdant. Vacancy's in a 1 versus 5 with the Glock here. Does find the first onto Nem. They need to not hand him a load of 1v1s here. Double swing will come through. It should push Vacancy back a little bit here. And in fact, yeah, he's going to completely divert, change his approach.
40 seconds. Plenty of time. Bomb on his back. Searching, hunting for headshots. I'll find Dexy.
Spotted from behind, but he's crossed already. He's searching for fights on the B bomb site here. Finally, Devi will shut him down. I get so nervous watching, like, especially like Dexy's position there on the doors. No way to trade, but
especially with how clean some of those shots were from Vacancy. But this,
speaking of clean shots, though, man.
Look, the thing is, there's no one actually shooting them. There's one player at the back who's actually shooting the players who are shooting the Belfast Storm players on the site. The first 2 players running in, they're focused so much on clearing the close angles in case it's a stack, making sure cars clear, clearing everything else. Say, look, play at the back of the site. I'm not going to sit there in an aim fight. Only one player does. And it just means the Belfast Storm have so much freedom. And they're actually going for a buy with full MP9s.
Okay, it's fine.
I think you need a heart rate monitor after that one.
Oh, it was when he pulled out the nade, man. He pulls. It's lucky that Nem was there, because like he pulls out the nade at the exact moment that the pit. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Relax. Stay calm.
For viewers at home, Harry literally just jumped out of his chair when that happened, when he saw the guy come onto his screen. Oh, but yeah,
I could see him on the X-ray. I still got panic.
5 MP9s here on the first gun round. Verdant not getting the bomb plant, going to full eco there on the second, means a 3rd round investment for them. On the T side, it's slightly less expensive for them to invest, so they will get a healthy buy with AKs. A handful of grenades, not a perfect amount, but they are up against MP9s, SMGs. Surely they'll anticipate, expect exactly what's coming. And Belfast Storm, when you've got MP9s, what do? You fight crunch lower tunnels. And Giraffe is sat here in a very unorthodox angle. You barely ever see this fight being taken. Finwee, under the cover of the smoke, will escape from the tunnels, so he can get a rotate. Look at this perfect call from Verdant, anticipating such a heavy stack towards the tunnel. So they just sprint up towards short, sprint up towards an empty A bomb site where these MP9s are really going to struggle. I would be tempted if Verdant or if Belfast Storm don't find a quick couple kills here, just save the MP9s.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely respect the choice. As it turns out, I think they are all going to get picked off here.
Giraffe could go down. Yeah, there's an AK picked up for Finwee.
And a kill possible on the bomb site as well. They're hunting quite aggressively here on shore. Yeah. Finn's found another onto Leaf. Bomb half ticked. Finn is down, and so it is going to be a 7th for Verdant. But again, that's just MP9s. Belfast Storm still have the money in the bank. Yeah, bonus, exactly that. Plenty of money for an AWP to be dropped across as well, and it will be Dexy operating the big green.
I would really like to see just a full MP9 save, even if it meant they would be working with SMGs again. Just financially, you keep the SMGs, go for another crunch.
Money, yeah.
Would Verdant expect you to crunch lower tunnels 2 rounds in a row with
Surely
MP9s?
They don't crunch lower tunnels 2 rounds in a row.
I mean, obviously they're not likely to do it here with the rifles, but if they save those MP9s, certainly a possibility. But again, they were fighting for those rounds, fighting with every last breath that they had.
Passive spread across the map from Belfast Storm. They have got long control here. Flashes into lower tunnels. Leaf fully blinded.
We dabbing on that one. Flash comes in over the tunnels, blind anyone on short.
Yeah, I mean, Leaf was well ahead of that. Yeah. But the idea was there.
Yeah, they're just using utility to try and get him up into short. Look at this play from Vacancy. Creeping up behind the smoke, receives a dink, and then just falls back after finding Finwee.
And Belfast Storm have no nades. It's not even like there were any on Finwee either. They've completely drained their tool belt.
Oh, the pixel angle. Nem and Artist, I don't think they spotted one another. But Nem will walk into the angle, quick headshot towards Artist, clean. Back into the 4 versus 4, and Nem just disengages. Don't want to get caught being traded.
Yeah, really nicely recovered. 40 seconds left. We're entering the final stages of the round. Verdant grouping, getting ready for an A split here. A lurk on long. The bulk of the attack coming in on short. 3 players. No utility to block. Extinct takes down Sutskum. Nem has 3 players on his screen. It's all on Dexy here. He's managed to take down the lurk, but he's being pressed on from the bomb site now. Does finally take down one. There's a second. Leaf's gone. Giraffe alone in a 1 versus 2 here. And he doesn't know where the final player is. Devi swings in from short. Belfast Storm find 9. What a recovery from Dexy.
Massive recovery after missing a couple shots there. Yes, he gets the first few, but overwhelmed. You can see Verdant, even after seeing that he was stuck there missing shots, they were trying to organise a double swing. And the double swing did come through. The issue is there was no trade. A messy spray, the USP able to even come out after Vacancy worked so hard to get them this opening. And it's the thing, right? On Nuke, Vacancy was missing for most of it. And it went into overtime. But here he's showing up, but it's still so close. It's Giraffe who's now the missing player.
9-7. Belfast Storm, 2-round lead. Full buy in this one. The money's not great for Verdant here. Extinct's already bought up, as has Artist. It looks like they will be having a go at this one on the Force, but it's going to be disparate in the buy. There's 2 AKs, an AWP, a Tech 9, a Vacancy, maybe a Galil. Doing the maths in his head, he can go for armor and a Galil won't have much utility. Or he can drop down to a Tech 9 as well for the nades. I think that's what this brief timeout is for. Okay, Galil, no nades. So 3 rifles, AWP and a Tech 9. Not too bad. Especially for Dust 2, I suppose. In fact, no, he sold and gone for the Mac 10, so the util required. And long pressure will be the name of the game.
Relatively tentative start for Verdant, not contesting for map control too heavily, just trusting Giraffe in lower tunnels with this Tech 9. Work at extremity in the meantime. Verdant holding for the long push, holding for the mid push. They now converge in towards middle together with Giraffe. Listening to steps here close to the doors, manages to get his way in towards the cubby. We'll hear a lot of the rotations, a lot of the noise, and a bit of pressure now comes towards long. Extinct. Searching. Gets his way out towards the blue. Hunted down by Sutskum. Going to force the issue for Verdant. Do they cancel or do they accelerate? They decide the latter. Sprinting up in towards short. The Tech 9 of Giraffe taking point and taking Finwey's head. 4 versus 4. Dexy falls back towards long, but can't quite land the shots. Verdant plant the bomb in the 4 versus 4.
And a death ball coming in through short for the retake. 2 kills fly in for Belfast Storm. Dexy gets more aggressive here as Vacancy does find 1. Quickly traded out by Sutskum, and Devi comes in with the final kill. The pressure from Dexy too much. Verdant boxed in on the bomb site. Nowhere to go. And that's 10 rounds, double digits for Belfast Storm. 7 still for Verdant. And they're a map down as well. Belfast Storm are just 3 rounds away.
Just 3 rounds away from taking this precious trophy sat between us right now. From dethroning Verdant. Verdant, who are looking to go for the quadruple. They won both the last 2 Epic lands. They won last UKI season. They've won 3 lands in a row, looking to make it a 4. But Belfast Storm, it's a rainy day. Verdant.
It's a rainy day in Sheffield. Devi the one. Trusted with anchoring this B bomb site as Verdant gather their forces, getting ready for a long hit. Giraffe going to be pressuring short. Tech 9 just about connects onto Nem here and will find the kill. That's a rifle that can be picked up here. The Giraffe looking to put it to work here on short, but Dexy's there to hold. Nice shot. Pincered though, the long push comes in. Vacancy finds a kill as well. And all of a sudden it's Finui here, but then Devi comes out of nowhere and stuck on the cross. Verdant have nothing.
The firing squad.
The smoke only just now going down.
Extinct trying to hold over the top with the AWP. Shot baited out. And look at this full reposition from Devi.
I love it.
Going up towards long. Bomb even planted for long. Extinct is holding for it. Even if the flash comes through, it's not enough to blind Extinct. So a 1 versus 2 clutch. Artist so low on health. Finwee going for reposition up here, but doesn't check Gandalf. And Artist just has it held. Verdant managed to get themselves onto the board here on the T side once more.
Whew, it gets close.
Yeah,
the fact that there's no... Extinct has a smoke that entire time, but Verdant decided to cross CT before Extinct has an opportunity to get that smoke down.
Bearing in mind though, at the start of this was just pistol.
Oh, okay, he picked it up later on the bomb site, to be fair. I was just watching the replay there, he didn't have it.
Yeah.
I'll let you off.
You're forgiven. You can wash your hands clean.
You know what else is going to be clean? The bank account for Belfast Storm here. There is not a lot of money to go around. 2 rifles, a scout on Finwee, Nem, and Sutscum with 5.7s. And look, 5.7's completely viable for an eco round on Nuke, for example. But you've got to put it in a specialist position here on Dust 2. You've got to make sure you're in a spot where you can make it work.
And those are few and far between on Dust 2. Verdant will just look to go for a bit of a standard default. 3 towards tunnels, 2 towards top mid. Holding long and mid push. Use a utility to clear out lower flashes, mollies to flush them out, and then we'll deploy a smoke to buy time. HG just trying to blow it open. Oh, okay, vacancy just one tap to them through the smoke. Leaf is going to find 2 on the spray.
What can you do?
What more can you do? The scout from Finwee yet to really activate.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of your players have just died.
That's 2 of your M4s.
Yeah. And it's like you could try go for the reposition by that point. Verdant probably already up short. Giraffe's out B. Sutscum has a 5.7 in a 1v5.
He's got Kevlar. He'd go for a save. He's got something worth.
He's got something
worth staying alive for.
And if he saves that 5.7, he might be able to drop it to Dexy.
Oh, and he gets a secondary. Wow.
He gets a secondary.
That's not even a percent. That's like a 0.1%. That is.
Listen, man. Every little helps.
True. That's undeniably the truth. But
it's
still sticking around, just hasn't pinned.
I mean, look. Oh, okay. He knows he's there now, and he's been pushed back. Yeah, but like, if he doesn't molly that, and Sutscum gets a freebie, oh.
Well, they kind of had it figured out. Long was held the entire time by Artist. They cleared out mid, cleared out B, cleared out tunnels, cleared out A. Left Long the only possibility. They will hunt him down, remove that Kevlar from his corpse. So Verdant now just 1 round behind Belfast Storm.
And this has got to be Nico.
Yep. Ready to tie up this scoreline. Ready for us to go potentially all the rounds again.
It wouldn't be... I mean, what is this? Leaf gets the first kill through the smoke as well.
Yeah, Leaf gets both his spams through the smoke, technically. Well, according to the kill feed, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it was dispersed for the second one, but that is preposterous. This round, surely...
What's Belfast Storm's win condition here on this full eco, on a full USP round? How are they trying to win this one?
They're stacking up outside middle. They're hoping for a bit of a mid to B split. Devi dancing with death here in the tunnels as Artist will hold with the AWP. Molotov flushes. Position out here. Belfast Storm going to be taking mid doors control, and yeah, steps heard. This is a bit messy here. Finwee will eliminate Giraffe. Leaf quick with a response, vacancy as well. Sutscum is alone, and this should be a 10-10. We should be tied back up. I mean, this would, yeah, look, we're going to be tied up. This would be mental. I think he's just hanging around for an overextension.
Yeah, there's really nothing much to say about this one. It's a similar situation to the last round. This time we've got nothing to hold on to, though. Nothing to even use to try and find a kill. But that USP. But here come the rifles. Here comes the buy for Belfast Storm. But still, it's not optimal. Dexy no AWP. An MP9 on Devi. Weak utility.
Yeah, this is not good at all.
Yeah, they're giving Verdant chances to get back into this one.
And both teams...
I say get back into this. They're giving Verdant chances to close it out.
Yeah, both teams 3 round wins away.
But again, this is us 2 all over on your T side. This is what you'll see 99% of Dust 2 rounds on T side, of gun rounds at least. 2 top mid, 3 lower tunnels. That's literally it. And then you use utility, clear out tunnels, use utility, push the CTs back and short. Might do it at varying paces. But there you go, about 1 minute 20, you take cat control. And then from that point, you can try and push and pull rotations between mid and short. That's exactly what Verdant will do, their bread and butter.
Vacancy setting himself up here for a bit of short util. Verdant just sitting and holding, waiting for an aggression from Belfast Storm. Devi going to commit himself to the pillar cubby on the B bomb site, but the main attack will be coming A side.
Belfast Storm have no grenades left. Just 3 flashes, make that 2, make that 1. As they're burnt out to try and defend from the utility thrown towards short, but it's an acceleration towards this B bomb site. Finley about to be tested, good for only 1 before being traded.
Yeah, Nem going to have to save this M4, and again, the lack of utility, the lack of actual good weaponry for Belfast Storm, the fact they don't have an AWP costs them. They end up turtling up in the bomb sites, operating with no information. They use their final few flashes to try and spring a trap, hoping that it's a short push, and Verdant just diver, head mid, take B.
I think Belfast Storm with the rifles there just wanted to not throw the round away after being ecoed on pistols for like 2 rounds. Like, okay, we've got guns out, let's just not throw this. So they played too safe. They was just sat back, but it meant they had no information, no utility, nothing to work with. Verdant had all the freedom to just execute a B split. Nem's at least doing his best to try and save. Will land some clean, crisp M4A1S shots.
And it's enough to keep Verdant away. Stop them from re-peaking. Fanui, man, if he gets a couple there, there's maybe a say in, but this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, we already saw the first map being, oh, what? That's Artist, that's Nem. What's going on there?
I don't know, but you can see them. They're deep in conversation now, right? Because they're in an incredibly tenuous position.
It's the 2 Chuckle brothers as well, staring at each other lovingly.
To me, to you.
To me, to you. But yeah, Verdant already a map, a roundup, sorry. Belfast Storm obviously having stolen Nuke. It's a great possibility, great prospects for them to say, look, let's just close this out in 2. But Verdant putting up one heck of a fight. Belfast Storm, again, lacking some of that energy, some of that gumption that we saw with them on Nuke. And that we saw from them in the other playoff maps, or playoff games on Dust 2, against the likes of Dripmen, where they came into Dust 2 kicking and screaming.
Devi gone already, going for the duel with the Desert Eagle against the AWP of Artist. That gives Verdant a man advantage already, and they just sit back, execute onto the B bomb site. Fanui to hold the line with the Desert Eagle, the rifle miles away. How many can he get on? Vacancy wipes him out. Belfast Storm locked out of the B site here. Dexy coming in on the flank, spotted by Artist, but not eliminated. Never mind, there he is with the Tech 9. And I think quite right as well, this should be a save. Fall back, keep that rifle especially.
I want to see Sutscom save as well to try and keep his Kevlar. There's no need for him, well, I mean, he could try and hunt to go and get a rifle, but he's risking his Kevlar. He had only 1,300 in the bank. Even on full loss bonus, Sutscom won't be able to get full utility. Unless he compromises his weaponry.
Yeah, it's a frustrating trend that Belfast Storm have had in this second half here on Dust 2, is just over-investing and not allowing themselves the room to actually build up the money required to properly contest these rounds. I mean, how many have we actually seen so far that... Oh, Nem's gone as well. Now that's a problem.
Yeah, no AK saved. He can't drop over, and he goes
Double
Sutscom.
up. It's a cry for help, Tim.
That it is.
Not been able to get any real momentum.
And it's sacrificing utility to get that secondary up.
Yep.
Devi's got no grenades. And we already mentioned Sutscum's on somewhat compromised. He only has one flashbang. Yes, he's got a smoke incendiary, but one flashbang. There's no fourth grenade. Perhaps no kit, perhaps no helmet. So your helmet, not really much of a factor if you're up against 4 AKs and an AWP, but it can make the difference on wall bangable angles.
We've got this pause here, Verdant. Deep in conversation. Locked in. Same for Belfast Storm, but this time they're fighting back from behind. 2 required to take it to overtime. Verdant managed 6 on Nuke. But even still, this somehow feels a lot more impossible for Belfast Storm.
I think it's just the fashion that these rounds have been lost in. It's not like they've had close rounds in the second half. It's they either managed to win them.
I don't think they've had a successful B hold.
See if Devi with the secondary AWP can change that.
Other than the pistol round, Dexy boosted up on short as well. Verdant have been beating the flashbang here. Vacancy. Not going to make that same mistake, but Dexy unbothered.
Jiggling on that corner means he's able to dodge that flash. Perfect timing. Then jiggle back out onto the angle.
A proper opening for Belfast Storm, and I don't know how long.
Full reposition from Dexy, now scopes up towards middle. The smoke fades, now searches. Does he spot the leg there? I don't think he did.
Don't think so. Still got this crack angle in mid though. Giraffe going to walk right in, but manages to dodge. Rifle comes in to do damage. HG isn't quite going to find its mark. So, still just the 1-man advantage for Belfast Storm when they had an opportunity for 2. Jumping up onto short. Dexy does catch Artist. A quick trade from Leaf. Leaves Nem on the bomb site. Big nemesis. Going to be pressured, going to be tested. Forced out of position, finds one. Stays alive, doubles up. Giraffe eliminated. Extinct alone on long, and Sutscum will find him. We go all the rounds as Belfast Storm find 11.
Finally, once they get 4 rifles, once they have that AWP on Dexy, they're no longer hampered. They can go for plays to try and shut down that default. The Verdant were just running round after round after round without being pressured, without being sort of startled or stumped in any form. But now with the rifles out, Dexy can get boosted up onto short. They can get that early pick. They can then start to pressure with that man advantage in towards mid, in towards short. Again, using that AWP, and Nem set up to perfection to get that double kill. Usually the smoke. Poor trading from Verdant as their numbers start to whittle away. Just 1 round in it. Do we go overtime again, Harry? Do we go overtime again?
It wouldn't be a grand final without a healthy serving of overtime.
That sounded healthy, that one.
It didn't sound healthy. That was, I just had a sip of water and tried to talk too quickly is what happened there. But a healthy serving of overtime is what we need. Can Belfast Storm give it to us here on Dust 2? All the nades, all the guns. This is one of the best buys they've had all damn half. And Fanui's changing it up. Flipping the script, getting aggressive in lower mid.
Oh, that HE.
Chunky onto Extinct.
That's got to feel kind of rotten. You're sat as Extinct jump spotting. Like, yeah, no, I'm getting information if they decide to push, if they decide to make any plays, any pressure. And HE just comes flying towards him.
Verdant have changed their script as well. They're not going for this lower tunnels hit. Instead, they've got 4 players spiraling out top mid.
Flash does allow Finwee to cross back over. Gains some information, blocks the mid doors. Again, util being deployed by Verdant. They make their way up on towards Xbox. Finwee didn't spot anything, but Dexy will get that information. Doesn't drop though. Still fighting over the top of this ledge. Forced to now drop, forced to fall back. And Verdant will accelerate into an MTA bomb site. 5 versus 5. Belfast Storm have to play for the retake, but currently locked out behind the incendiaries, behind the Molotovs. Push comes in through towards middle. Giraffe holding for the jump up of the Xbox. There might be a double peek coming in towards the top of Cat as well. Giraffe searching, exposed, good for 1, good for 2, what a pivot!
That could be it. Belfast Storm needed to take one of the extremities in order to regain access to this bomb site. Now they're going to be relying on this long push, and Artist holds firm with the AWP. Giraffe finds a kill as well. Dexy in a 1 versus 5. Verdant take it just about 13-11, stealing away Belfast Storm's map pick of Dust 2.
Looks like Extinct's going to miss his flight as we're going to be going to that third map of Inferno. And we wanted Inferno because we thought that would be the entertaining map. That would be the close one. That would be the back and forth over time.
They've all been close.
They've all been close. That one less so back and forth. I think that second half, very much Belfast Storm really struggled to kind of get into that.
Yeah, they did.
They did chip away at those rounds, but it very much looked like Verdant were comfortable. They were in control. They just sat back, did their default. It was just going through the motions for them, taking lower tunnels, taking mid control. Belfast Storm just didn't have the funds, didn't have the weaponry or utility to actually stop that default. And as soon as it was stopped once, Verdant mix it up and they charge in towards mid again.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell Artist, I think he was telling the truth in that pre-game. He was saying that they had a playbook for Dust 2 and it seemed like it, right? I mean, comparatively, you look at the sort of the way the two teams played, it almost felt like a Verdant map pick more so than a Belfast Storm one. They looked a little bit lost, flailing a little bit, I have to say. But that means we're 1-1. We're all tied up. Inferno as a third map decider. Have we rolled the clocks back to 2018 again? Are we back in the prime time? Oh, Inferno deciders, man.
Yeah, no, they're historically, you've got some banging Inferno deciders and best of threes, but it's really interesting because again, you've got that whole conundrum of Verdant. They wanted Inferno as the decider. They wanted that map. They prepared for that map, but then Belfast Storm had the opportunity to just pick Ancient, go for a map which they know that they can beat Verdant on. On top of that, a map which Verdant haven't been good on since they've had their roster issues with Leaf standing in. But they chose to go for Inferno. That says to me that they're prepared. They wanted Inferno. They didn't want Ancient. They decided to try and mix up the veto. The question I have is, was Belfast Storm's decision to make it go to Inferno as a decider, was that based out of them just trying to surprise Verdant, just trying to say, you can expect Ancient, expecting Verdant to do loads of preparation for Ancient, say, look, all the prep you do, it's all wasted because Ancient's not in there. When in reality, I mean, Verdant were just going to hope that they would either win Ancient or win the other two.
The thing that gets me as well, right, is that during, or just the playoffs, not even the regular season, right, the playoffs, recent memory, Verdant got absolutely walloped by Royals on Inferno. It was a 13-1. How much can you really do to turn such a dire...
That was with Divi, right?
That is true, yeah. So, look, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. I think we'll go for a quick 2-minute break. We'll come back with a bit more fun stuff. I've been cooking. I've got some in prepped. But we'll have a quick break, sort ourselves out, and we'll be ready to go in a few. We'll see you in a bit.
Doing minutes, I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business, and I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant, need a triple double. Told them check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple double. Told them check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple double. Told them check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple double. Told them check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told them all that I'll go soon, soon. Know as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told them step back, I need more room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way, they gotta move. I got a gas, they running on fumes. Told them way back, it's something new. It's me and Dan, you gotta choose. I'm taking what's mine, I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lower, I don't got the time. Crossing my T's and they dotting those I's.
size. Don't take offense if I do not oblige. I can't relate but like none of these guys. They hit me once and I'm cutting the ties. I was so low but I'm back on the rise, it's real. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon, soon. Know as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom, vroom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm hopping now I gotta go. I'm looking back, they not even close. I had a 4, now I need a ghost. I got a wave like I'm on the coast. Same ones are down and I dare to show. So way that I'm ballin', they think I'm a pro. I'm getting sick by the money I gross. They saying whoa, I told them all what this is. I told them all I don't miss. Said it's my time, look at this shit on my wrist. And when they shootin' this brace, I'm going in. Ain't a new gig, gotta shift. I cannot stick to the script, I cannot wait. Watch how I get it and flip. It's just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone. Just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone. Ayy, just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah. Better get lost, won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me.
Hello and welcome back to the UKIC Division 1 Grand Finals. We went all arounds on both of the maps so far. We're 1-1 currently. Belfast Storm 1 Nuke. Verdant 1 Dust 2.
Yeah.
It's been an absolute banger. But we're going to take a breather now, Tim.
Yeah.
Okay. So we did the tier list of the maps, obviously, before. Been cooking, and by I mean I've been on the internet and found this. So Blast have a thing called Spot Guesser for CS. It's very, you know, if you played GeoGuessr, it's that sort of vibe. So if we could switch to laptop cam, that would be brilliant. We can see here
I've got an idea.
A spot on the map.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I just realised the idea won't work because it's like GeoGuessr, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, so we've got a spot on the map here. Now straight away, this.
Well, that's Inferno, isn't it?
This looks to be Inferno. Yeah. So we'll do that. Okay. Now, whereabouts on Inferno? That's the question.
I'm just trying to think. So that's a lower archway, which has got a.
I'm pretty sure. Isn't that used for?
Fire hydrant.
Isn't that used to line a nade up at some point?
See, if I was still like
playing,
competing, I would know like every spot because I would have thrown a grenade from every single spot there.
See,
every possible.
I want to say it can't be that one. I want to say it's maybe.
It can't be those. It's not those.
Okay, so what have we?
What are we left with? It's not gate outside apps. Could it be bottom mid? No.
No.
I'm thinking. No, it can't be T spawn. I'm thinking like just underneath T ramp.
Just underneath T ramp? Yeah, like here.
Somewhere around here, yeah.
Oh yeah, it could be there. All right, we'll confirm. We'll lock it in.
Oh, nope, it's top banana.
It's top banana.
What? What?
Is that outside? It's fine.
Is that on top of the ledge?
Let's not.
It must be on top of the ledge.
Let's not worry about it. We'll move
be.
on. Okay, this is ancient.
Yes, I think that's ancient.
Okay. Where?
I'm trying to look where those boxes are.
Oh no, this is red room, isn't it? This is like here.
Yes. Yeah. It is there. No, further to the right. Go further to the right. Oh no, it's left. It's left. It is left. Left. You're right there.
Yes. There we go. All right. Brilliant. We're locked back in. Oh my god, what is this?
That's ancient. That's inside cave.
Okay.
That's the yeah.
That box there. Yeah, with the little
box right there.
You're dead right.
Bosh.
There we go.
So quick on that one.
The maximum score.
Maximum score.
That's Anubis.
That's Anubis inside Temple.
In Temple, yeah.
That's in Temple on top of the steps.
So that's in here, top of the steps.
Give you the max score. Go on.
Max score. Let's go. Ah.
Oh, it's the opposite
corner.
End, of course it is.
Oh, well, this is... Okay, we know where this is. This is Anubis. Yep. This is the A-bomb site. This is the jump up. That's there. In fact, yeah, that's there. Max score. Come on. What? Oh, my God.
This is how long you take to click.
Really?
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Okay, so what we got? 392 out of 500. I mean, this was a stinker.
Yeah, that was awful.
This was pretty good.
Yeah, that was a pretty good streak.
We've done all right there. Now, I think those are the only spots.
They've only got 5 spots.
I think they have only got 5 spots. So I'm just going to go over it. There is a quiz.
Okay.
So we'll have a go at the quiz. I'm slightly... what was the least? 2022 Antwerp.
What?
2022
Antwerp. Dust 2.
Yeah, all right.
No, it'll be Overpass. Overpass,
yeah.
Oh, wait.
It was Dust 2!
It was Dust 2!
Who's the MVP of the 2024? That was...
Copenhagen. JL.
JL, yeah. Cool. Who's known as Baby Goat? Dog.
Mondesy's the Baby Goat.
Oh. Mondesy's Baby Goat. Okay, good. I'm glad that I didn't instinct. What would you buy in CSGO with a 2-2 combination?
Hey?
What? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
2-2 combination. Oh, when you press buy menu, 2. Oh, it's got to be AK. No!
It's XM.
What year was Don born? 2006? I don't know. I can't do math.
7.
No!
No.
We're terrible at this. We've got to wait 6 hours until the... Okay, well, we can't do that on the break. So I've got another idea. We'll come back to the cameras. Okay, look.
Oh, we're using the whiteboards?
We're using the whiteboards. Right. Have a pen. Draw. I'm going to draw a spot on the map.
Yeah.
Any map in the active duty pool.
Yeah.
You're going to draw a spot on the map. And then we've got to guess each other's.
Okay.
Okay?
How are we drawing that spot, though? Are we we could just draw the mini-map, surely?
No, not the mini-map.
What do you mean?
Do a bit of art. Don't just draw the mini-map and point at it. Get creative.
Okay, I see.
So, like, you know... I'm just trying to think of a spot that's not going to... You could do, like, draw the silo on Nuke, for example. That sort of thing, you know?
I've got to think of a spot now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, I'm already getting drawing, Tim. I hate to say this. I'm beating you quite handily here.
There we go.
This, I've got to say, look, art is by no means my calling, but I have to say, this is... If you don't get this, I'm going to be fuming, frankly.
You've got the black pen. Can I borrow the black pen?
Look, what, you're doing yours in colour?
Yeah, okay, never mind. I'll do blue.
Yeah, like let's.
And then
this is a masterclass. I'm going to be honest. I think I need to retire from casting and go into drawing because this can only be described as a masterpiece in motion right here. In fact, if you don't look, Tim, if you just like,
I hope this comes up on the camera. Okay, that actually looks really wrong.
It'll be fine.
I can't put that on camera.
Okay, look. So, just put your guesses in the chat, everybody. What you think that is? These lines are a bit.
How am I not allowed to look?
These lines are a bit wonky here. I'm going to be honest. Hang on, I can maybe make this a bit better actually. Oh dear, no, I've made it a bit worse. It's fine. No, I think I've got to be honest. I've cooked. Okay. Yeah. For it'd be really embarrassing if nobody gets this now, but I think I have cooked. For anybody at home, put your guesses in the chat. I can't see what you've put in the chat. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, but this is art.
Do you have the rubber?
Goodness.
It's on the floor.
So demanding.
Yeah.
So demanding.
We've got high standards, Harry. You should know this by now.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to show them the artwork that you've already done?
Okay. Yep.
Before we went live.
Oh yeah, the artwork I've already done.
Look at that.
Bosh.
UKIC logo.
Nice and close.
Straight away on there. Right, have you finished drawing yet?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Okay, all right, you ready?
Yep.
I'll reveal mine because everyone at home's already seen. So, we have...
Ramp nuke. That's back box. That's the drop.
Great drawing.
Yeah, no, it's all right. The elevations, it looks a bit flat. That's all I'm saying is that you're not ramped up.
The angles confused me.
Yeah, the angles aren't there, but the design...
It confused me a little bit.
I've got to make sure that's shown.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say banana on Inferno. Banana barrels on Inferno.
Logs. I was going to draw logs, but the logs kind of didn't look...
Yeah.
They didn't look like ready for television.
No, I can imagine not.
I could do a much better barrel, because they are barrels now.
They are
still
barrels.
Called logs.
Yeah.
Still called logs.
Okay, cool.
Straight in with the banana, simple.
Do we go? I guess we go again.
I guess we can do, yeah.
I guess we can go again.
Let's erase.
He's got the eraser first. Brilliant. I've just thought, you know what would be brilliant, actually? Right.
What, Connect 4?
No.
Oh.
He's dying to get Connect 4.
I'm dying to play Connect 4.
If you turn and look that way a bit,
yeah.
I'm going to draw mine like this, and then people can see what I'm drawing, and then at least it's not just me absolutely
just
yapping.
people staring at us.
Staring at us, focusing incredibly hard. this rubber is
Oh,
terrible.
I see. So you do you want to actually draw the actual map itself, like the picture, the image? Because that's what you did with ramp.
Yeah, I
just drew banana.
I can't believe you spent all that time just drawing a banana and a barrel.
Yeah, and you spent that.
I drew the map and I finished quicker than you. Okay, right. So I could do like a Bob Ross style thing, but I haven't got the hair for it. I need to think of another spot.
So do I. I can't think of a spot now.
Okay, this is good. I'm sticking with my guns, kind of.
Oh.
I'm picking angles again, which is I'm just not very good at. But that's fine. Okay, so we've got a little.
There's too many. No, there's too many details on that one.
A thing here, and then there's that there, and then that's sort of. That's like that. If you see what I'm getting at, I think you see what I'm getting at, and then. I am kind of cheating, to be honest, because. Oh dear.
No, because then that goes up like that.
And then that goes across.
Gosh, this
there.
isn't good. This isn't good at all. No, this is not going to look good.
I
need that rubber. I'm gonna.
Can't see. I think this is frankly a masterclass in describing locations.
No, that's awful. Hang on. Sorry, I'm talking about my own.
Tim's really struggling over here. I'm having a whale of a time. Look at him. He's locked in. He's focused. So, yeah, I don't actually know. I think there's like a little thing there, and then that if I sort of do that, and then oh dear, and then that there, and then some pretty little trees while we've got time. That's just great there. The temptation to go into Bob Ross is so incredibly high. Nice little tree. Pretty little tree. Look at that. That's great.
I've really butchered this. It's not going to have any
little bit of
identifying features.
Bit of shading.
Oh, this is actually awful.
How about another little tree?
I'm so disappointed with this.
Just a nice little tree.
In
the background.
I'm actually really ashamed. Actually, I might be able to do one identifiable feature.
I'm going to be honest. I can't drag this out much longer, Tim. You're taking your sweet time. This is a dry erase marker.
Genuinely awful. I don't even want to show mine.
No?
No.
Do you want me to go first then? No? Okay. You're...
I had such a good vision for it, but I couldn't do the execution.
Tim, what is that?
Think about it. It's a point of view.
Thinking is not helping.
It's a point of view that you'd get. Hang on.
It's terrible. You can't save that.
Hang on.
You can't save it.
Hang on. I can't. I can't save this. I can't.
It's not helped. Where is that? Okay, look.
Well, there's a chicken there.
Is it a chicken?
Huh?
Is it a chicken?
Oh, it's goose.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah, goose. Man.
See, I can see why you wanted to draw the mini-map now.
Yeah.
Because this is not your strong suit. I tell you, look, you did a great job with the UKIC logo, I will say.
It's when I have a point of reference, but if the point of reference is in my head, it's not a point of reference.
It shows, I mean, how distorted are your mental images? That's the...
It's not distorted, it's just a case of when I've got a point of reference right next to me, like the UKIC logo, I can just go...
I think we're very much done with this. I think we're
do you even want to know what it's meant to be?
Yeah, go on.
It was top mid Mirage. If you're peeking from window, you've got the top boxes. That it was looking so bad that I ended up drawing connector. It's like I've got to do something that makes it look like top mid. So there's connector. It's like because I've got to try and draw the ramp up. There's the catwalk.
I think we're.
There's the catwalk. I then gave when it got really bad. I was like, look, there's the railings on short. That was.
Look, the good news is, okay, we don't have to subject you to this torture anymore because the game is almost live. The players are getting ready for live. It's interesting. Belfast Storm went out. They've been having team talks outside during the break. Yeah, bit of fresh air, exactly.
They can acclimate themselves to the storm.
The Verdant players, every time at least I've gone down during the break and had a little look. They could have gone outside afterwards, but I could hear them talking inside the room. They're very much locked in. It's a very interesting contrast as well. I was going to bring it up earlier, right? You look at the Belfast Storm room. They've got the lights on. It's dark in Verdant.
Yeah, they've got the lights off and
Their
they've got
Reds
the
clash.
blinds closed because they're in the room which is also can double as a display room, but they've got the blinds fully closed. So yeah, it's a bit of a contrast. It's also something which Biscu, their coach, if he was here, would probably incentivise and say, "Come on, guys, let's step outside, get some fresh air." Although if the weather is awful, which I don't know, I've not looked outside in the last like 3 hours.
We don't go outside. So knife round is going to be outside. It's a lovely day on DE Inferno.
It is.
And it's always a lovely day for some Counter-Strike.
But the question is, Harry, is it going to be hit by a storm, a Belfast storm?
That is the question. Are they going to knock these Verdant trees over?
Ooh. That was good.
But Verdant have won the pistol. I imagine they'll choose CT here. It seems to be the tradition, but Inferno does lean slightly T-sided, but it's
really
not...
interesting. Like, there's so many maps in the pool where it leans slightly T-sided if you look at the stats, yet teams still choose CT. Like, the obvious one where it's the other way around is Anubis, where it's like that's clearly so T-sided that teams choose to start T-side. But every other map, everyone's like, yeah, we'll start CT. I think it might, if Belfast Storm got the chance, they would have been useful for them to start CT, because we saw that on the CT side of Nuke, which they got to start on, they started with strong energy. But on Dust 2, they started on their T side and looked a little bit limp, especially with Finwee struggling to get into the game. I feel like if they start on CT, Finwee can get involved because he can play his spots. He's not having to focus on calling the macro so much, that he can then get involved, get activated, and then you swap over in the second half, he can focus fully on the strats.
Yeah.
Whereas in Dust 2, it's a case of he's got to warm up both his brain and his aim at the same time into the game, or at least into the map.
Yeah, I agree. Dust 2, very aim heavy. Inferno, teamwork heavy, right? Yeah. Verdant have picked CT side, I think. That's to be expected, right? But yeah, like a very teamwork heavy map. We mentioned it while we were doing the tier list earlier, especially the older. I want to see if Verdant have managed to plug some of the holes that Royals took advantage of, because that's a demo that Belfast Storm could watch, and like, sure, different players, but tendencies will still be there. The caller is still the same, right? Any of the pieces that Royals are throwing in, the reaction could very well be similar, unless Verdant have gone away and studied and fixed those holes.
Well, one of the big differences as well is the fact that Royals game, they had a Divi in place of Vacancy, whereas now Vacancy's in play. Obviously, both games having Leaf as the stand-in, but when it came to Inferno for Verdant, it became a bit more of a stronger map when they brought in Divi, because Divi on that AWP loves Inferno, and he was so strong at finding the right times to get openings, finding the right rotations. But it's also a talking point because there were some disagreements in that team about how Inferno should be played, at least how an AWP should play Inferno. So perhaps that's something which now is not there, something which may have been present in that Royals game. Now Artist can play the AWP how he sees fit on this map. Will be a double Julie's drop on towards Artist and Extinct. The stack towards long, Belfast Storm deploying util, and look at this stack towards long. The flashes are good, but corner not cleared. Finwee falls. It's going to be 2 quick kills for Giraffe and Vacancy. So a man advantage for Verdant. Belfast Storm looking to converge on towards this A bomb site, but Artist still alive. In towards Apps.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to hold this site off, especially with the Artist finding 2 and 3 on the Julies. He just walks out the apartments and kills them all.
Yeah, a little sloppy there from Belfast Storm. Corners not being cleared. The team which we saw kicking off Nuke, so clinical, so clean, looked really formidable, but mistakes creeping in. We saw them start to look a little bit more shaky on Dust 2, but immediately first round in on Inferno on the third map of this long best of 3. We've had first corner not cleared by Finwee in towards the cubby, and then Apps not cleared at all. They post-planted on towards the site, completely neglected Artist, and he just peeked out, got all 3 after enough noise was made towards Moto. So Verdant get themselves 1-0 up.
He's got a bit of a technical issue. One of the players, TeamSpeak, some sort of connection thing there. I imagine that'll get sorted pretty quick. We haven't had many tech issues here.
Yeah.
Pracrooms was great, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's been alright. We've not had any issues at all, to be honest.
No, having a great time. The team's loving it as well. They've been actually speaking about how they've really been enjoying having a proper boot camp together, and playing in the same room, right? It's something that like a team like Belfast Storm, for example, who are on the rise in the UK, might not necessarily have access to otherwise. So the fact that they've been able to come here, prepare for this grand final, you know, is I think a really great opportunity for them. Been able to properly lock in on practice, and also just being in the same room. Like being in the same room at a LAN is great, obviously, because you can see your teammates, you can talk to them, but
Belfast Storm just grouped up all 4 players now in towards mid. They've got very little utility. 2 smokes, 3 flashes. Currently just holding for any Verdant aggression.
There's one of the smokes. Gone on Moto. Flashbang to allow them out middle here. It looks like it'll be a bit of an A-pop with a lurk in play on long. That'll be Dexy operating with the Mac-10. Artist coming through the smoke. Extinct and Vacancy with a beautiful crossfire on short. It's such a difficult one to unpick, and now Artist moving his way in. Giraffe catching Devi. Just Dexy here on long. Finds one. But it's just on Leaf with a Mac-10, and now he's down on 13 points of health. Very little he can do here as he catches Giraffe off guard. Upgrades to the MP9. 35 seconds. Artist coming in for the backstab. The Julies are out. Utility heard and kill found. Verdant find their second.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of just going for a straight up pop, but there needs to be some extra layer. And that extra layer seemed like they were going for that lurk play, but that lurk play from Dexy is so late activated that those 3 players coming up towards short just walk into a crossfire completely dry. They had a little bit more utility to work with as well, but there was no flashes to break apart that crossfire, no smokes to break apart that crossfire either. It was just completely dry up towards short, and you can't really be doing that on Inferno. Not up against good teams who know actually how to hold a setup.
Yeah. Belfast Storm down on pistols. Couple of P250s, a Desert Eagle. Verdant going to be contesting Banana, but Giraffe just does it dry here. And it ends up having the trades going the way of Belfast Storm here. No, I say no smoke to block. There it is. Smoke to block the vision. Artist getting ready to try and deny the plant with this HE grenade, but Nem's going to plant safe. Planting behind the pillar. Utility for the retake is going to be deployed. It makes it hot and sticky in the bomb site for Belfast. Still Verdant are locked out. It's going to help them burn a lot of time here. Kits are in play. Flashbangs come over. Bit of a team flash onto Extinct, and in fact, Nem's going to find the kill onto Vacancy. Fanui comes in and eliminates Extinct, and all of a sudden, Artist forced to run as his teammates fall all around him. Belfast Storm steal away a round on a full eco.
Okay, you're on a 3rd round. You're 2-0 up. You've just put your opponents on full eco. You go for a 3-2 setup, but your 2 B players are the 2 with the MP9s. You have 3 rifles on A, 2 MP9s on B.
Which would be fine if you weren't just sat there holding the angle.
Even then, they weren't even just sat there holding the angle. There was no setup. It was a case of one player swung with no support. It was just 2 dry peaks, caught out in the open by both players. Even then, I think 2 MP9s is too high risk. Like, one of the reasons why Inferno is a little bit more T-sided than some of the other maps is because all it takes for you to take that B site is to kill the 2 players.
Yep.
That's it. Whereas on other maps, you can say Mirage, for example, you kill the 2 site players, you've still got the rotate players to worry about, you're still not cleanly in towards that site, the retake is still possible. Whereas here on Inferno, you kill those 2 B players, that's it. That's it. B site done, B site clear. And at the moment, Artist already down.
Yeah, AWP that was saved, now gone.
Yeah. They're trying to use that AWP to funnel, to push Belfast Storm over towards B where the pistols were stacked.
Yeah. Flashed. Oh, but they still get the kills. Still get the kills. And that was the one little ace in the hole that Verdant really had, other than the AWP, was a flash toward Banana, and that is now gone. Play backfires. Nem fully blinded, just holds left click. All he needs to do. Extinct. AWP spotted. 5 players alive for Belfast Storm. Devi tries to hunt him down. Won't be successful.
At least his location is now known. Belfast Storm may be tempted to go for this hunt. How desperate is Extinct to save this weapon? Gives another pointer of information, another waypoint for Belfast Storm to work with by throwing that flash. He can now close in on his position, and he is slowly being circled in, and there's more than enough time on this bomb for him to be found. As he slips around this corner, yeah, there we go. Nem will catch him in the back, so ought not to be saved. Scoreline tied 2-2.
Belfast Storm find their entrance back in. Find it promptly as well. Guns will be back out for Verdant, but again, that CT economy, especially on Inferno, you have to prioritise nades, and they didn't even have the money in the bank for an AWP, which means 4 M4s and a FAMAS on vacancy. It's not a fantastic buy, but you can certainly make it work. Question is, how do they choose to do it? 2 players starting toward B here.
Again, one thing which really interested me, as we mentioned in that Extinct interview, is some of the roles being swapped over. Only a few months ago, it was Artist and Extinct who were the B players. Now it's Giraffe and Leaf. They've swapped both of them, not just one, but both players on the B site, meaning that that site setup has a clear weakness, and Dexy has already found not one, but 2 openings over towards A. It's those 2 aggressive riflers on that A site of Vacancy and Extinct.
Huge find.
Artist sitting in the grave.
Onto short, but he gets a triple peaked. Massive. Leaf able to claw one back with a bit of spam through the smoke, but ultimately this bomb site is lost, and Verdant have no chance of retaking. Giraffe and Leaf, they're going to have to save these guns. This is something that you will see fairly frequently here on Inferno. Good old CT save.
Just as much, if not more, than on Dust 2.
Yeah, for sure. The fact that you can get locked out of bomb sites so easily. Like Dust 2, you can get locked out of B pretty easily, and it's really easy to call a save. You can get locked out of both of these bomb sites pretty easily, especially when you're in man disadvantage. It's not even worth going for.
Just that, from that decision point, right, it just makes so much more sense. Your odds increase by saving the weapons rather than investing those odds into trying to win the round at a disadvantage. Yeah, 3-2 Belfast Storm. March on here on Inferno. Now, what do Giraffe and Leaf have planned with these rifles, with these 2 M4s?
Let's see. Again, want to see them being set up at some juncture for success. It looks like they are just gambling a B with them, letting them take banana control. And the USPs just trying to cause damage elsewhere. A nade stack delayed down to the bottom of mid will bear no fruit.
Steady hold from either side. Belfast Storm just taking their time, methodically clearing banana, using utility to push Verdant back. At the very least, they've burnt majority of grenades out from Verdant's hands. Just that incendiary and flash on Leaf. Rotation, in fact, a full gamble stack now coming through.
I like it.
Yeah. The question is, are they just going to sit here and go to save these rifles? Which I wouldn't hate.
No.
Or are they going to use this stack to be proactive? By the looks of things, they're just going to gamble passively on this site and say, look, we'll have the stack.
Yeah, and they've gone for a heavy boost in spawn as well.
But I love this even more from Verdant, right? Is that they've identified they're not being deterred away from that B site. So they're going to search towards long. Instead, go for a wrap where, again, similar to Banana, there's not many places for pistols to hide behind, for stacks to be set up. So you can just methodically use those smokes, wrap the site, and once you have that long and short, you have 2 points of angles to attack that A site. It's so difficult to hold even with a stack. So it's a nice methodical A site hit. Verdant, as mentioned, will be left to save these 2 M4s. The pistols, if they want, can try and go for a hunt. See if they can remove any of these rifles from Belfast Storm.
They're basically just acting as bodyguards, though, which, again, I like.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Just making sure you save these weapons so that you do gain some sort of financial benefit from this round.
I wish Artist would have a player walk into him, but unfortunately, I think he is going to be leaving this round empty-handed. He will fall back to help the rest of his team. Belfast Storm find 4. Starting to string a few rounds together here on this T side. You look at the round timeline, it's only the pistol and the conversion that Verdant have. The rest of it, all Belfast Storm. Their bank brimming. Verdant this time have got a proper buy, though. They've got the AWP out this time. They're not compromising on a FAMAS. So hopefully they can start to contest here. An Artist, a change-up, taking the AWP towards B, gets annihilated by Dexy on just a simple pre-fire. The smoke goes down, Dexy peeks in, speculates, and is rewarded. Flashbang tries for a second, but nobody forthcoming for Verdant. How are they going to get this kill back?
Belfast Storm will have to throw it away if they want to give them this man advantage. Draft will start pressuring towards Banana. Bit of a speculative spam. I know Belfast Storm players going to throw their body in the line. Minute on the clock after Belfast Storm have been sat back waiting. Some util deployed towards Banana. Draft actually picking up the AWP here. Not a bad weapon to try and hold. In the meantime, Verdant clear out middle. Missed shot from Giraffe. Now picks up the M4. Pushed back, utility deployed. Smoke towards the top of the boost even.
A rotation is coming through, but in the meantime, Sutskum lurking. Priming himself, ready for the round, securing backstab. Giraffe does catch one onto Devi, but
this might tempt them into the retake.
It might. How fast can Sutskum act here? How long can Belfast Storm hold on in the bomb site?
Giraffe is acting very early. There's no trade potential. Only just now does a teammate come to group with him. But in the meantime, Nem's just going to mow them down. Before Sutskum can even activate, he does get at least 1 kill as reward. But it's a clean round, a clean B-site hold there from the T's. And look at this opening pick from Dexy. This is another difference, right? As we mentioned with Artist going back to AWPing, there was a time where Artist was probably one of the best, if not the best AWPer in the UK scene. But since he swapped over to rifling, he's certainly fallen off.
Yeah.
Especially since the swap over to CS2, obviously it's become a lot more difficult to AWP. And I think he didn't enjoy that adjustment period. Further incentivized when Divi came in to pick up the primary AWP role. But especially on a map like Inferno, I know firsthand it's a map which Dexy excels at. It's not in the same levels of Divi, where Divi absolutely loves the map, thrives on the map, but Dexy does have the capability to do that. He loves to go for the opening picks, knows all the opening angles, knows all the different fights he can take with that AWP, even on the T side. And T side AWPing on Inferno is no easy feat. But he makes it look easy.
Going to be going for an early pick in Mexi here.
It's a half investment for Verdant. The M4 on Leaf, MP9 on Artist. Leaf just hiding in the corner of the smoke. We'll find the first Nem creeping through. It's a quick double dink. The rifle not yet retrievable. Raph will come through searching to see if he can pick that up, but some util may have thrown that rifle away. 4 versus 4, Sutskum activating in towards mid. Artist found, no trade behind it. And Pete comes in towards short. These 257s out range. They'll at least be able to find 1 and make it 2. Just about catches Finwee creeping around the edge. And Leaf now coming in with the M4 on the rotation. Leaves Sutskum in a 1 versus 3. A minute on the clock. Should be able to retrieve the bomb. The health on these Verdant players, not amazing. It doesn't need to land too many bullets to finish them off. Bit of a jump spot from Extinct to see if he can bait Sutscum into the peak. Steps heard. Sutscum's got all the information he needs to work with now.
Yeah, Extinct falling back. Going to be eliminated here. Sutscum finds the gap and a second onto Leaf as well. He can now start to rotate through Arch. Giraffe hot on his heels. But doesn't want to...
about missed the timing.
Yeah, it doesn't want to overextend. It gives a possibility for, at the very least, a bomb plant. But at the most, an entire round, not even dropping a smoke, planting safe instead at first Oranges. Giraffe has the AWP, a single bullet, all that's required to take Sutscum down. Flashbang, jump through the smoke. Sutscum's won it. A beautiful clutch, a 1 versus 3. And look at that from Freddy. Freddy's loving it. They've all erupted.
This seems like back to business for Belfast Storm. This is the same team we saw in the first half of Nuke. Looking dominant, looking formidable, but Verdant are really struggling to put up a fight here. Again, it's these changes that bring so many questions for me for Verdant. It's like, so many times we see the changes for Verdant are for short-term success. They're neglecting the long-term success. But here, I don't see any way which this could provide short-term success, let alone long-term success, having these role changes. Moving Giraffe over to these star positions, which, don't get me wrong, he could be great at, but he's by far a better anchor. He's by far probably the best anchor that they have on the team.
Artist. An aggressive angle in the apartment, an opening gambit. He's got a teammate with him to support, but it's Leaf who actually opens things up as Dexy tries his luck on the B-bomb site. He's been so good with these openings, you can't blame him for being confident, but this time, he is bested. Utility juggled around. Verdant changing their setup here on this B site. Extinct's going to be the one to stay and help out. 2 smokes in play to block.
This is the difficult thing again with Inferno, is that even if you get that man advantage, you often sit 2-3, and that B site is still so vulnerable with 2 players. But Verdant, in the meantime, I found so much information over towards A that they should be able to get this rotation down in time. But no, the 2 B players fall incredibly quickly, and now Giraffe is left locked out of the site in a 3 versus 3. You have you've got a player who's pushed down mid, pushed deep down apps, yet you're still only 2 towards B.
But low HP players, Giraffe's already found one of them in Nem. Eliminated, and Devi with just an M4 means he's not going to be able to get the single bullet headshots here. At least not. Oh, it's still vacancy. Vacancy tagged down, but again, it's going to be another 1 versus 3 for Belfast Storm if they want to win this one out. Utility being deployed into the site. Transfer attempt from Devi. He finds a second, falls back. Artist, the in-game leader, left to clutch it out. Tap on the bomb. Is Devi going to peek? He's going to go for the swing. Artist connect. And there should be just enough time to get a defuse through. And it's going to be a third for Verdant. But again, it's so close.
Yeah, the scope there from Artist was enough to make Devi perhaps think that he was faking it, right? Because you can definitely see a world where, okay, you hear the scope, that's kind of bait, that's kind of obvious. Maybe he's faking it and just scoping to make me think that he's scoping up. But in reality, he was scoping up. Yeah, another 1v3 attempt there that almost gets converted. We would have seen Belfast Storm up to 7, but instead, Verdant do get their third. Belfast Storm still with plenty of cash. Continue fighting here. Same can't be said for Verdant. Giraffe, no utility. It's aggressive from both teams here on Banana. But the flash is perfect. Leaf, 2 quick openings. Looking for more, going for a wild spam. Utility being thrown in response. Try and push Verdant back. Got trapped here. Towards the sandbags. Giraffe finding an island to safe haven over the top, but catches Finley's head. And Belfast Storm being completely shut down here on Banana.
Yeah, wiped out. And the thing is as well, is that because they'd put so much energy, so many resources into that opening play, there wasn't a fallback once they lose those 2. You can still see them trying to brute force their way into top Banana. Verdant happy to hold that. They've got 3 players here to defend. Plenty of numbers. And now Sutscum in a 1 versus 5. That is too much to ask. Artish will put him in the floor. Verdant find 4. Pause out of Belfast Storm. Well timed.
Yeah, much needed. Again, they've still got plenty of cash, so they're not discussing that, but perhaps redistributing their approach. After a couple successful rounds from Verdant, getting those openings towards B, and oh, it's double Dexy.
Double Dexy. You see the AWP battle's neck and neck at the moment. 7 and 7 for either team.
Yeah.
You see the deaths higher on Dexy, though, because he's going for so many of those aggressive opening picks, right? He's getting traded out.
Which is interesting because a couple of his openings were on to Artist as well.
Yeah.
The Artist still only on 4 deaths.
Round number 11. 2 left in the half.
Look at this, the CTs with 4 AKs. It's almost a royal flush.
That's a successful CT side there.
One more and it would be officially a royal flush.
There's not a single M4 on the server.
It's 8 AKs, 2 AWPs.
That's incredible.
But the AWPs might be finding a duel here over towards Apps. Artist scoped up. Dexy searching with his sniper rifle.
This is
goes
deadly
for a peek.
crossfire.
And now Vacancy can look up to activate. He mows both down. Quick transfer on the spray to find 2 headshots. And just like that, Verdant in control of this game, in control of this map.
And that's the thing, right? Oh, and the HE grenade. The Belfast Storm take a pause. They decide to change something up. Verdant know that that's going to be the case. Anticipate and react perfectly. A beautiful setup in the apartments. A perfect bait and switch.
It's a perfect read because so far, Belfast Storm, their entire game plan has been just fight Banana, fight mid, and then choose either or. I mean, this is often the case for Inferno, but it's been very simple for Belfast Storm. They fight for Banana, and they choose either to late round execute A or execute the B site. If they don't find the picks, to then just close it out. That's been it. They've very much neglected Apps early on for their picks.
Yep.
It's always been Banana at the very start. Maybe a little bit of passive hold towards Banana with taking mid. They decided to take Apps, send Dexy there with the AWP, but yeah, perfectly read by Artist. The 1 round left in the half. Both teams still on a full buy. Belfast Storm, after their successful streak, had a wealth of funds.
Same setup. CTs are doing the exact same setup. This time Belfast Storm not taking apartments though. I say that. It's going to be a delayed push in. Are we going to see a repeat of the same round? Surely a Molotov into boiler, something.
Oh no, jiggling. Artist falls back off the angle, but Vacancy's still there to capitalise. Finds Devi. A man advantage. So it's come unable to trade, but Artist just repeats back into the angle. They've re-established the setup, pick them both off. A really strong adjustment here from Verdant after it looked like Belfast Storm were about to walk away with this. And Nem not clearing his corner so diligently, perhaps baited in by this smoke and Leaf. Ooh, will mow down 2, eventually traded by Dexy, but he's in a 1 versus 4. Finished off cleanly, a 6-6 half.
6-6 at the half, dead even on Inferno. What we wanted from this deciding map. Every single map has gone at the full distance so far. So has this one. We've got a quick break coming up for half time, and so I thought, well, why don't we hear from Artist as we go into the final half?
I think our ESA season kind of didn't go as planned, I would say. I would say we had probably better expectations, maybe hitting playoffs. Considering our draws were, I would say, this season quite easy. A few internal problems within the team, so maybe that's kind of shown in the results. But hopefully next season will be much better. Yeah, I think with the group stage for UKIC, I definitely could have went better, but it's BO1s and then it's MR12 and CS2 is a very scary game, and it's very like, you know, you lose 2 pistols and then you can't eco them or get anything going for you. It can just turn very sour very fast, and that's pretty much what happened. I think we lost 3 games, so it happens, but here we're at the final, so it's all in the past. Yeah, I think with Belfast Storm matchup, we've never prepped for them before, so I think they're finally going to play us at like full strength, which I don't think they've ever done before. So that's all I'll say. Where to begin? Yeah, so I'm back to Oppen. Nice. Yeah, Leaf's coming in from EUSTA Gamer Legion Academy. So he's bringing up a wealth of experience, to be honest, because he's teamed with Docs for years. So like he's bringing in a lot to the team. He's bringing in a big voice as well. There's a lot of changes within the team at the minute, and it's hard to say like where it's going to go in the future. But right now, it's feeling pretty good for the first few weeks, anyways.
Beaten in domestic lands this year, do you feel any pressure to maintain that?
No, I don't think there's any competition in the UK scene.
And yet here we are, 6-6 on map 3 after 2 maps that went the full distance. 1 overtime, 1 13-11, tied on the decider. No domestic competition. A Verdant coming into Belfast Storm with full prep, something that they haven't done before, and yet still, map 3, and it's neck and neck.
Yeah. Ending it on that, no competition. But yeah, no, he is quite right, though, that Leaf used to IGL for Game Legion Academy, and if anyone's ever spent any time with Leaf, he seems like a very quiet guy, so I can see that the longevity, the longer he stays in this lineup, the better it looks, even though, again, at the moment, it is just in case if he's a stand-in, a long-term stand-in at that. But yeah, it's hopefully we'll be able to see him have a lot of impact, but again, we're already, 2 maps in, plus an extra half. And he looked to have plenty of impact. We found him he's had multiple multi-kill rounds, even in that second half there.
See if he can continue it here in the pistol. 4 sets of Kevlar for Verdant, a smoke and a Molotov and a flashbang have been bought up. On the CT side, Belfast Storm going for a smoke and a kit, Kevlar on the rest. Pretty standard buy for the CT side, but a very heavy stack on the A site. Perhaps a read. They're set up for a retake regardless. It's just a bit of a slow one, a bit of a clock burner to start things off.
I swear that every single time I see on Inferno casted in tier 2, it's T-side pistol rounds. It's always from these top level teams. I say top level tier 2 teams. It's just a default every single time. It's slow. It's excruciatingly slow even. They know that the CTs don't have any util to play for time, so that instead the Ts use the time as a resource of their own. Now they are going to be accelerating, popping in towards that site. Belfast Storm unwavered in their stack. Missed shots from Vacancy, not clean whatsoever, and the setup on the site activates. A good swing comes through, Leaf eliminated. Sutskum farming on the site, it's just Artist left. Having crept in towards the arch.
1v5.
Spotted by Finwee, and Finwee's just going to tuck, vacate, tucking towards that corner, but under the cover of the smoke, but Finwee will find the kill regardless. First round for Belfast Storm here on their CT side, but also the first in 5. Again, this was 6-2 at one point, and it looked like Belfast Storm were going to continue to walk away with it until a split second denied Devi that 1v3 clutch.
Flawless pistol round from Belfast Storm.
It's MP9s again.
And they go for the MP9s again, yeah.
We saw this on Dust too, but I think here on Inferno is
way
much more viable.
Yeah.
Way more viable.
You've got so many more close angles that you can use. You're not exposed to as many long-range fights. And often when you are, you can take them on your terms. It's Belfast Storm playing the money game, and I like it. I really like it. Guaranteeing, especially on a map like Inferno, where your utility is so incredibly important. I feel like we say it time and time again when this map comes up, right?
Guaranteeing that they can get grenades up on this second round, but also an extra kill reward, right? Every kill they get is $600 instead of $300 for these SMGs. That means they'll be able to afford more utility next round. Any reinvestments that need to be made can be helped out. But in the meantime, Long not really being held. Dexy pushed back. 2 players will pounce in towards CT. Finwee now starts searching. Finds one, but receives a dink and a quick trade from Artist. Puts a bit of a compromise in the rotations here for Belfast Storm. This A site tested, but it's held. Some good counter utility keeps them at bay. Artist hunted down. Just Giraffe and Leaf now posturing up on towards short. Beef will find one, but that is all. 3 players survive for Belfast Storm as they make their way up towards 8.
Perfectly within their calculations. That's fine. Those 2 players can now rebuy M4s, or in fact get them dropped across, which I believe is what's happened for at least Finwee. Never yet to purchase, but I'm sure he will in time. It's another MP9. They're going for a full bonus eco farm here, which could be a problem because Extinct has bought Kevlar, and Artist has dropped him a hero AK here.
Oh, they're doing the baby shark. They're trying to bait them into thinking that this is just a full Glock eco in towards T-spawn. Artist is literally going to spam these bells. So the reason why, again, I'll explain the nuance behind this strat, is that often you see sometimes on full Glock Eco rounds from the Ts, they will just sit back at spawn, wait for that util to be thrown out from the CTs, guarantee that as the time ticks down, as each grenade is thrown, that's another grenade that has to be reinvested for the CTs, so it means it's more expensive for them, so the CTs can't build as much bank as they rebuy grenades in the next round. So they just sit back and spawn. So Artist is making Belfast Storm, or trying to make Belfast Storm believe that he's just sat in spawn, firing away on the bells, making them think that they're just wasting the time down, whilst they're actually trying to set up and bait for that push, waiting to see if Belfast Storm think, oh, they're hiding at E-spawn, let's go farm them with MP9s, when in reality, they're sat here, we're lying in wait, but they're not falling for it. Nem is going to mow down 4, almost the ace, absolutely shuts them down. Leaf will pick up the AK, and in fact, ooh, trying to throw it away.
Is he going to go for a kill, or is he going to go for another? There we go. Okay, he's been shut down. He's been wiped out. And that is going to be Belfast Storm on 9. A gun round away from double digits.
Yeah, this is looking like a Storm which Verdant are struggling to weather right now.
Yeah. And, man. Who would have predicted this coming in, right? You look at the names on paper.
I don't know, this matchup, I kind of always knew it was going to be close. There's so many times where it has been a back and forth between them. And as Artist said, oh, now Belfast Storm, this is the first time they'll face us at full strength. I don't think this is full strength.
Certainly doesn't seem like it, right? Full preparation, maybe you could make that argument. But full strength doesn't seem to be the case, at least not right now.
Attempting an opening towards the top of Banana, but can't quite connect. Then just about survives on half HP, falls back. And it's slow for Verdant, a minute on the clock. They've vacated all of Banana control. Belfast Storm yet to really react, not biting down on anything just yet.
This is going to be a bit of an execution, though.
Softens them right up.
Pop through the long smoke. Oh! Free kill for Dexy, but it's a collateral. They line up. A massive opener. Swings in for more. Extinct caught as well. Looking for even more damage. It's his teammates who come in. Dexy will secure his 4th. A massive round from the AWPer. And you can see what that's done for Belfast Storm. They're fired up. Double digits.
Oh, I love seeing Freddy get so excited. Massive round there. You can see the idea again, going for that immediate pop, trying to catch the rotations off guard for Belfast Storm, and making Belfast Storm think that, oh, maybe it's a bit of a rotation, maybe it's just a play for map control, but no, they immediately pounce off the back of it, hoping that they've pulled Dexy away from long, but no, they just jumped straight through dry, and now we're up to double digits, and Verdant are on pistols.
And they've just taken a pause. You don't see it that often from Verdant.
And, sorry, can I just bring it back to the veto here? Did an Artist say to us that he wanted Inferno?
He did.
Inferno was the dream veto for him to get as the decider, and not Ancient. He wanted to avoid Ancient, but Belfast Storm in the last moment decided to say, no, minus Ancient, let's pick Inferno.
And now they are 3 rounds away from their first domestic championship. Can they bring it across the line here? Verdant have Tech-9s. It's a half bite. Looking to pressure Banana. Belfast Storm aware of this possibility. They're playing back, playing reactive. Trying to allow him in, but Nem caught in transition. The flashbang fully blinds him. This is a problem now for Belfast Storm. Extinct finds the opening, and Fanui gets nothing. Just going for a wild spam, gets countered. That's the bomb site taken for Verdant. Belfast Storm shouldn't even attempt this retake. This is a save.
Yeah, they have funds in the bank, but not enough to warrant throwing weapons at this site. Again, this is how fickle Inferno is. All it takes is to just catch those B players off guard, and that's it. Round over. You have to be so reliable on that B site. An Artist is already hunting in towards apps. Tech-9 in hand. Trying to remove some of these weapons, make this round costly. It's not like Artist has got much to save into the next round. Dexy will at least reveal his location. Apps currently not actually being watched, and there we go, the peek comes out from Devi.
Hunt will be unsuccessful. Yeah. That's a big win for Belfast Storm. They might have lost the round, but the fact that they survive with these 3 players, they stay alive, they can drop weapons across, have a full buy in the next round, and still have a little bit left over.
More weapons saved than they have to buy up. But a lifeline provided to Verdant, that could have been Belfast Storm creeping up to an 11-6 scoreline. Now, we did see on Nuke, Verdant did bring the game back into overtime from 12-6 down. This is nowhere near as one-sided a scoreline. Could we be seeing another overtime game?
It's potential. Inferno always delivers.
And it does.
As the saying goes. Nem gonna be pushed out here. In fact, he's just trapped. He's stuck between 2 Molotovs, but the damage is good. Onto Verdant. Leaf tagged down to 2 points of health. Giraffe down on 66.
He's loud on the retreat though. He was so loud escaping that Verdant certainly have the information that he falls back, so they can securely walk their way in.
A big Nem AWP. Never mind.
Hate to finish him off. Now Dexy tested on this site, and he doesn't have the AWP. He's got the M4 to hold it. Anticipates Artist push, but...
Beautiful headshot from Artist. And again, that might be the round sealed unless they can find an opening. No, done. Another save. Verdant find 8. This B-bomb site has been tested twice. And twice it's failed that test.
Now, I'm pretty sure the normal B players are obviously Nem and Finwë. Nem is currently leading our race for the MVP of Division 1.
Yeah, I mean...
And he's being tested right now. This could be make or break for him receiving that MVP.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly for the grand final, you can make the argument for Dexy. He's been having monstrous performances across the maps. But it's Nem who's the one, when you zoom out to the entire playoff.
Yeah. And even now he's only just behind Dexy. (11 to 8). Tactical pause. Belfast Storm realising 2 rounds in a row, the exact same thing they lose to. Verdant just taking B, taking Banana, finding the picks, doing enough damage, just bombarding top Banana with the utility, making Nem's job so difficult.
Yeah, Verdant are breathing down their necks right now. Two rounds separating these 2 teams. Both maps neck and neck so far. This map is no different. But the money starting to look low for Belfast Storm. They need to try and put a stop to Verdant here. Else they run the risk of being forced to eco. Finwë returns to his B-bomb site. A triple app setup for Belfast Storm, trying to win an opening engagement in a new position. Molotov.
Tickles the toes. Pushes to come back, that's information, and look at how much Artist wants to capitalise upon that, holding for that short cross. So confident of this setup. But again, Verdant just setting their sights towards B. 4 players ready and waiting.
There's another smoke in play, and that's a big find from Dexy. Util will now start to rain in. Incendiary from Nem. Smoke popped by Verdant, and Nem gets nothing on the entry. Vacancy finds the opening. Finwë now getting active behind the smoke, gets his head ripped off by Giraffe. The B-bomb site has fallen again, and Verdant primed for a 9th.
This is becoming such an issue now for Belfast Storm.
They're falling back off Banana and then letting Verdant do whatever they want. There hasn't been a single retake set of utility to try and reclaim top Banana control. They've barely even attempted to properly hold it.
It's also the information plays, right? Because Belfast Storm aren't confirming, okay, there's nothing towards A. Therefore, it's always only a 2-man hold.
This is a problem.
It's a problem that needs fixing. Some adjustment needs to be made. Like, even on that round, yes, Artist goes down, but it's the fact that Belfast Storm have all that information towards apps. They're in a triple setup. They know that mid is clear, at least should know that mid is somewhat clear unless there's a contact play. Yeah, they're not tripling B, they're still just leaving Nem +1, whether it's Dexy or Finwee, to support him. Just 2 players on that B site every single time, playing a setup to try and hold. Not playing retake, not playing retake banana either. Just being pushed back and then executed upon.
Belfast Storm to try and keep Verdant from tying them up, empty their pockets. There's a little bit residual on Sutscum. Devi and Dexy have 2k in the bank, but this will not be a good one to lose. Molotov thrown into Banana. Belfast Storm tentatively retaking, but this time Verdant hit the accelerator pedal and head towards the A-bomb site. Giraffe already found Dexy. And Devi falls in quick succession. Vacancies now eliminated. Sutscum, Verdant are heating up. They've hit the B-bomb site 3 times in a row, taking it every single time. Now they're looking to improve their success rate on A.
They're just 1 step ahead of Belfast Storm right now, every step of the way. And again, this is the thing, right? What looked so impressive for Belfast Storm on Nuke, on their CT side, was they were dictating the pace. They were dictating how the action was going on each round. Whereas right now, Belfast Storm are sitting back so much that Verdant have all the freedom in the world to just take map control. I want to see Belfast Storm, well, live up to their namesake. Storm into this map, storm into Banana, take it off Verdant.
They're turtling right now. They're back in their shell and playing so incredibly passive. These weapons are being taken away methodically. Nem just about survives this round, but that will be it. Sutscum will be able to buy, drop an AWP over to Dexy if needs be, who can then trade a rifle of his own. There'll probably be an MP9 on Finui. Tactical timeout taken to discuss exactly what's going wrong here, and they need to start playing with some gusto.
Yeah. Like you said, they need to dictate the pace of this game, take the fights on their terms. Because at the moment, they're just trying to gamble and guess that they're in the right spot. At the moment, they're not reading Verdant because they're not getting information. You can't read an opponent if you don't have information to read. And Verdant aren't playing nice and quietly. They take map control, they sit still, and sometimes they take map control with very little utility, and then just burst, execute on towards that A site, or on towards B. And Belfast Storm are blind to it. They just have to sit back and take it.
4 in a row from Belfast Storm is matched by 4 from Verdant. 6-6 at the half, 10-10 now. Another gun round. Again, aggressive top banana take from Verdant. This time Dexy finds an opener. Artist eliminated. With that, he's going to rotate off. There's still 2 riflers, so he makes a lot of noise about it.
Opening kill and man advantage finally for the CT side. But again, we've already seen Verdant quick to react in these 4-on-5 scenarios.
And again, Belfast Storm have no information.
Dexy posted up, finally starting to heat up, picks up another player, and it's untraded, that AWP. So difficult to put away. Smoke deployed from Extinct to allow him to look, but he falls back, and Dexy gets aggressive for the information. Them hold his own for that Giraffe lurk, and it leaves Leaf 1 versus 5. Belfast Storm about to deny Verdant from taking the lead again.
Dexy has been caught here. Leaf playing with him, trying to land the headshots here. USP's out, but Finui can come in. It does at least get the trade, saves the AWP. It's a strong round from Belfast Storm. 4 players staying alive, allows them to start rebuilding that bank account.
Yeah, it means that even though Verdant were whittling away at their funds, slowly breaking them down, even after 1 round win, they're still fine because they survived with 4. If there was a lot of damage done by Verdant, then Belfast Storm, even with the win, would have been down on MP9s. No, still the rifle, still that warp up on Dexy. More util deployed, Leaf soaks it up.
Banana control again taken by Verdant. Molotov thrown by Fanui will delay them. It's a gamble.
5-man CS here. Verdant accelerate in towards top banana control, popping into it to extinguish that smoke. Artist searching for a pick.
They had this round, this successful round, Belfast Storm, where they got those openings, and now they've fallen back to old habits. They're playing incredibly passive. Artist searching for this opening over the top on the boost, and he's going to find it. Nem gone. His team ready to execute behind him. This is going to have to be an absolute miracle job from Fanui to hold this one down. There's one. Tries to transfer, but the response is swift from Leaf. And now this is the problem. Verdant have the bomb site. They have a man advantage. Dexy manages to get into Church, but ultimately this is not a round you can win. Belfast Storm, they found an opportunity for success, right? They found something that worked. Dexy getting openings, but you can't rely on that every single round. The immediate follow-up, they fall back.
Blind again. They're sat blind. Right, this is one thing which I learned very early on about Inferno, which is one fundamental rule, is that it's top mid control, top banana control. As the CT, you have to have one of those.
Yep.
If you lose top banana, take top mid. If you lose top mid, take top banana. It's that push and pull. But Belfast Storm, they lose banana, they're pushed back. Verdant take it with noise. Like, Verdant exclaimed that, hey guys, we've got top banana control. Not a single reaction from Belfast Storm. They have no intention to proactively retake map control.
Surely one of these B players knows the utility to retake top banana. The smoke for on the wall and then the Molotov in front of it. That hasn't been attempted once. It's a key piece of defensive utility, a key utility chain, if you will, that just hasn't been played.
At the moment,
you can force the players at the top of banana to swing into you, and if you pre-flash into pool, they'll be fully blind as well. But this it hasn't been done.
The fact that Verdant got away playing just 5-man Counter-Strike and walking into a site with 2 players. Just 5-man CS. There was no presence made towards A whatsoever. Now they are starting to make presence, and now Verdant are capitalizing on how passive Belfast Storm are playing towards mid. Again, mid control, because Belfast Storm aren't playing it at all. Verdant now know that, okay, we can walk into it for free, so they do that. But Vacancy extends a little bit too far in that play. Does give an opening kill. Belfast Storm.
Smoke.
Look at the rotation it's pulled, though. That single play from Vacancy to push up through mid, push up towards long, has now made Belfast Storm leave just one player to hold that B site. An Artist on alert with this AWP, trying to make presence, and this AWP is a big weapon.
It's a key part. You don't normally see people lurking with the AWP because of how expensive it is. It's unorthodox from Artist, and that means Fanui's going to have 3 players to contend with on the other side of this smoke in banana.
He's going to tuck his way in towards new box. Now how many mollies Verdant have to work with? Molly chucked towards his location. He has to reposition. Steps made. Artist is now going to cut down Sutscom on the rotation.
And they're going to go for the late rotate.
Fortunately, Devi cuts down Artist. 30 seconds. Devi still holding on the site. Verdant are sprinting up in towards A.
There's no reaction.
Towards short. Yeah, there's no reaction. It's all going to be down onto Devi. He needs to get at least 1 kill here for this to be successful. But he gets 2. Does more than that. Leaves Giraffe in a 1 versus 4. Devi, a heroic round to pull out for Belfast Storm. Enough time delayed. But again, that's something that's not reliable, not reproducible. That's what they've been waiting for this entire game, was to just have the rotations ahead of Verdant.
Not a moment too soon does a heroic round come as Belfast Storm find map and tournament point. We go all the rounds. We go all 24. Verdant take a tactical timeout. They're on the brink of losing this map, losing this series, losing this grand final to Belfast Storm. They come into this grand final with all the confidence, and yet every single map has gone the distance. Every single map has gone at least 24 rounds.
No AWP to work with now for Artist either to try and get an opening pick. He got a couple in the last few rounds, namely that one towards B where he's boosted up over the smoke to actually get them back in towards that B site.
What's in the back pocket?
What is in the back pocket that they can work with, especially with Giraffe on a Mac 10. This might throw Verdant off guard if they use this Mac 10 aggressively, if it incentivizes Verdant to go for something a bit more explosive. Or it might be the undoing for Verdant.
Belfast Storm throw some nades in Banana and gamble towards this A bomb site. It's like they took that point about the Meter saying in the pre-game, you know, you take Banana and then gamble 4A and just missed the part where you take Banana. Because again, Verdant have it for free. Again, Fanui is playing a dangerous game. Alone and isolated. A double nade into spawn. Triple impact puts him down on 3 HP. He burns a smoke. And then Execute comes in, straight in. Giraffe leaps into the bomb site, eliminating Fanui. Belfast Storm overloaded the A bomb site. And Verdant just hit B. Dexy. This time, Belfast Storm have no choice but to retake. A 4-on-4, the bomb down. They've got some nades to work with. It's flashes only, though. Nothing to flush out positions. Dexy again searching. Flash comes over. 1-for-1. Nem gets one traded out. Missed shot from Dexy. He reveals his position. Extinct taking down Devi. Tapping with the P250. Desperately trying to find anything into this bomb site, but there's nothing there. Verdant give him absolutely nothing. The time is gone and we go again. Overtime in map 3.
It's 12-11, final round of regulation, and you go for a 4-1 gamble with one player retake B.
Which would have been fine if you took Banana. This entire game, I just want Belfast Storm to take Banana once. Just once. Just
once.
Do it once. Just please, take Banana once. Or you know what? Don't take Banana. That's fine. Take Bracket.
Not taking any map control.
One of them.
For the start of the half, it looked like they were tempted to go for some of these plays, right? At the start of the half, you had Nem playing sandbags, and they were going for late control, right? They were going for, okay, we throw the util to stop a rush. If a rush doesn't come through, we then throw our util to actually take Banana. I think that was the play that they were going for. But the counter utility being thrown by Verdant was like, oh, okay, well, if you're going to do kind of the standard, something which I know firsthand that Verdant love to do, like that's their standard bread and butter. It's like, for Banana control, sit sandbags for a couple seconds, nothing comes, then you take Banana. If you're going to do that, we'll just chuck all our util at you whilst you do that. And it made them so uncomfortable that Nem no longer felt happy playing for Banana control, forced all the way back to the site. But the thing is, there is that one option, as you mentioned, to just go heavy, go fast into Banana control, force your way into it.
Or again, retake. Belfast Storm doing neither here yet again. This time they do have at least presence on top middle. They've got Dexy there with the AWP. They're stacking 3 players on the B-bomb site here. They have no information.
Yeah, again, relatively blind. They at least have mid control cleared. Makes this B stack at least somewhat warranted. Smoke deployed, well timed to keep mid blocked. Keep the lurkers at bay. Another smoke deployed as well over towards B here. Again, it's this boost over the top. Shouldn't be any Verdant players to reveal their hand. As long as Devi stays patient, tucked in towards the back side. This is actually a Joker play. Devi's normally an A player. He's actually tucked, hiding. And yeah, an opening kill. Dexy getting curious. As you mentioned, they need to try and get curious, get information. They find that pick on towards Extinct, but it's a full pop on towards the B-bomb site, and 3 players lie in wait, playing anti-flash. No mollies to flush them out of position, and Dexy still kicking, still fighting, still screaming. He's Artist in a 1 versus 5.
The benefit of information, the benefit of map control. Finally, Belfast Storm take some. Hold on to Bracket. Dexy putting the world on his shoulders, taking that space with the AWP. And he's going to find the closing kill. Again, around just 1 round too late. But that's a better sign from Belfast Storm.
Much better sign. Artist is actually fully invested here, I think. You're playing 10k here? I believe we are.
No, I think it was 12.5.
No, you're right, yeah. It's 12.5k. Artist down to 100.
Yeah,
so he'll need a drop.
It will need an AWP.
Yeah, so he'll need a drop next round. Which is fine. Players should still be able to afford that. 12.5k.
Big Nemesis is still on 102 ADR.
Yeah. His stats, I'll admit, this map, while yes, he is in the lead for the MVP race, this map are quite inflated from ecos and saving kills.
Yeah.
There's a couple rounds where he's been saving towards that A side. Well, there's not one namely I remember he was saving towards B. He got a triple even as they would try to hunt him down.
Dexy stat line looking phenomenal, 26 and 12.
But that's the thing, right? With that AWP, it's a weapon where it's much easier for you to contact into positions to search for information with an AWP, because you can walk into short, walk into long, walk into B, do it dry, pick a player off as soon as you see a shoulder, and then jump away.
They're playing 3 banana again. A smoke at the bottom, and Verdant respect it. Belfast Storm don't bother to take yet again. They're playing back in the bomb site.
Verdant playing much later here. Much slower. They're going to creep in towards apps control, but it's being watched. Dexy with the AWP. Shoulder spotted. Shot lands. Even drops the incendiary just in case there's an attempted rush. So another opening pick. Now they're searching towards short. Dexy fully blinded. Not going to make noise escaping. Smoke will blind him. Has to forfeit ground. Verdant have a lot of map control over towards A now. Yes, they have a man disadvantage, but they have long control. They have mid. They also have apps. Going to make this A site defense sweat, slowly being constricted. Dexy mollied in a pit, but Sutscom's going to hold for that lurk from Extinct. Dexy still alive. Oh! Beautiful flick up on towards the app. Still alive, still kicking. P250 whipped out, still doing damage. And then pushes through to give him some assistance, leaving Giraffe tucked in towards the site. Pushing through on towards short, eventually finishes off Dexy into the 1 versus 2. They line up, but it's them to find the necessary kill. Belfast Storm up to 14, just as Verdant look like they're about to collapse the Belfast Storm defense.
Oh, it's looking so much better on the CT side from Belfast Storm now. Again, Dexy doing the heroics though. He is dragging Belfast through this game. A monumental flick up onto the balcony. Check his wrists all right after that one. And again, the opening game. Look at that.
I mean, if Dexy keeps up like this, he might still be MVP away from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly for the grand final.
Yeah.
For me at the moment, it's got to be Dexy, but it is so close. And it's not over yet either. 2 rounds to get it across the line for Belfast Storm. And this time a contact play through a smoke for Verdant. The lurk smoke at top of middle. There's going to be no information on this. Sutscom could fall completely victim. Needs to be careful. He backs out into 4. But that's the information at the very least. The question is, how fast can Belfast Storm rally the forces? There's nobody watching apartments here, and that could be the opportunity Dexy needs to strike. Artist already with deep control in library, though, and Fanui not checking it. That's a spanner in the works. They have to go for this. Dexy still unable to find an opportunity as he smoked off Devi. Going to run straight into the waiting arms of Artist. Nem stuck out in library.
So Chuckle Brothers in a 2 versus 5. To me, there's Dexy finds Giraffe.
Nem working in through long. Can't take down Extinct. Whipping out the P250. Unsuccessful. 29 and 14 on Dexy. 14 to 13 at the half.
It's... Again, it's just constantly Verdant are able to find the eye of the Belfast Storm.
Yeah.
Like, every single round, it's like, okay, well, you're not holding mid, we'll walk in towards mid. They're just constantly one step ahead. The adjustment that Belfast Storm started to make was, again, it's still passive, it's still not taking banana control, but it's 3 towards B. And they say, look, okay, we'll just leave 2 towards A. And they say, if we're 2 towards A, let's double down on apps control. But again, that just leaves mid even more open. And if mid is open, and if Verdant know it's open, they're not going to spend utility taking mid, because they can walk into it silently. Therefore, not giving up information to Belfast Storm.
You can see the half-time communication going on now. Leveling the heads. Somebody at some point has to notice. Banana.
Yeah.
Where is it?
How long can Belfast Storm keep this up?
Yeah.
Without taking banana control?
Because ultimately you're playing...
I say that. It's their CT side's over onto the T side next, aren't we?
Yeah.
And Verdant had figured it out at the end of that the first half, right? It was 6-2 because Verdant, Belfast Storm, sorry, got a clutch from Sutscum. They had the control of the economy, but then the clutch didn't go their way. Belfast Storm managed to win that 1 versus 1, and then they won a string of 3 after that first round. So they got 4 in a row, and it's off the back of Leaf also stepping up in taking banana control. It's a stark contrast to that of Belfast Storm CT side.
Bullet whizzes past Leaf. Belfast Storm getting ready for a bit of contact top middle here. Nem getting ready to take point, but smoked off. Looks like they're still going to go for it anyway. Yeah, here come the nades. 3 of them. Arch Wrap utility. That's exactly where they'll go. Extinct gets 1. Unable to land the transfer. Vacancy springs out and gets a double though. Massive set of openings for Verdant. Sutscum might have found the gap, might have been able to slip out, and he does eliminate Artist on shore. That's his location revealed. The jig is up, and the bomb firmly in Verdant's control on long.
There is plenty of utility, though, for Belfast Storm to recover this.
2 mollies.
Yeah, 2 mollies, even a smoke. But they're going to have to wait out this smoke deployed by Verdant.
That is their last one, but 40 seconds time starting to get low.
The thing is, even if they invest utility into trying to recover this bomb, Verdant can just rotate round in towards site. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Molotov pushes Vacancy back, but he peeks over it, into it in fact, and eliminates Dexy. That gives Sutscum a kill with the information.
This 2-man push.
Yeah, doesn't anticipate it. The double swing, perfect. Verdant tie back up, 14-14.
This Giraffe and Leaf combo does actually look to be playing quite well together.
Yep.
As much as I criticised the move of putting those 2 on towards B, again, I'm still not a complete fan of it, of putting Extinct into anchor rolls, Giraffe into rotate rolls, but at least here on Inferno, the duo of Giraffe and Leaf are certainly working well.
It helps that, I guess, with that sort of IGL tenure of Leaf, right, of Gaming Legion Academy, he can sort of marshal Giraffe around and tell him when to rotate, when not to.
Both of them have quite personalities, but Leaf obviously, as you mentioned, having that IGL experience really does complement that much quieter voice of Giraffe. But here we go, again, Leaf getting in front of this smoke. And aggressive, getting curious. Nem, he's gonna make the same mistake twice. This happened in the first half and there was no spam, but fortunately Finley is there to trade.
Yeah, just about able to get away alive as a double incendiaries come through to logs. In fact, it's going to vacate Banana entirely. It's a big trade to find. And this is the difference. Verdant are happy to take Banana. They're happy to fight. 1 for 1. It will favour the T side slightly. Belfast Storm setting themselves up for a bit of brackets control. Might even just be the full-on A hit. 2 players split to either site for the CTs. Does this utility garner a rotation?
They're just going to be maintaining control of top Banana. And just now that it starts searching, Giraffe goes for that peek, clears all of Banana, and now Artist can start to look to rotate. Util, the sight hit, going to be coming through, but Vacancy not blinded at all, will just mow down 2. Even Dexy in a 1 versus 3, scoped up, still searching on the site, and Verdant will find themselves onto map, match, grand final, and tournament point.
Oh, bit of a fumble from Belfast Storm. Vacancy playing a good little off angle. Joker position behind the truck, and the silenced M4 means Belfast Storm take just that little bit longer to triangulate where he is. And now they're on the back foot. They need this round. Otherwise, the Cinderella story comes to an end here. And Verdant will be the ones claiming the trophy instead. Their 4th domestic LAN trophy in a row.
This is the point where Belfast Storm on the back foot. I don't think throughout this entire series we've had them at this point, breaking point, where it's like, okay, this is a must-win round or it's done. So far, it's been a case of the shoe's been on the other foot. It's been Verdant who have like, okay, we need to win this round, or we need to win this map. But now it's do or die for Belfast Storm on the T side of Inferno, no less.
Dexy looking to take it into his own hands, goes for that opening duel. Verdant don't give him anything. HE's sailing. And this time, because they have that top banana control, Verdant can go for the confident rotation off. Overloading the A bomb site with 4. Belfast Storm still to clear out top banana. They will do so. Nem fully clears sandbags. Giraffe burns a smoke.
Always util, but look, this is the difference between these two teams. As Giraffe is solo towards B, he's deploying util to block, but as he's doing that, Verdant cleared middle. They've got information to say, okay, mid, A is not a threat. We can rotate a player back over to now bolstered Giraffe to support him so he's no longer solo. An Artist comes through, he's got the AWP, has a HE and a flash, so it's not blocking utility, but it's something.
Sutscum caught on the lurk, and that's it. That's the immediate rotate signal for Extinct. Nem going to change up the script, though. Goes through to CT spawn. Could be the difference maker if they can trade out Giraffe, which they do so. Extinct caught. There it is. Lying in wait. Nem finds a double. Artist still operative inside the smoke, though.
Surely it's been communicated across, and Nem would have heard the steps. Verdant, or his Belfast Storm need to be aware of this position.
Dexy's got him pinned, surely.
Question, does he anticipate him to be peeking from this side?
Comes off the angle. Comes off the angle.
Scope's been heard.
Vacancy's found Nem. It's a 2 versus 2 on the retake. Artist working in. Caught by Dexy. The crossfire just needs to hold firm. Vacancy trying to unpick it. Finds one. Dexy's there. And we go again.
Double overtime here. The third map decider of Inferno delivers. He's giving us another treat.
Down to the wire.
But it takes Dexy a double kill, Nem a double kill as well coming in towards CT. Like, he pushes through. He could have had the opportunity there to chase Artist. I think a lot of players in that scenario would have said, oh, Artist is in ruins, I'm going to try and flank him. But the fact that Nem doesn't means he doesn't risk chasing Artist being spotted by the player rotating. He decides to tuck, just calls out to his teammates, Artist is in ruins. Careful of that as soon as you clear Giraffe on the site. And in doing so, he gets a double kill.
I was, while Vacancy was pushing into the bomb site, I was just, the round of shocks in that 1v4 against Luminosity from back in the day was replaying in my head.
But instead, it was more like Stewie 2K at the back of the B-bomb site against FaZe in the Boston Major. If you want to be in comparison.
A truly safe pair of hands for Belfast Storm, up to 30. 32 to be precise. If this was go, it'd be a 30 bomb, a classic.
It is a 30 bomb, 32. More than 1 kill per round. Evie now searching. Verdant are going to try their hand at the 3B stack 2 towards Apps. Evie, I'm not sure shoulder spotted, it certainly will be now. Vacancy pulls the trigger. No bullets land.
Empties the entire magazine, expecting a swing. Giraffe's the one to find the opening, though. Again, Nem trying to make some space on the B bomb site, and it was a bit of a retakey play by the looks of things from Verdant, which netted them that one.
And I think his Vacancy's reaction there after falling back off of Apps identifies that Belfast Storm are playing for Banana and Apps rather than Banana and Mid. So just deploys the smoking towards Boiler instead of Mid.
Fighting back from a man at deficit here. Belfast Storm setting up their execute.
Information play over towards Apps. Verdant clearing that out, but is it a moment too late? Will this rotation off of that information come through in time? I think it will. As Belfast Storm taking their time, deploying plenty of grenades, plenty of utility to try and block on towards the site. And they will just mow them down. Giraffe and Leaf, it's a shutdown. The flashes just aren't there to blind them on that execute.
The decisive round the Verdant wanted comes again a round too late. But a round is a round. And it puts them 1 in the lead at the beginning of this second overtime.
It's so interesting to watch the two differences. How close this game is, even though it's very clear Verdant much stronger at holding that B-bomb site.
Yeah, stylistically it's night and day. Yeah. And yet this game is operated almost entirely in the grey area in the middle.
Plenty of steps being made by Belfast Storm here in towards mid. Vacancy hearing it all. Boiler a great position for early information. Hearing those steps, deploys that smoke and look at this creepy angle. Oh, but it's Dexy's AWP. The one weapon. If that's a rifle there, I'm almost certain he catches Devi holding that angle. But because it's the AWP, it's an opening kill for Dexy. And it's not often you see the AWP going in towards bedroom. Not on the T side at the very least. Again, an opening kill, a man advantage, but Giraffe just a well-timed spam through that smoke, catches Nem. Really struggling here towards Banana. An artist with the CZ of all weapons.
No.
Divine Sutscum.
And Ice isn't done. He puts himself back on the angle, plops himself up.
Ooh.
Big overextension from Extinct.
Massively overextending.
Goes
I wouldn't
searching.
hate the push if the player just went with him. If he just said, Leaf, come with me on this push. But instead he pushes dry. At least now, the reaction, he got the information that they're rotating over towards B. So the util comes through to block them, and it couldn't be better time. 30 seconds left. They have to try and force their way through. The flash. In fact, it's a team flash.
Beautiful.
I never know. No, it's not. Dexy on the flash assist. Thought there was a team flash for a second there.
Reflash though, back in through spawn. There's no reaction out of Belfast Storm. Leaf manages to get a freebie. Finally spammed down. Devi on top of Oranges just didn't react, but still, it's Artist in a 1v2. Dexy holding the angle.
I think they were all just that blind. I think the flash was that good. They were looking towards CT holding for that push, that they're all fully whited by that flash. Leaf only able to capitalize on one, and even then it wasn't clean. He got traded in the process.
Can't believe. Gets away with absolute murder with that spam to open things up. But we're tied again, 16-16. This game is as close as it can possibly get.
All the rounds. All the Counter-Strike.
All the time. Dexy scoping in early.
And this time searching in towards the long haul. Util being deployed.
Vacancy searching.
Vacancy, yeah.
Oh, he's going into bedroom. Sutscum failing the jump
Oh
up.
my goodness.
Panicked.
How many times he's going to fail the jump up? Fortunately, his teammates, having walked in, do get that trade. So if anything, the fight...
Nem.
Going Belfast Storm's way, but there it's another 1-for-1. 3-for-3. That's information that can be passed across. Artist, not normally a B player. Dexy trying to hold down these rotations, waiting for a player to rotate in towards long. It's through Library. We'll at least spot that smoke being thrown. There we go. Pins him to a wall. Leaves just a lone defender of Extinct tucked on this site. Does he get cleared? It's such a great spot, and they line up, but it is cleared. Devi, clean, clinical. Leaves Artist in the 1 versus 3. Again, last round of this half of overtime. Has to attempt this clutch. Kit in play, smoke as well, but it's an AWP. Not the greatest weapon to be picking apart a crossfire with.
Definitely not. Going to be burning a lot of time here as well, waiting for a bit of an overextension, but Belfast Storm know he's got to come for it. They've got their crossfires set up, aligned.
Yeah, well established.
No need to overextend. The CZ is out. The pocket AK as it was once known, but not here. Devi finds the headshot onto Artist. Belfast Storm go onto the CT side with the lead, but again, this is where the problems were. This is where they weren't taking any banana control.
Now the thing is, going onto their T side there for 3 rounds, would that give them a refresher and say, oh, okay, this is how Verdant were playing their CT side. This is what was troubling us. We weren't taking banana. How about we give that a go as well? No, could they have found some inspiration in those 3 rounds on their T side, which they could use here now on the CT side? Again, just 2 rounds away, touching distance, neck and neck between these two teams. It was 16-14 map 1, 13-11 map 2, and now we're going into double overtime.
I love it. I love it. I'm so glad this final has delivered in spades. There's been great plays. There's been just the incredibly back and forth matches, right? Just when you think one team's out of it, suddenly they start to mount a comeback. You know, I mean, you think back to that first map, Verdant, it was 12-6 in Belfast Storm's favour. They bring it to overtime and we have to battle through. It's a 16-14 nail biter. Like, what a series.
And it's been so interesting to see almost the game of chess, but where it's been like round after round. It's like, okay, when does the adjustment come? And we saw it already on Inferno, whereas Artist was calling a great game. It was like, okay, hit the B site, hit the B site, hit the B site. The third time they hit the B site, Belfast Storm anticipate A, so they stack towards A. B gets hit again. The next round, it swaps over. That's when they decide to hit it. It's so back and forth. And then you still have the individuals coming up clutch on both sides, right? It's not like one side is clearly dominant in the firepower department. This is an evenly matched game in both firepower and strategy.
Yeah, incredible stuff. We're just on the quick half-time pause here, but man, what a banger, what a banger. I'm having such a good time. I'm almost sad that this is the last map.
Yeah. The thing is that even after this is done, I'm still baffled as to who we call the MVP. I think at the moment, if Verdant win it, it's still Giraffe. I think he's at the top of the scoreboard right now. He's had some sublime B-site holds. But over on the Belfast Storm side, Nem was in the lead for most of it, and he has had a pretty decent series overall, but it's Dexy who's been finding the impact across this grand final.
I think for me, it's got to be Dexy. Like, if we're narrowing down our grand final MVP, I think it has to be Dexy.
If you could separate them, I think that would make it easy. You could say Nem's the MVP of the overall event, Dexy's the MVP of the grand final, but that doesn't feel quite so.
Well, and the thing is, event MVP, not our job. So,
true.
We'll get back into the action here. The final map of this grand final, overtime number 2. The second half kicks off here. Belfast Storm on their CT side. And it's going to be a 3A start from them. Again, aggressive towards Banana for Verdant. And again, Belfast Storm don't really contest. They're overloading A with 4 players. HE Grenade pops the smoke, and they don't go for a swing behind it. Vacancy's now going to take his place inside, and he's going to slip right through. Finds one. There's a second from Extinct. The A-bomb site open for business. Despite being overloaded, Verdant just go for a dry walk through the smoke. Sutscum does the same, walks through, but in the meantime, Extinct takes down Nem. Bomb. Ooh. Sutscum finds one. Fenui's still here at the top of Banana. And again, no information, right? Like, sure, they had 4 players on the A-bomb site, and Verdant did end up just walking A, but it's the fact that they're playing so incredibly close to that smoke. I'm not quite sure what the plan was. They both had their heads turned towards Boiler.
I think they were either going for a mid-round push in towards Boiler, or they were playing for that exact play to happen, but just caught on the wrong timing, right? I think they were trying to hide in the smoke themselves, so if a pop came through, they would have the advantage. I mean, perhaps they were trying to go for the boost. I'm looking there at Dexy was one of the players caught off guard with the AWP. So maybe he was scoping it up towards bedroom and then going for that boost over towards the top of the smoke. Because with that lurk when thrown for the tees, you can see over the top of it to go for a pick. So Verdant just catching the right time to catch Belfast Storm out of position. Tying up the score again, 17-17.
This game is as close as you can get.
Yeah, they were searching towards Boiler there.
The one perfect counterplay found by Verdant. Time and time again, calling a masterclass. And again, we go all the rounds.
All the rounds in OT, but Belfast Storm going to be falling back to their triple B setup. That Joker play with Devi tucked in towards dark. If things start to look glum, you can shine a light on that B site. This might be a decent read.
Yeah, it's pretty well read. Verdant looking for an all-in on the B bomb site here. Issue is, Devi's the only player in the bomb site. That said, the spam's good from Fenui.
They assume it's a retake because Finwee and them have activated. Those are the 2 B players. Devi's still alive on this site, still kicking. Searching with the A1S, location not revealed, even though firing off a couple shots and a widesman will come through from Finwee. The site hold is successful. The Joker play of Devi finally reveals its hand, and it is successful. A good site hold there over towards B, and even then, Verdant trying desperate. I think by the looks of these last 2 rounds, this has been Verdant trying to rush this game home. Like, that last round, not that one, but the one before, is a fast play towards A. Yeah. Not waiting a minute, not skipping a beat, seeing if they can catch the A site off guard. That round, they do the exact same. Take Banana control, all 5 players, immediately, okay, let's just collapse now. Collapse on towards this site. But in doing so, it's not clean, it's not clinical. They lose a couple players to Finwee and Nem, who are actually playing retake. Never mind the fact that Devi is tucked in towards this site at New Box.
Another match series tournament point for Belfast Storm. Is this the one? Is this the one they finally get across the line?
And how long does it take for the frustrating to start kicking in for Verdant? I think again the calls in those last 2 rounds is a big sign of that. That they know they're the favourites, yet they're still battling, they're still struggling to get it over the line.
And it's a team effort for them as well. Every single player pretty evenly distributed on the scoreboard. Everyone having their moments. Belfast Storm much more top heavy. You've got Dexy on the brink of 40 kills.
Vacancy this time speedy in towards app control, uncontested. It's just a default set for Belfast Storm again, not holding mid, not holding for Banana.
Bit of brackets, but it's only Dexy spotting for information.
Not spotting Boiler either, which is where Vacancy currently lies. He's only spotting the mid cross.
Util being deployed on the A-bomb site from Verdant, but it's a ruse. It's enough to draw a rotation. Fight on long here, a missed shot out of Dexy, a rare miss. Allows Vacancy in, and he heads towards Arch, looking to split the B-bomb site where he cuts down Nem. This is a disaster for Belfast Storm. Benui, the only player on this B-bomb site, and he's not having the best of games so far. Calling short, but certainly not fragging, and now Sutscom's gone as well, goes searching. Devi finds Vacancy, Fanui falls. A 1 versus 4, else we go one more. Spam straight through the smoke. There it is, 18-18, another overtime.
A much better round there from Verdant. Again, across those 3 T rounds, you've got a quick A pop, a quick B pop, but that one they push and pull the rotations to perfection. You have Vacancy lurking towards mid. They flash him out towards long to take long control. They get the pick on towards Dexy. And the thing is, Vacancy, that entire time, his goal is to cut off the rotations from the B site and set up a B split. But they do it so perfectly because there's that extra player, I can't remember who exactly it was, up towards short, making so much noise, makes it look like it's an A split, making it look like Vacancy is actually lurking to rotate for a long wrap on towards the A site. And that's what causes Nem to commit so hard to that rotation, to not anticipate Vacancy fighting him in towards CT. He gets caught off guard, and as soon as Nem falls, Finwey's on his own to defend against 3.
But again, that problem does not occur if you have banana control.
Yep. If you have control of banana or mid.
Much slower from Verdant, and 2 openings come through straight away in the apartment. Sutscom eliminated by Artist. That's the A-bomb site open for Nui and them rotating to see what they can maybe do, but it's a clean one from Verdant so far. Attempting to mix it up, go for the apartments play. They get bested. And they're already locked in. Fanui can't save.
Anticipates that lurk. And then tries to pick off a couple of players, but yeah, will be a 19th for Verdant. An opening gambit from both sides in towards Apps, but it's Verdant coming out on top. And you can see Sutscom, even though he trades 1, had the possibility of trading a 2nd, but it's such a difficult spot because he doesn't want to peek the AWP. Then what does he do? Does he sit and hold, wait for time? Because he can't fall back, but he chose to fall back. Falling back is a surefire death, because that's when Artist just goes, oh, you're falling back, I'll just peek whilst you're running.
A bot banana smoke from spawn at a Belfast Storm. And actually a banana control attempt. Nem's up here behind the wall. He's got a teammate with him, but Giraffe's going to absolutely annihilate Fanui. A pre-fire. Oh, and a boost! The one-time Belfast Storm attempt banana control. And it's an absolute disaster.
Deep smoke in towards CT. They'll be tempted to walk through, but no! It's a blind shot through the smoke to catch Leaf. So instead of a 2-man advantage, it will be only a 1-man. But yeah, you're quite right. They need so much more. A 1-for-1 trade. The Devi fights through the smoke. Missed shot from Dexy, so close into the 2 versus 2. Sutscom has found Vacancy. But that's over towards the A site. Means Verdant know they've got plenty of time to set up this post plant. Before Sutscom rotates in, and even as he rotates, he falls. Dexy trades, but the cover of the HE smoke blocks his vision. And Extinct will close that one out. Verdant up towards 20. And yeah, you're quite right. They finally decide to go for banana control. But the issue is they're not taking into consideration the long group of that the long streak of rounds where they've not gone for banana control. The long streak of rounds means that as soon as they throw the utility to indicate that they're going for banana control, Verdant could just go back to counter. I would have loved for them to take banana control or fight for sandbags, but do it silently. Just sit there. Just be like, you've conditioned them to the point where they take banana control for free every single time. Why don't you just sit back or just set up a crossfire? Or do it fast, because I think it's every single time they take banana control that we've seen so far, it's sit sandbags, wait for the flashes, rather than just wide swinging in towards car.
3 players towards B early on for Belfast Storm. Verdant have full run of mid.
Look at this deep play from Dex. He's so deep in towards Apps. He's going to turn around and catch his vacancy. The perfect timing. That's the lurk kill. Now,
but it's had the opposite effect. That Belfast Storm started to lean more towards A, expecting more players where vacancy was, realising now, I think.
Yeah, I think they've still got this Joker play again. Devi back on towards the site. They did reveal their hand with it beforehand, but it wasn't the crucial, pivotal factor that won them the round last time it activated. It was only the nail in the coffin, not the actual cause of death.
Verdant being trapped in, circled. Belfast Storm need this round.
Well, that smoke's landed on Giraffe. That's information passed across, so the spam comes through. That puts Verdant on edge. They will accelerate into it. Dry, a nice smoke to completely block off the vision towards Coffins. They'll attempt to plant in the smoke, but now Devi activates. We'll find Artist. Bomb committed. Oh! Devi whips out the P250, but Nem still comes into support. It is a relatively clean round there for Belfast Storm defending that site. Again, another opening from Dexy. Another opening and information off the back of his AWP that gets them that information to have an informed play over towards B.
A lifeline. A lifeline that Belfast Storm needed, because otherwise if that was a 3-0 half, they're just about done, I think. They're still on the back foot here, going into the second half of OT though, which is again something that I feel like they haven't had to contend with all that much.
P250 as well.
Yeah, massive. But this means if you want to win it in this OT, it's 3 flawless on the T side. 2 at a minimum to stay alive. Again, they can have some time to discuss, talk through how they're approaching this T side. It's that late into the game at this point that it's not a matter of anything left in the playbook. You've reached for that and dug it out long before this point. This is reading each other and adapting the entire way through.
Yeah, this is stuff which needs to be called on the fly, and at the moment, again, everything that's been called on the fly has looked so much better for Verdant. There's so much more experience in these scenarios at having to dig deep, having to dig into the recesses of their brain and their imagination, creativity, to find solutions, to problem solve. Because as I mentioned before, the perfect example for me is that one time that Belfast Storm actually decided to try and contest for Banana. But again, what they did, rather than mixing it up, they just went back to how they started it off, where it was a bit of utility to soften them up over towards B, sit back over towards sandbags towards the top of Banana, and then throw some utility in to try and let Nem take the fights. But it's so telegraphed when they do that. It's fine when it works in the first place, but they already identified that in the first place does not work. But it's so telegraphed that you can't use it to then suddenly catch your opponent off guard. You have to do something different, whether it's, as I mentioned, complete wide swing, take whoever's got the best spawn, deploy utility, get them to rush Banana as the CTs, or as you mentioned, go for a retake, or even better yet, you could do, as I mentioned, just sit at the sandbags. Like, we've not seen them try and just sit and hold top Banana without using utility.
Yeah.
Because for round after round, like there was, what, 15, 16 rounds or something we've had so far where Belfast Storm haven't played for Banana, haven't played sandbags, where Verdant have been able to walk in for free. And if Verdant have been able to walk in for free, that means they're doing it without information, which means they're using less utility, which means they're not clearing their corners, they're not molotoving sandbags, they're not Hing sandbags, they're not deploying flashes to clear those corners, which is where you can set a trap. But if you tell them that you've got a trap there, it's not going to work.
I don't understand whether it's a macro game plan from them or whether it's just a hole, right? It seems almost intentional at this point. Like, surely, if you're getting this far in the tournament, you'd know how to retake Banana. Surely, if you're getting this far in the tournament, you'd know how to at least manipulate the top of Banana in order to hold on to it successfully. Like, they're going for these clear, defined 4A setups, but they're doing it without the info.
There's one thing I want to point out, and I think it might be the IGL, who's also one of the B players, Finwee, 12 and 27, not having a great game. Means that he's obviously not in that flow state right now, which might mean his calls aren't quite as good. But again, okay, here's the change up. 3 towards Banana. Actually, I say a change up. This is Verdant on the CT side. Correct me.
Yeah, and There it is. Nem found an opening kill for Verdant. Overloading B. And a rotation swift to the opposite end of the map. Full banana control for the CT side. Nightmare scenario for Belfast Storm.
Molly will push Giraffe back, but he safely escapes. Nothing but a first-degree burn on his toes. Got a man disadvantage for Belfast Storm, having to work from this back foot. At least here correctly identified that it's a 4-man lean towards B after losing a pick, or towards A, sorry, after losing a pick towards B. Leaf, left jump spotting, has spotted the bomb, but after spotting the bomb, that just incentivizes Artist or Giraffe to go for that peek in towards mid. And look how confident Giraffe is playing. Does overstay his welcome, doesn't anticipate Sutscum to still be lurking. Thought they caught the lurking towards the bottom of mid, but in reality, that was just another one of the pack players.
Sights open, Vacancy needs to live for as long as he can. Pokes his head up above the parapet, finds one, and stays alive. And it's so difficult to clear him here. Extinct comes through to try and support and will go to his death. Vacancy still operative, still trying to play his life in the mini pit here. Still getting kills. That's another one. The USP's out. Vacancy with a monster hold, and it might just be enough to put Verdant over the top as they find map series tournament point again.
As much as we've criticised throughout this entire grand final, some of the role swaps, or the supposed role swaps that Verdant have been doing with this roster. Namely, again, Vacancy being in those anchor spots. One of the anchor spots where I've seen him actually have success is Pit on Inferno. He seems to understand that part of the map a little bit better than most. Or at least a little bit better than the other positions that he's been forced into. And you can see there's a perfect example. Gets one and just stays alive. Knows that by staying alive, he's such a thorn in the side for Belfast Storm and can cause so much internal bleeding.
2 rounds in a row required for Belfast Storm to stay alive. Verdant on the brink. And Vanui tagged down to 5 points of health already. It's not looking good for Belfast Storm. Verdant with command over Banana. Information on Bracket. Where's the magic going to come from? Has it finally run out? Is the storm clearing?
Much more passive hold here for Verdant. Reactive towards long, a HE to blow open the smoke, and look how confident Giraffe is playing. A retake in towards mid immediately from Verdant. Again, this is as time ticks by where Verdant start to gain more and more confidence, I think. Sutscum thinks down, kept honest, just about stays alive, at least gets information that mid has been taken back off of them. Artist searching now, creeping in towards Banana, but spotted. A beautiful opening, but Leaf is still there to defend. 3 men now accelerating towards this site where Leaf has to try and hold, has to try and withstand, but it's a quick headshot from Devi. 3 versus 2, the quick rotations are there for Verdant as the bomb gets planted. In fact, no, they're not coming on towards the bomb. 5 seconds left.
It comes down to the wire. Belfast Storm looked so rattled. But they're in a good position here. Vacancy still wanting to go for it, though. Still fancies a bit of a clutch here on this bomb site. A dink delivered onto Dexy, but Devi will find the headshot. 20 for Belfast Storm. They need one more to take us to another overtime.
But it's every single time you say another overtime, just that interview clip from Artist rings in my head. There's no competition for us domestically. That every single time, and on top of that, when he says, Belfast Storm haven't faced us at our full strength yet, but they're about to. I think, and here we are.
Here we are, Giraffe. Setting up the exact retake utility that I was on about. Smoke sails over, lands on top of the wall, denies all vision. And then he can drop a Molotov as well.
You're so excited for this retake utility. You've been gagging through it for this entire map.
Vacancy in a great position. Ooh. Dexy dinked. Is able to back away. Vacancy stays. Attempt at an opening unsuccessful for Belfast Storm. Sutscum.
This. So much confidence. I love seeing these plays from Verdant at the right time. They read it so well. It's why these players are so high level at play such a high level competition. Vacancy, the perfect timing pushes as Sutscum vacates apartments. A little bit of an easy read, some speculative util to take map control, and Vacancy sees no follow-up behind it, so says, oh, if there's no follow-up behind it, what's he doing?
He's still into the apartments as well. He's pushed so deep. Belfast Storm are effectively locked out of the A bomb site, and that means they're forced into B. What could be the final play of the tournament here. They go all in on B. Counter utility comes out from Verdant. The counter flashes are good. Nobody's crossed the threshold yet. Extinct kicks things off with a double, and then with one, and there it is. Cleaned out. Verdant take it 22-20. They took the long route, they took the scenic route, but they are your UKIC Div 1 Season 4 champions.
Finally, the sigh of relief you can see on their players as they've finally taken that map and they've finally taken this grand final. A back and forth affair though, but truly tested. But I think they can hold their heads high after that. Even though it was close, they might have been disappointed with the overall how close it was. But I think that they showcased, especially on Inferno, the actual ability to in those mid rounds, those aggressions, that especially from Vacancy in that last round, pushing in towards Apps, catching Sutscum, retreating from Apps. It was just perfect counter strike there from Verdant in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think Belfast Storm going to be upset about that one, the fact that they were so close and just faltered at the final hurdle, right? But you can see why ultimately Verdant were the better team on Inferno. It was only the heroics from Dexy that were really even keeping them alive in that one. If he wasn't finding the openings, they weren't finding rounds, and eventually anyone's going to run out of steam in a game that long. Lack of banana control is going to cost them, and ultimately that does mean, Verdant do take it. I believe they're on their way upstairs.
They should be on their way upstairs to get their hands on it, and a nice little trophy. Should we move into the sofa so they can sit a little bit more central, close to the
We can do, but
we'll
then we can't hear the...
Reach.
Yeah, I'm just worried about... No, mine definitely
No, they
can't.
won't. Yeah,
We're not going to move.
Sit in the middle,
We're staying here. Yeah, they can pick that up and sit on either side. That's fine.
Yeah.
Man, what a game. What a game. All around in every single map. This series, this final, they delivered. And I really hope Belfast Storm don't beat themselves up too much about this one. They played a phenomenal game.
They've put themselves, if they weren't on the map already, they put themselves up. I remember speaking to them, it was last Epic LAN, after they'd recently just added their 2 new additions. We were speaking to them and they were really annoyed and quite peeved that on the UKCS rankings that they were put 11th or something,
and even their seeding,
was okay. Yeah, we're doing the handshake, of course, but even the seeding, they were seeded something like top 12 for Epic, and they were really upset about that one, and they ended up only just meeting their seed. But then we move over to here, and they make it to the grand final, and they were just touching distance away from taking
a trophy,
from taking a land title.
Finui there was just sat in his seat, dejected.
Yeah, I think after that,
a rough final map as well.
Yeah, a rough final map from him. I think that one he's going to be awake all night thinking about Inferno. I think the entire time.
Yeah.
Just reliving that one. It's going to be a painful demo to watch back for him. But I think he should. Again, it is sour. Again, you can't say someone, oh no, you should be proud of your results. Like there is definitely positive things to take away. Like he played an incredible game, and called a great game, especially on Nuke. Dust 2 as well had some great moments from him, especially in the calling department. But yeah, it's that sour note at the end for him on Inferno.
I mean, you know what they say: you win or you learn, and Belfast Storm at least have a lot to take away here, right? Yes. There are clear. There's clear great signs in their game. There are also some clear moments that they need to fix, need to tighten up. Going into the next season, I'm hoping they stick together. I'm hoping they keep this lineup because it has potential, and I could just as easily see them back here.
Especially with Nem and Dexy firing on all cylinders.
Yes.
It's so impressive to see considering how long around the scene they've been. They've even retired at one point, and they came back. They came back because they were mixing together, and then that mix turned into a team that decided to form a team with Finby, and then it's come to this point. Like, that goes to show when you have the right composition of players who also believe in the right style, you then supplement them that they all believe in the roles fit, you can go far.
Yeah, you certainly can. Still waiting on Verdant. Don't know what they're doing.
Taking the time going upstairs, just sighing. They're probably out of breath. Their
They're
heart rates after that one.
Yeah, Mats has probably run to try and catch his plane. It's gone. It's gone.
Probably, yeah.
It's gone. It's left. Yeah. So
gone.
for those who weren't here earlier, Extinct needed to catch a plane. And if this game went 3 maps, he was going to miss it. So he's staying here for a bit. But look, we've got a short break, and then we'll be back.
And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you, and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target in practice. Yeah.
And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret.
All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest.
I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through.
I'm up that hut hike, I'm up the gut, then spike. I'm on my Mark Sanchez, I'm off her butt all night. So yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels when spinning, I'm going against first. In a couple of inches, but yeah, she flooded the engine, and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly. And I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse. She thinks that's bougie. I gotta move these right loose. She hit like Brewski, and that proves you can't expect nothing but truth. I just be
Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through.
Hey, she know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearned for the limelight. Spend a couple $100 for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight.
It's a long 3-map affair, but Verdant have done it. They are your champions, and they're here with us on the sofas in the studio. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
look, guys, the trophy's yours.
Trophy's here. I mean,
Leaf's
I'll
the
pass it
one
over
with
to you.
the
There you go.
trophy lift.
Congratulations, guys. Woo!
I do want to fire a couple of questions off at you while we've got you here. During the Inferno break at 6-6, we played the interview with Tom where he said we don't have any competition domestically, and Belfast Storm have never played us at our full strength, and we had 2 overtimes. Did they surprise you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. To put it simply.
I just say stuff in interviews, you know, just like I want people to hate us, but then like us and then love us, and you know, a bit of fire and then.
Yeah.
So I just make up stuff, but yeah, that was a really competitive game, and they've beat us 2 times before.
I think so. Yeah.
It's been competitive versus them. Didn't think it was going to be that competitive, but yeah.
I've got another one. Is there was one point in the overtimes when you guys were on your T side where you literally just went for an A rush, which worked out, and then a B rush immediately. You guys were pretty much on that point. Were you guys just trying to force the victory there, or did you feel was there a talk after that one to just calm down?
So That was like, so Leaf, let me give you some backstory here.
Go on.
So Leaf comes from Gamer Legion Academy, wealth of experience, play with docs, wealth of experience. So we were leaving Spawn, yeah, and we're just saying, let's just do everything, let's go crazy. So we all just said random ideas and all went to the wall and just ran with it. It worked. A, B, tactical genius. So that's how we won Inferno.
I was going to say, throughout that entire time as well, it felt like Belfast Storm just didn't take banana one bit. Were you guys confident enough that you just had control of that and that they wouldn't mix it up? Because they didn't mix it up. Were you guys scared at any point and go, oh, this round they're going to take it. This round they're going to try and fight it's a banana?
We definitely had the conversation, but they never did it. So like it was like and then they randomly stacked A, and because I think they thought we were going to go B this round, so it was a very random game. It wasn't like a normal Inferno. They did some nice gambles and it paid off for them. So
fair enough. Yeah. I'll go for Matt at 16th. How have you been finding the role shift over towards like playing some more anchor or lurker spots?
Anchor, lurker, IGL spots. Like, I don't mind it. I don't mind the lurk spots. The IGL-ish type of spots, I still have some time to work on them. I don't think I'm playing them that well. But yeah, like I don't mind it. I'm enjoying the new roles.
Yeah. What's been the most difficult thing to overcome with those anchor roles?
With the anchor roles, it's just multi-fragging. You need to be really good at multi-fragging and dodging those flashes when they come in, and then getting that 3K, 2K, and guaranteeing like the trades pretty much.
Okay, well, one more question then for Giraffe over there, who's got to be the MVP of the event. You've been the highest rated player throughout all of playoffs, and even at the end,
You're still in the tournament.
You're still in the tournament, throughout the entire of the grand final. How have you found the role shift as well for yourself? Because you've also moved over to some of Mattis's old roles as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just good for me to have more impact in general.
Can you move the mic closer to the
There's been constant switches, within the roster. So I think with a bit of like consistency in that role, hopefully we can do better.
And I suppose just to touch on that, like speaking with consistency in the roster, is this the 5 that you're sticking with, or are you still formulating, still undecided?
I'm going to put out a poll for the UK, and we can all vote on Extinct.
No comment.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's good. Leaf, like, I think people don't rate Leaf as good. Like, he is literally like unbelievable. Like, the voice is just completely different. Like, and I think we kind of lost our identity throughout this year. And like, I think this is probably the best thing we could do to kind of get it back. Because having a good voice in the team with like experience is great. And like, we can maybe play Inferno someday.
So if you're going back to AWP, then how long do you reckon it will take you to get back to that old form? Because there was a time where you were probably considered the best AWP in the UK. How long do you reckon it would take for you to get back into that one?
I literally had, 3 weeks? 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. CS2 opens a bit weird, a bit strange.
Yeah, exactly, because it's another adjustment period,
and especially, I think I was I was very aggressive with the upper, like as an upper, and it's very different. I think everyone just runs and shoots now. So, in MR12, so you can't take that many risks.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give myself 2 more days.
Right, well, look, I think that's us wrapped up here for UKIC Div 1 Grand Finals. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Of course, congratulations to Verdant, who are your champions, and we will see you next season.